Hello, that's hello 3 times. How's it going, everybody? We are here, we are live, we're watching Critical Role. And, whoa, I got little color changer lights. Isn't that fancy? They were on sale. And so, it should be kind of generally more cohesive lighting. Very nice. How's everyone doing? How's your day been? We are live. SSH. Hello. Oh, I am really psyched to be back to the normal cast. The guest players were interesting. They were definitely a change of pace, but I am ready to be back to the whole group dynamic altogether. I think it's going to be really, really good. What up, Ved? Ved, you're new on the stream, but I recognize you from some comments. What's up? Badet to all, and to all a good zone. Very nice. Hello, hello, AKL, Undead King. Good to see everybody. Now, I will say, sometimes my takeaways are long and laborious. This is not one of those times. My takeaway from last episode is pretty short and sweet. Mysteries, or really, honestly, any contained arc need to be thought about very carefully in terms of the in-universe deadlines. Like, if you ever have out-of-game deadlines, you need to match them and really carefully control the pace in regards to the in-game deadlines. And that basically means thinking about how many long rests they're going to take. Because D&D, in general, is a game that is controlled through the pace of long rest. Everything resets either on long rest or at dawn. And since you can only take one long rest per dawn, you can pretty easily equate the two. So if you have a deadline IRL of like it needs to take this many sessions, then you need to make sure that your in-game deadlines mirror that. Pretty simple. There's not going to be a one-size-fits-all ratio. It'll really just depend, but you generally want to make sure that you are expending everyone's spell slots, using all their resources and everything each day, each long rest. Especially if it's like a limited pace or like a limited series, kind of like those were. You just want to make sure that you are doing things to expend those resources. What's up, Rebecca? Ed? How you guys doing? Takeaways 1, the Will Wheaton curse is real. Will Friedle is awesome. So I will say, I talked more to my stats friend, and she was basically like, I don't know quite enough about dice probability specifically. So I would post her question on this subreddit, and she gave me one. But it does seem a little crazy. She was like, it was basically like right at the edge of impossibility, where she was like, it is like very, like it doesn't mean, like if you got that result, if you got the results that Will Wheaton got, you shouldn't throw your dice away. It doesn't like prove that your dice are bad, but it is right on the line of like a few more low rolls and your dice are probably poorly weighted. So, right on the edge there. And Will Friedle is awesome. Will Friedle was very cool. The way that he handled the Orion awkwardness was very, I think it was good at showing how to handle that in the moment, especially for an online game. I would encourage a little bit more direct conversation and confrontation at a home table, But for an online game where that shit's real awkward to do, I think Will Friedle handled it great. I'm not going to talk super a lot about the very end, the kiss with Kiki. But I know that apparently that gets talked about later, so I figure we'll kind of press pause on it and then talk about it more whenever we get there. He was on another GNS show where the goal is to roll low. The curse manifested by making sure he would. Look, I'm not in the business of trying to disprove the Will Wheaton dice curse. I'm just not a superstitious guy by default. That's just not really me. So I tend to think that that shit ain't real. But it's fun to hang out in. Just got here watching at the beginning. So all right, nice John. Welcome. Not too far in, so you should be fine. Out of all the guest stars who come on the show, I feel like Will Friedle and Mary. I like Will Friedle and Mary Elizabeth McGlynn. I think Mary Elizabeth. They are really close, like up there for me. We're debating 9s and 10s on a 10-point scale. I think I like Mary Elizabeth a tiny bit more than Will Friedle, and not to say that I didn't like Felicia Day or Will Wheaton. But I did like. I'm with you, Ved. I like those two a lot. Will Wheaton's hand. Let us know how you. Look, if I ever got to shake Will Wheaton's hand, not at like a con. I'm not really into like the like meet and greets for celebrities. I don't want to meet my heroes. I'm also just not into cons in general. But if I ever got to meet him in any sort of capacity, I'd shake his hand all day long. I'd lather it up. I'd massage it. I'll get that curse all over me. Bet. And we'll see what happens. I'm not superstitious either, but the data says he rolls badly. Maybe, but we don't know. We don't know the true sample size. And I don't know, I'm not superstitious, but I am very cynical, especially when it comes to like produced pieces of like, it's like when it comes to like 3 years later that people were like stream sniping each other in Among Us and like throwing for content constantly. It's like I'm so skeptical of something like that, and it's a fun thing to like enshrine in legend that I don't know. Have you ever asked someone asked Mercer about Wheaton? I don't think so. Link that in the React suggestions. Maybe you're a little stitious. Maybe. Oh man, a little stitious, yeah. Hey, and you know what? It's okay. It's okay to be superstitious. It's okay to be a tad stitious. There ain't nothing wrong with that. It's just ain't me. Let's see. I'm pulling up the wait. Why didn't? Okay, maybe Apollo's just broken? Oh no. We've just had a lot of things since then. Okay. Episode 22. We are starting at 4:34. Oh, also, before I get too far into it, sorry about canceling on Sunday. I had some not like super serious IRL stuff come up, but I didn't know how long it was going to take, and I didn't want to like schedule stream and then not show up. So I wanted to let you guys know ahead of time, and I'm glad I did because I way blew past the time that I would have come on. So I think we're going to do how to make a map tomorrow instead. So tomorrow, I announced it in the Discord, but tomorrow at normal critical roll time, which is 5:30 Central, we're going to do how to make a map. And just to whet your appetite a little bit, the maps on the chopping block, I won't tell you which I think are good and which I think are bad, but the ones on the chopping block are Death House from Curse of Strahd, the Forge of Fury from Tales from the Yawning Portal, Nomengard from, I believe, Icewind Dale or Icespire Peak, and the Emberhold, which is the original map, or not the original map, but one of the maps that originally spawned this discussion of good and bad maps and how to make them. So that should be fun. And if you don't want to watch it live or can't make it, that one will be getting a highly edited treatment after the fact. So you'll see a nice cut down version on YouTube. All right. Spoiler, Dumbledore dies this episode. Yeah. Aramente to Pyra. I feel like I should know what Aramente is. I recognize that word, but I can't place where they've said it. Only watch until 45 seconds. The rest is either repeat from the last 2 episodes. The rest is not needed. Oh, okay. Yeah. Here, we'll pull it up now. Right before. Let's see. Will Wheaton Dice Curse.
This is a critical role question. All right. Being a live show with no cuts or edits, how do you explain the Will Wheaton Dice Curse?
There is no explanation. That is some, like, I don't know what ancient relic his family uncovered 2 generations ago that has led this blood curse from generation to generation to this day, but that man breaks math and physics. I don't understand it. Like, I heard about that in advance. I'm like, oh man, it'd be kind of funny if he rolled really poorly. No. Like, I had an existential crisis after he guessed it, both times. I will not touch him physically. I don't want to go anywhere near the possibility of capturing what dark entity has cursed his numeric existence.
That's really funny. All right. But look, and you know what? Maybe I'll get proven wrong. Maybe I will get the fortune to play with Will Wheaton someday, and he will prove me wrong. Who knows? No, he did not do anything pregame. You're right. I do need to reset it. All right. Keyless journey thing. I don't know what that means, but if it is some sort of spoiler, I'm going to ignore it. Let's see. And for the first... oh my god, I almost forgot about bingo. I will set up bingo while we're doing 435 to 540, and I will put the link in the chat.
All right, guys, welcome back. So, picking up where we left off, just give you guys a little kind of overview here. The party had put themselves in a situation where they had... yeah, Taliesin is currently cleansing the area of Will Wheaton's dice rolls from the previous 2 weeks.
Feel better?
There we go. I think
We'll see. See if I feel better.
I can.
No, it does. The energy feels way more positive.
Feeling better.
This feels.
If there's one place to use the flamethrower, I think it's on that.
It's right there.
Oh, you mean like right
No,
here?
like or
Salt
not
the earth.
so much right there.
No. I was just being facetious. I didn't see it. I'm
Actually,
so
on
comforted
his wrist.
that it's on your wrist right now.
Well, yes.
Yeah. That's okay. We'll look for it later. They're also, I think maybe down one Scanlan to...
Oh. No, to be fair to Ved, that is something I should have known. So he's all good. But yeah, John is also right. Try to avoid spoilers, but that was definitely not a spoiler. So we're all good.
Night, unfortunately.
Oh, and also, John, it's 1 exclamation point. The commands are confusing. They're hard to remember.
Sam cannot make it, so we'll be missing our
No!
bar for the evening. Oh no, he's got family stuff already planned tonight. So family. Oh, Hana means family.
Oh,
In a language that doesn't exist.
Oh boy, yeah. Orion's wearing the flamethrower, and also Buno Sam. I will miss Sam while he is gone, and the moment he comes back, it will be bad.
That's okay.
So the party had
All right, and then we advance to 634.
We'll be coming back into the game here in just a moment, real fast. I think Travis, you should show us a really cool little gift that you've.
Right, for my birthday, I got this. It's really great. It's heavy.
Yeah.
It's really heavy.
If it was sharpened, it would be a functional weapon.
I sleep with it.
It is a function. Pretty awesome.
You could still kill someone.
Oh my god.
So between that and
That is also true, AKL. Shameless plug for the Discord. There's a spoilers chat. I have no idea how how like vibrant it is because I've never looked in it. But I have a feeling I have heard people talk about talking in it. So I have a feeling that it does get talked in. Let's see. I'm willing to bet you right here, right now, but that by the end of the entire campaign, Sam will end up being your favorite player character. I can imagine because when I've brought up my issues / problems with Sam, I've gotten a lot of assurance that it's slowly, like the things that I have a problem with, lessen progressively over the course of the campaign. And I can imagine that once those things are gone, I will be able to much more fully invest in Scanlan. And, just my opinion, I think that Sam will be able to more fully invest in Scanlan, and the other players will be able to more fully invest. So I have a feeling that I would not be surprised, SSH.
and Orion's wrist-mounted fireball launcher.
We need puncture damage, acid damage.
Yeah, we're covering all the bases here.
Laura's gotten a bow.
I have.
Yes.
Yep, you've
On
got
the way to shoot.
We're almost in your.
Did you get? Did
We're just gonna get you
I got a
poisonous
cloak.
plants.
Matt got a cloak.
I did get a cloak. We're slowly being
poisonous plants.
we're being converted by you guys into our respective
I
roles.
think that the one I'm most nervous about receiving in the mail is necrotic. Somewhere there's a guy working in a morgue going,
That's coming to my house.
Yeah.
What up, Hopey Dopey? And very, very fun that Hopey Dopey just got here because I just finished the bingo on Bingo Baker. It is Critical Role, or no, not Critical Role, Vox Machina. Vox Machina, no Scanlan. No Scanlan. And I will send that in the chat right now. So feel free to join there. If you do get a bingo, oh yes, and no Pike. Pike is implied gone. If you get a bingo, you will be added to the latest episode bingo winners with John. Well, John will be removed after this episode, but he gets the place of honor this episode. So feel free to open that up and play along. And if you do see, if you think that you have any of the spaces, shout it out in chat. We'll discuss, we'll confirm, and it will be a good time. My opinion on Scanlan Sam was exactly the same as Mega when I was at the same point in the campaign. Fair enough. I mean, I think that in general, it doesn't surprise me, given like the outside meta of Critical Role not being expected to go like beyond 5 episodes, and then I'm sure that even when they approved it for more episodes on Geek and Sundry, they probably didn't anticipate 100 odd episodes in campaign 1. I kind of doubt that they thought it would have the longevity that it did. So I can really see how things tighten up and get a lot better as the campaign goes on. Can I know your opinion on the other players as well as Sam and Orion? Yeah, I can summarize that. I think that top of the table are, and I want to say, when I'm going to give mostly, I'm going to give like specific compliments and critiques. Just because I give a compliment to one person does not mean that like I think another person doesn't do it. It just means that I think that person does it exceptionally well, or I really like that part of them. And vice versa for the critiques. Just because I critique someone for something doesn't mean all the other players are blameless. It's just kind of the highlights. So top of the table, Liam, Laura, Travis, I think I really, really love their roleplay and their investment within the characters. I think that they do a really, really good job of staying in character, even when sometimes talking about meta things, which I think is really, really good and really cool. I think that Liam and Laura have a tendency to forget how mechanics work and or the raw way to do things, but it's early. They just switched over to D&D, so I give them a lot of leeway on that. Overall, I think that I really like both Vax and Vex. I think that Vax is slightly more developed than Vex, but I've seen a lot more out of Vex recently that I think is really cool. Travis and Grog, man, they're just the goats. Travis is my favorite character. Mostly, I mean, for a lot of reasons. Travis, I think, is a great player in terms of how he interacts with the other players, how he interacts with Matt, the general way in which he keeps up the vibes at the table. Like, it sounds kind of silly and inconsequential, but I really do think it's incredibly important. And I think that there is a substantial vibe hole when Travis is gone. And I think that Grog in general is a very, very fun character and a really exemplary instance of how to play a stupid character that is still like interesting. I think a lot of stupid characters can really easily fall into joke characters where the things that they do don't make a lot of sense because they're her stupid. But I think that Grog is kind of dumb, but is still incredibly interesting and still feels like legitimate. He doesn't feel like the character is a joke. He just does silly things sometimes. Percy / Taliesin, for a while, I was pretty neutral on because Taliesin was really quiet at the start. And I know that there are some outside reasons for that. But I think more recently, I've been enjoying him. I really enjoy how he interacts with Matt. I think he interacts with Matt really, really well, kind of similarly to Will Wheaton. And I think that's probably because Will Wheaton and I think Taliesin have the most experience in TTRPGs in general. So I think that they interact really well from both a pacing and a what's the word? Kind of respect. Like it's very clear, it's very to the point. And Percy and Taliesin, by extension, never really get frustrated. I will say the only critiques I really have of Percy are that I don't know a ton about him. Now, that is mostly because he's kind of been quiet, and that's totally okay. I just don't really know. I when I think about like who Percy is, I don't have like a super clear image in my mind. I really love Marisha and Keyleth. I think that Marisha might be the most like across the board, like solid player. I just don't know that she has quite the highs of Travis. I think that if I kind of skipped over this, if I had to give a critique to Travis and Grog, I think that sometimes he can lose a little bit of focus and kind of not zone out necessarily, but like he's very specialized. He's very in his niche, both from a concept of like how he built the character, but also to like how and when he plays, which is super okay. But, and I think it's it's hard to not be at a table with so many players. But I still think that Marisha and Keyleth finds a way to be, I don't know quite how to say this, applicable to everything, like to every conversation, in a way that is not spotlight hoggy. Like, she is just consistently, like, in Keyleth. She's role-playing with the other characters. She's, like, involved in everything, whereas sometimes Travis can tune out a little bit. So I think that's my big, really, really huge positive with Keyleth and Marisha. On the other hand, I think that Druid is a good choice for if someone wants to play a spellcaster. I think it's a good choice over, say, like a sorcerer or a wizard. But I do think that it's not maybe as good as like cleric, just because it takes a lot of management. And I think that Marisha is not always the best about knowing her stuff, like knowing her stat blocks, knowing her spells. But to a certain extent, just like I talked about with Liam and Laura, I give a lot of leeway on that. Even like I've criticized Orion for several spell type stuff, but I try, if I think it is because of Pathfinder and that transition, I try not to like tick the OAC or like really blame Orion too much for that. And every like time where I feel like Marisha doesn't understand something, I can mostly chalk it up to like new player and or Pathfinder transition. And then Orion. I will start with the positives. I think that he thinks in very interesting and non-linear ways. And I think that he has, especially at the table, kind of unmatched creativity when it comes to his own features. Now, that creativity is really sort of diminished by the way in which he goes about playing. There are some things where I don't think his tone is right for this table. I think he has a much more wargamey kind of DM versus the players mentality. And he's even said it, out loud before. And I think that comes out a lot, pretty frequently, and is just a really bad tone for this table especially. But beyond that, I also think that in terms of his general communication, he's really, really weak. I do think that some of his fellow players across the board and Matt as a DM share some blame for his behavior. I think that they need to push him more. They need to challenge him more to be better. And that a lot of the times where he gets really bad, a lot of those times should have been mitigated before they actually happen. However, once they do happen, he reacts really poorly and has like a really bad attitude about it a lot when he is challenged at the table. So I really understand why Matt and the other players feel maybe uncomfortable challenging him because he presents such a, to use Marisha's word, poopy pants front about a lot of things. I also think that he is a good textbook example of what I would call like the edgelord problem, even though Tiberius isn't really an edgelord and he's not really an edgelord. A lot of times people have a problem with edgelord characters, not because the character is actually edgy. Vax is a relatively edgy character, kinda so is Percy. But there's a really clear distinction between the character and the person and the player when they're like in the action of playing. Whereas the difference between Tiberius and Orion is blurry at the best of times and non-existent at the worst of times. A critique of Tiberius is most often a critique of Orion, if not like an outright attack. At least in the way that he interprets and presents it. So I think that's my general summary of Orion and his general problems. I'm trying to think of anything that I missed. Oh, I guess Matt. My general opinion of Matt. I think he has a very different tone at the table from me. And I think that his tone is of like how he DMs, how he goes about DMing, is I think it's kind of unfortunate that a lot of people have been exposed. It cuts both ways. I think it is such a good example of the boundless and like limitless possibilities of D&D and of TTRPGs in general. And I think he does an amazing job of showcasing that. But I also think that he strikes a tone that is really hard to replicate for like several mechanical reasons. Not just because of his like voice work, but mostly it is a tone that requires a lot of like off the cuff improv and balancing. And it requires a long and storied experience with DMing. Like, I would not recommend his tone to first-time DMs, but it's how a lot of DMs got introduced to D&D, which is fine. I think that, I think that it's really cool and it's really entertaining, but it requires a lot of skill that a lot of people don't have, and then both players, like new players coming into D&D from Critical Role, wonder why, maybe their DMs don't do it quite how good Matt does it. And from another perspective, if you try to replicate his tone, you are not going to have near the success that he does, both because his tone is difficult to achieve as a DM, but it also requires really, I don't want to use the word mature, because I think that puts a bad connotation on it, but it requires a lot of really trusting players. Like, the players have to really, really trust you. And I think that is one of the big driving wedges between him and Orion, is Orion doesn't have that mentality with his DM. So, yeah, I think that's a big summary. All right, let's go down the list of the comments. Vex has the really well thought out trait of loving money and haggling. Look, dude, I agree, and I've actually I think that Vex, I've been happy to see that trait, that there appears to be deeper stuff there, and it's really consistent. A lot of times I see this issue with people that play characters like Vex, where they love haggling, but those sorts of traits and feelings don't extend to other areas. It extends everywhere with Vex, so I like that. When Travis finally gets the chance to DM in one of the one-shot episodes, it's so fucking funny. Hell yeah. Dude, I can't wait. I cannot wait. Grog obviously knows what he's doing. Yeah, I can see, I've been told a lot that like C2 is where I should have started. This is kind of before I was going to make the content around it, but it's like, if I want to get into Critical Role, I should watch C2 first, because they have so much experience by that point. But I also think that there's an aspect that I really wanted out of the show of watching them grow and develop. And one of the really nice things for me is being able to criticize them right now, just inherently knowing that they will get better. Like, I have absolutely no doubt that all of them will improve in various ways. Both in ways that I'm probably around areas that I'm criticizing, but also just in areas where they're already strong, probably. Hey man, I'm glad we're on the same page, Rebecca. Baxter figured out his shoes. Yeah, dude. Okay, that's a fucking critique. This is a non-jokey critique I'll make of Matt. I think that he leans too heavily in and around homebrew, especially when he is starting a new system. I think when you're in a new system, you want to limit the amount of homebrew as much as feasibly possible. And Matt kind of does the opposite, which I think is okay. It can just lead to a lot more confusion, pacing issues, re-explanations, all that. This episode is a bit longer than normal. Ooh. Yeah, I don't want to split the episode, so we'll probably start off at a higher speed, especially since we've done this. But this is a good place to check in anyways. The edge of Percy and Vax is cut pretty well with the fact that they still cooperate with the party and are generally good-natured and communicative. Yeah. And this is the hard part. You can have someone whose character is honestly non-cooperative. You can. As long as you as a player are cooperative. That's a really hard balance to strike, which is why, honestly, you don't really see a lot of it. Is because that's a hard relationship to be in. But it is theoretically possible. I think that the really big factor there is, Liam and Taliesin have to be good-natured and communicative, even if Vax and Percy are not. Now, there is like a thing here of sometimes you have to build these characters. If you do want your character to be non-cooperative a lot of the time, you have to build them in a way to where they can accidentally be cooperative. Or they have something specific that drives and motivates them that the party can use to get them to cooperate. That the players can discuss outside, like metagame. It's really hard though. And I do agree that a lot of Percy and Vax's edge is cut out by as characters. They very much want what's best for the party. I'd really be interested to see how they were at the very beginning, which is another reason that I think I would really like C2 a lot, is because we get to see them from level 1, these brand new characters. But true, yeah, starting from here is good. Yeah, I agree. With the people who say to skip C1, it's like saying to skip the original Dragon Ball and start with Z, or skip Naruto and start with Shippuden. I mean, I know what Naruto and Dragon Ball are, but never watched them, but I'll trust you on that. You missed references. Yeah. C1 is still probably my favorite campaign. Nice. Yeah. I do see people that say skip parts of C1. I saw a lot of people that told me not necessarily to skip C1, but to start with C2 and then go back to C1 because I'll already be into it. But it's like the different orders of watching Star Wars. People have very strong opinions on that. It's all different strokes for different folks. But with that, I think I will probably get into the show. New to us info shared during this part. 737.
My house, right there.
All right, so as the party that was sent to hunt down the Rakshasa successfully completed their venture, have been waiting very nervously for a few nerve-wracking days, as they knew it was a 3-day journey. Day 4 crawls around, and the other half of Vox Machina has yet to return. They've been staying within the confines of the Slayer's Take Guildhall, and you can sense the energy itself is tense in the air. Merton and the Huntmaster have done their best to keep you calm and provide you what you need, and assuring you that this was not a very difficult task they sent them on. But even as the days went on, you can sense that their overwhelming confidence seems to be slowly faltering as well. It's about midday on the 4th day when you hear a few loud thumps from out in the foyer area. You hear some low voices for a while, some conversation, some laughter. One particularly high screechy voice you're not familiar with that then slowly disappears. Moments of quiet pass, and there's a knock at your guy's door on the far side of the guild hall.
Do you want to get it?
I've got it.
Okay.
You open the door. Waiting there, you see Merton standing there in his kind of red, scruffy, scarred-up halfling self with a sly grin as he kind of looks over his shoulder.
It's good to see you. Then pleasure to give you information that the rest of your
allies have returned, and you are requested immediately in the foyer area
I
of
just
the guild.
run past
hall.
them.
Really? They're alive.
That's what I can tell, at least most of them. I wasn't counting, to be honest, but the rest of you push past, rushing down the remainder of the hallway that opens up into the main foyer area. You can see the hanging iron chandeliers are kind of shifting slightly from the impact of a door slam, and as you immediately peer on the side, you can see before you Vex, Grog, Percy, and Scanlan, all there with a little trinket in the back, looking a little chilled. They look a little worse for wear, but definitely alive, as they've just received their payment for their Slayer's Take trial contract.
Yeah.
I run up to Vex and I give her a big hug.
Oh, I run up to Percy. Tiberius.
Ow! Ow!
Oh.
Ow! I hold out my arms for Vex.
Oh no.
No, it's very nice to see you too. Ow.
Everybody else is getting a fucking hug.
I'm walking very cautiously. Hey, give me a big eye.
Oh, yeah, and I'll just squeeze it in, rub them amongst my breasts.
Why are you glowing?
Smell like.
I don't
Never mind, I don't want to know.
Scanlan stands there with his arms open. Ah, if only she was here.
I've been drinking a lot of water.
Sorry,
You
buddy.
look good. Look
That's all right. We made enough money to make the rest of the evening interesting.
Give me a you. Tussle,
He's
tussle,
healing
tussle,
hard.
tussle.
To be fair, Pike is in the city. She could literally be there. But they just start narrating it. Oh, also, you know what I just realized? I'm just gonna post a quick summary of the possible to be rubbed against crossbows. I'm gonna post a kind of summary of all of the options that are available right now. And I will do my best to, keep them marked. But if anyone, sees one that I missed, feel free to shout it out.
I heal. I'm just
How did you do?
bruised.
Okay.
I don't think we almost.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
And then as they're hugging, I go to Grog. Oh, and they're like, how very I missed you too.
Oh, you
I have no idea
I hug
how much
Vex.
I would miss both of you. So much.
Just like you guys are alive.
Where's Percy? There's
Ow! Ow! Ow!
Rather like
Oh,
a
God! Ow! Oh, oh.
This extremely awkward, massaging, teat milking process.
I was hugging.
No fan art, no fan art.
You hear a loud,
I made a broken
I'm
bone.
totally get excited.
a triple hand clap kind of breaks the momentary gushy sharing of positive energy. Looking across the way, you can see sitting on the corner of the main central cleric desk is Huntmaster Vanessa with her hands in the air. Very well. I'm glad to see that you have all survived. It is, I cannot say, not heartwarming to see you all enjoying the reunion so well. However, I had a very big breakfast and would prefer if this were to stop immediately. You have all proven to be very worthy of joining this esteemed guild. I'm pleased to have such talent amongst our ranks because of it. Now, if you could please follow me, I shall reveal to you one of our great secrets, one you must keep. And with that intensity, you see the general white color of her eyes kind of flashes yellow for a second. And the time has come to brand you as new members.
Is it what?
The right branding.
Bren?
Pleased to be following me.
Pleased to be following you.
Did she say Bren?
She turns around. Merton kind of joins her side, and the two begin walking towards the.
Oh no, the Magical Contract Guild is also into magical branding? Who could have seen this coming? I'm sure that there will not be any negative repercussions to permanently getting freaking magically branded. Ay, ay, ay. What up, Just Mustang? Good to have you. Glad to know that you've been watching the VODs, and glad to have you live.
back side of the foyer, towards the hallway that was kind of on the left-hand side of the back area. You guys continue to follow them. Then along.
Oh, and I'm gonna pin the bingo card link if anyone wants to, join it, now or later.
Long hallway that is just door after door after door on both sides, just closed. It seems like almost a good 10 or so doors.
We'll see, SSH. I mean, maybe that's all that they're doing. I'm sure that there's no magical repercussions to the specific shape of the brand. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
On each side of this hallway as you progress.
And John makes a good point. I did have from the very first episode, I think Undead King was in the first one. Maybe John. Maybe you were in either the first or the second. But from the very start, I had people to talk to and bounce off of to get through the Underdark. It is debatable if I would have gotten through the Underdark without that level of interactivity. Ep 3, that sounds about right. Yeah, I knew it was early. I couldn't remember when. But yeah, even in Ep 1 and 2, I still had a few people. And it was, I don't know. It was a bit of a slog, and being able to talk about what a slog it was nice.
You managed to come across one door that's open and it leads into kind of a darkened training area where you see two Slayers think members are currently in the process of training with two training dummies in this kind of dirt sand pit area. And as you guys walk past, they kind of stop and look over their shoulder and kind of give you a nod as you continue past. You get to the very end of this darkened hallway where you see before you a very
What up, this dude?
very
Welcome.
intimidatingly large, solid iron door. No hinges, just a large slab of iron with bolts into it. Flanking it are two very well-armed and armored members of the guild. Burly humans with heavily tattooed skin from what you can see. Each one of them, their shoulder exposed, you can see the same kind of marking into it, and the Slayer's Take mark kind of comes across as almost like a scarred brand in that type of a shape and design.
That's cool.
That's kind of cool. We're gonna have very skilled people branding us. Right. Sure.
Brandon kind of looks over her shoulder. I think you'll be hard-pressed to find someone more skilled.
Some more. No need to apologize, this dude. It's all good. You guys have limited time on this earth. You do not need to waste, or do not need to apologize for choosing, or for, I don't know, not not being here right at the start. All good. Yeah, how dare you? Yeah, hopey dopey. I think that's one of the things that I would criticize Campaign 1 in general for. I understand why they didn't start with like a bunch of effort put into explaining the past. Because as we know, that they only thought that they would have a very limited run. But I think after it was decided to have them go longer, I think they put an amount of they should put an amount of effort into it. I don't know how much. I really debate that. But like, I'd really like to have seen a summary sheet of what all of the different characters' like abilities do, especially if they're homebrew, any of the magic items, a big maybe written summary of what happened before this, or a voiced video. That would have been cool too. And I know that eventually they do that, but I don't know. I think I very much understand why people like that part of C2, of like knowing kind of the whole of it ahead of time, because there have been a lot of times where I'm like, am I missing something? And it was just from their Pathfinder campaign. You guys, ladies and not ladies and gentlemen, folks, how do we feel about folks? Crew, start using like business conference language. What up, fam? Team? I don't know. No need to shame. I only watched the first 30 episodes once, now twice. Hell yeah. Took them a while to get into live streaming versus home game. Yeah, probably. I think it definitely took them a while to transition. But and I try to give them as much grace as I can. But I do think that there's like a level of, okay, we're like 20 episodes in now. You guys are like starting to have guests on. There's merch, there's all this shit. And I understand that they still were probably reeling. But I do definitely wish that there was a little bit more effort put in at the start to like getting people caught up on like the pre stuff. In California, dude is a gender neutral term. Fair enough. Will Wheaton recently accused CR of not thanking Felicia Day enough. They do. He's completely wrong. I mean, it's hard. Like, I definitely appreciate that without Geek and Sundry, none of this exists. But also, like, I'm sure Geek and Sundry was taking a large cut of this shit. Like, it was transactional. It wasn't like Felicia Day and Geek and Sundry were doing this out of the kindness of their heart. They were looking for content to have on their channel, and the content, like while they produced it, they hosted it, they gave it a platform and a voice. Like Matt, and it's not like they have like any Geek and Sundry employees on camera like doing the shit. So I don't know. I don't know how much I think they need to thank Geek and Sundry / Felicia Day. I feel like it was a transaction. Like they came on and like made content for this channel that I don't even know what other content they make. And they got Geek and Sundry got paid. Megaphonies, mini phones. I like mini phones or megaphonies, one of the two. You guys have a limited time on this earth. He says, "Is Mega secretly immortal?" That's how I know about Kima. That's how I know all the shit. I've got the horn right here. You guys will just never see it. She was too busy shooting something in Vancouver, and that's when she asked Ashley Group to be the D&D. I mean, yeah, and I understand some amount of like regret or salt or whatever. Like, I think that's like, I think any sort of feelings you might have around that might be valid as Felicia, as Geek and Sundry, as whoever. But they chose what they chose, right? It's no one forced Geek and Sundry into having these dudes on or into keeping them there. Like, I don't know. God, don't bring up California. Look, I'm a Midwest boy at heart. I won't bring up either of the coasts anymore. It comes a time when you need to work on your own brand. G&S got so much exposure. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I had no idea who Geek and Sundry. Like, I still don't really know what they've done besides this and besides things that I learned about through this. And they're still getting, millions of views off this shit, even after the fact. So, yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't, yeah. I obviously I don't know back end stuff. Maybe there's some weirdness behind the scenes, but it'd kind of be like if Orion said that they didn't thank him enough. Like, he was a part of it, and then he wasn't. That's just kind of the way the dice fall. OMG, Megaphone Man is Kima. Your eyes have been opened. You can say that as a Californian. Californian? Dude, that is terrible. I hope that was a typo. Californian? Californian. California? Ugh. I don't know. I don't like any of the demonyms, but to be fair, I think most demonyms, when they aren't a nice AN, are normally bad. Kansan is great. But Californian? Yeah.
Does that mean they're not skilled, or is that they're very...
At this point, the two...
Chicagoan, I like. Michigander. I like Michigander. I like Chicagoan. We had another one. Me and Paige, when we first moved here, used to call Chicagoans something. I don't remember what it was, though. What are you gonna do?
Gentleman standing at the door, stand up and kind of give a small bow to the Huntmaster.
Do we get to choose where we get branded?
No, let's talk about the brand for a second.
At this
I mean,
point,
what does it represent?
begin hearing this loud, metallic, tensing sound as the two guys have now grabbed these wheels that are bolted into the sides of the door and wrenching them down. And as you see at the point, you hear the sound of chains grinding and growing tense. And the iron door slowly raises up, revealing a darkened hallway that descends downstairs, about 15 feet wide.
Perception?
Go for
I
it.
like my asshole.
Let's use this one.
First one.
Oh, that's great.
Does everybody
No, it's
realize that
probably
once you
pretty
burn
low.
things
I'm
into
gonna think
us?
I'm adding a 9 to that.
We've done worse things to each other.
Yeah. Oh, less. It's a 9 to total.
9 total, good enough. That stairway looks pretty sturdy.
Yeah.
That darkness looks pretty dark, even with your dark vision.
20.
Can I use my passive perception?
Well, keeping that in mind, as you look inside, you can see there are torches bolted into the wall that have very low kind of ember light, and they are spaced out every 20 feet or so. So there is a light source.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. As you cast the light, and it kind of brightens up the room for a second, the two guards kind of wince to the side, and Vanessa spins around and says, "Fool, put that out this instant!"
But it's brighter. Oh, okay, sorry.
It's technically true.
He had a point.
Okay, oh man, it's those little moments where I'm like, that's a fun, like, little low whiz thing. Like, I see the type of fun gamer like Orion probably is in the right circumstances, but I think that there was something fundamental that probably shifted between the home game and the live stream that he just couldn't get to, you know?
She kind of her intense demeanor softens from it, and she goes, "It is a process to this."
Bro, people don't. I understand his Taliesin's hesitance there, though, because I think that passive scores are one of the most underused segments of D&D Raw by DMs. So I don't blame him. I mean, you definitely already are. But I don't blame him for trying to remind him. It's such a funny catch-22 because as soon as you ask about it, it opens the door to get Yeah, it does. It all of the passive scores are. I think that's why I try to make it really clear to my players when passive things, like when they are noticing something because of a passive score. So sometimes if I narrate like, oh, you notice blank, I will specifically say like, oh, you notice that because of your passive perception of blank. Because I think that it enforces to my players that I am using it. It's not something I do all the time, and it depends on a few other things at the table, but it is something I try to do, so that they know I'm using it and they don't have to like actively call it out. Little moments are fun, but they get absolutely ruined / overshadowed by the OAC. Yeah, they do, which really just sucks. Yeah, poor Orion, man. It is. I agree, Restay. I think if you don't call it out, like I said, they just think that you're forgetting about it, I think. Remission rolls and ads are passive and no one notices. Yeah, what are you gonna do? I mean, it's confusing, and that's why I do understand a lot of the, like, when they do something wrong, I try to be like, okay, is that understandable? And I would say 95% of the time, for all of the players except Orion, I can always very easily understand like where the misinterpretation was, where the misunderstanding was. Like with Marisha adding passive perception, I mean, fuck, they're both called perception. They both have like a plus, or not a plus, I guess, but you know, I very much get it. I went on a whole thing last session about how I was like, Orion, unless you are being like willfully ignorant, how do you think that this holds 5 level 4 spells? Like the 5 is just nowhere in the equation. So I unless you are like there's no way I can even get there with like a Pathfinder change, with a misinterpretation, because if numbers just start appearing from nowhere, you kind of have to have made it up. Now, how malicious that is and to what degree you make it up is maybe up for debate. But that's one of those things where I'm like, okay, that's not because of the Pathfinder transition, you know? When your friend becomes successful and they head off to do their own thing, becomes more successful, there's sometimes bitterness. Yeah, especially if you had the opportunity to be a part of that success. It's obviously so easy to get bitter. So like I don't necessarily blame them. I don't even necessarily blame them if they are bitter. I don't know that they are. But I very much hold to the like Critical Role is not responsible for that bitterness in any way, right? Like it's not their responsibility to do anything to mitigate said bitterness. That is fully on the bitter party's part, at least in this case, to resolve however they need to.
Appreciate your patience.
We must be branded in the dark.
Oh sure, yeah, not hating on Will and Felicia. That's what I'm saying. Like I can understand if people have those opinions, have those feelings, but I don't think like Critical Role or Matt or anyone involved need to address or somehow resolve that. I think they're fine the way that they are.
Turns around and continues down the stairs.
Unless there's something I don't know.
You guys follow below?
I'm last.
All right.
I put Percy in front of me.
I saw turn.
Okay. What's the walking order in this?
Oh no!
What's the order?
Yeah, what is the order?
Who's anxious?
I'm in
You
front.
seem jazzed.
I'm in front.
All right, fine. I'm behind him.
All right.
I'll be right after Vex.
I'll be after Tiberius.
I'm the caboose.
All right.
I'm walking closer.
Dude, this is okay. This is something I'll say that I have more come around to recently. I used to require walking order a lot more. Because of my transition into being a firm believer in telegraphing danger, I now don't really require walking orders anymore because I'm not trying to jump scare my players, if that makes sense. Like, I still like to surprise my players. I love to surprise my players. But I think that there's a difference between surprising your players and jump scaring them. Like, and I think that walking order is traditionally only relevant if you're trying to jump scare them. If you telegraph danger and you, like, warn them, and, like, they will almost always, at least I've found, they will almost always handle walking order all by themselves. And then when we actually get onto a battle map where maybe it matters, I just say, hey, you're in this area, place your minis. Which is sort of the same, but a lot of the time, since I've already telegraphed the danger, they have already kind of pre-discussed, or at least partially discussed, what general areas they're in. So it's really just the fine details, and it goes a lot quicker. It really gets them in a tizzy. They don't like drama, which is fair. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I especially for this, I wouldn't address it if I were them. I don't know. Best thing is probably just to stay silent. Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on how solidly you adhere to like theater of the mind versus like mapped battle and such. But it's yeah, I don't know. Marching order I've really become like really lackluster on. Yeah. I try to be much more general and much faster, sort of like how Matt does the initiative, like ranges of like, okay, anyone above 20, anyone 15 to 20, like 10 to 15. I do a similar thing where I kind of just ask like, okay, like front, back, or middle. Because those are normally the only thing that matters. People will say I'm taking up the rear or I'm leading, and then everyone in the middle, it kind of doesn't matter where you are in the middle 90% of the time. So it's potential 5 minutes spent that can just be winged. Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there is a vast majority of the time where it does not matter. And if I start doing something that I've already telegraphed and it gets to a point where it does matter, I'll let my players make adjustments. I don't care. Almost all of the time, my combats and my dungeons do not rely on the players not knowing about them in order to be deadly. So if the goblin archers don't get their sneak attack off, that's okay. Like, I don't know. I'm just not, I think that you can keep the pace up a lot better by just kind of ignoring / abstracting that segment and taking it more general.
I don't think the caboose makes that sound.
Did you know? Grog doesn't know that.
There we go. And Percy, you're where?
Well, Grog says I'm right in front of him, so apparently I'm
like
So you're walking alongside Scanlan.
You're
You're staying near
pushed.
Grog to hide behind. Alrighty. So as you guys descend down these stairs.
And that's totally fair, Just Mustang. Like saying like, hey, you know, I'm again like front, middle, back is like can be really, really fast. But you know, really often I just treat the party as a unit. So no matter where you are in the marching order, as long as you're all relatively together, I'm going to treat just whoever has the highest passive perception as kind of the party's passive perception. Because this also brings into the fact that I don't do whispers. Like, I don't do secret information from DM to player. Now, if characters want to hold back information, that's totally fine. I think that's very cool. But the fact that I don't withhold, like, certain information from any subset of the party, it just means that I can treat all of the party's passives as just the passives for the party as a unit. So really the only time I really consider like the difference between people's passives or things like that is when the party's split. I do a couple of things. All right. Yeah, see you later, John.
The first thing that catches you is the air itself has a very, very old smell to it. Almost like the interior of a dust-covered antique store or a long forgotten and untouched tomb. It just has that smell of ancient sediment to it.
Also, bingo. Matt describes the smell. I mean, not bingo, but yeah, Matt describes the smell. That's on the bingo cards.
You continue down the stairs until eventually it opens into a large, darkened chamber. The ground itself has a soft, almost sandy bottom. Turn that shit off.
That wasn't me.
That was.
Might have been me.
It's all good. Check your phones. No worries. That's all good.
I did like that one. I liked that one a lot. What up, Lily Sophie? Oh my gosh, we have so many first-time stream enjoyers here. Welcome. Very nice to have you guys. Or wait, you what do we say? Mini phones? Megaphonies? I'll go with megaphonies for now. Welcome.
As you step into the chamber, what little bit of light there is begins to brighten as you enter the main area, and you can see before you what looks like a...
Fuck. Restay is always so right with all of his exclamation points, and I need to do it. The ones I really need to do are exclamation point Discord and exclamation point I don't know. There's how does he do it? Matt has to not only be out of smell jail on probation, but you know what? I agree with you, SSH. He's been consistent enough to where I'll give him a pass. I'll give him a free pass. Yeah. 1.5, especially because this is one of the longer eps. I think we're looking at about a 4-hour run in total. So we're probably going to be at 1.5 just by default. If it's like, you know, between like 3 and 3 hours and 30 minutes, we can probably go to 1.25, but got to keep it fast.
A beautiful stone sanctuary in the center of this chamber, built of white limestone with gold inlaid trim and designs. Strange sandstone almost obelisks that frame a large ziggurat-like platform that rises in the center of this chamber, just standing there in the stillness. These little torches kind of placed amongst the entire thing.
Great. So they're a super litigious guild with large political power, and they're also a cult. That's what I'm getting from this. A ziggurat, like, buried below their guild hall?
Kind of brighten as you step forward and kind of frame the visual of this structure, this strange ancient structure.
I thought... pardon me, Vanessa. I thought you were just a band of hunters.
Right.
Do you trust me?
No.
Really?
No, not at all.
I would agree with you.
Honestly.
But you are nicer, which is different.
I don't know what Matt's expecting there. Like, you gotta answer that shit honestly as a character. No, I don't trust you as far as I can throw you, Vanessa.
And we're locked in.
Yeah, they're basically.
Well, either you follow or you leave, and we leave you to the machinations of the seat of judgment, and you can deal with the law of Vasselheim, which I might say.
Bro, who has a ziggurat in their basement? Who has a basement in this economy? A second floor underground?
Let's do it.
We're with you. Let's go.
Man's out here living in holes. I got one level, homie.
Then follow me. And she steps towards the front of this ziggurat-type structure, which has a staircase that is very wide at the bottom that slowly pinches as it reaches the top of the structure, about 25 feet up. As you begin walking up the stairs, I believe you have the highest.
To be fair, I actually live in the basement of my building, but it's the only level to me. I'm in the ziggurat. That's what they don't tell you.
It's a perception.
Used to live in the middle of America, and I did have a basement growing up. But yeah, no, I live in the north of America. Hoo hoo ha.
Notice there are small symbols carved in various ways throughout the entirety of this structure's design. Very, very faintly along the trim of the bottom of some of these stonework, also largely placed in the top of these obelisks on different sides. It resembles like an eye placed within a sickle.
Yeah, definitely no cult.
There's some weird stuff up high. There's some weird shit up high.
Man, we need Pike. We need a religion check.
It's a single eye that's placed within like a sickle-like curvature that has like a handle to it, almost like that.
Actual eye.
Is it moving?
No, it's just a carving in the stonework that resembles an eye.
Oh!
Okay.
I don't see an eye.
SSH is right. Siggles. Siggles on the bingo card. Nah, tornadoes aren't scary. I mean, they are scary, but they're as scary as hurricanes, earthquakes, any natural disaster, really. I mean, you just go in the basement, crack your windows. That's my only recommendation to people who don't know about tornadoes but might be traveling in the Midwest. Crack your windows. Same thing during a really bad storm, but especially like dry storms. The pressure differential between outside and inside can actually smash your windows. So you just crack them a little bit. Hurricanes. The wet tornado.
Look, it's a carving right there. It looks like ice.
Who has knowledge?
Does anybody know anything about anything that looks like ice?
This would be more of a religion check for anybody who has religion.
Can I try? I mean, I got.
You can if you're welcome.
Bro, man feels the flames licking at his back in Australia, and he's like, nothing wrong here. No natural disasters in my neck of the woods. Just sleep through. If you can't sleep through a tornado or hurricane, you'll get wizard lost. Bro, I slept through tornadoes all the time. I lived in an area that didn't get tornadoes enough to be afraid of them, but got just enough of them to where everyone had lived through multiple, so they had like a weird confidence about it. Like my family used to go out on the front porch to like watch tornadoes. It was like a thing. So yeah, I don't know about that. Earthquakes, I'm afraid some shit's gonna fall on me or something. You know, it's like brrr, I guess you just bolt all your shit to the wall. I don't know how you deal with that. We eat fire tornadoes. Just storms, but that's about it. Yeah, Europe's got it easy, dude. Europe's got it so simple. They got a tiny little heat wave, and they're like, oh no AC. What do we do? I shouldn't joke about that. People died. I'm sorry. But yeah, Europe's not good. I didn't realize it was that light. I figured Europe got the old hurricane or two, but yeah, America's got a lot of natural disasters.
I saw it.
Special
20!
There you go. Started off. The sage worked. Looking at it, you immediately get the thought that the symbol represents Ayun, which is the goddess of knowledge, prophecy, and skill. Not one of the heavily worshipped, or really haven't seen any bastion of worship of Ayun within this city yet. It's always been those main five. This is the first temple of Ayun you've seen since you've been here, and it's evidently been under here for quite some time. As you guys get to the very top of the structure, you can now see before you the top of the ziggurat-like platform is about 50 feet across on each side. In the center, there was a small raised platform about 5 feet high, 4 feet high, almost like a table or altar of some kind that is circular in its shape. And partially embedded in this is a large solid glass globe-like sphere that's probably a good 3 feet in diameter.
Does it look like anything we've seen before?
Not anything you...
Yeah, defo not a cult. No, you joking? No cult here. Oh, man. Dude, I will give that to Kansas. I mean, I don't say I will give that. I love Kansas. It was a great place to grow up. Great place to live. But they have really good weather infrastructure and response. Because Kansas, I mean, you know, everyone from the Midwest, we get all 4 seasons. But like, you know, Kansas will go from, you know, -10s, -20s Fahrenheit, all the way up above 100. So, you know, it's got snow, it's got the rains, it's got the wind. So like basically every structure is built to withstand everything. And like at least the Kansas City sewer systems are pretty solid for like rain and flooding and all that. So that was very nice. I never really had to be that worried about the weather in KC. I think it's General D&D God, right? Not a CR original. I don't know. I actually will say I don't know a lot about the D&D like base pantheon. I don't know a lot about, especially like if we're talking about like the Forgotten Realms. I don't know a lot about those gods. If you join the cult, you get a 10% off at Gilmore's Glorious Goods. Oh, don't get it twisted. I didn't say I wasn't joining. No. What gave you that impression? I just need to know the stakes. What sort of deal are we striking here? Is it just, hey, you get to be in the guild? I am not taking a devil deal. I'm not taking a cult deal for just like access to jobs, all right? I'm not joining freelancer.com over here, right? There's got to be a sign-on bonus at the very least. I need benefits. I need sick days. Like we gotta give me a little bit more here. Who's Kansas State's rival, Nebraska or Omaha? Like Kansas State University, rival in basketball is KU, Kansas University. And football rival is MU. Because Kansas and Missouri in general, big rivalry. Missouri's the armpit of the U.S., and St. Louis is the sweat stain on the outside of the shirt. Ugh. The Dawn War. Ioun is a D&D god. Interesting.
You've seen before, per se. It's perfectly clear. It just sits there at rest.
Is this where the burning happens?
Vanessa seems to have not paid attention.
But I will also say that's about the only thing that I know in terms of like sports rivalries. I know fuck all about sports. So don't ask me beyond that.
Darkness goes, Osisa! Osisa, come! We have fresh blood for you!
Oh, delightful. Yeah, I gotta know about the Taco Tuesdays. I gotta join the lesser known cults. They have a whole fucking guild. Too big for me. Too mainstream. You might as well be a fucking cleric if you have a whole ass guild that worships you. I'm all about those lesser gods, you know what I'm saying? Nothing but benefits. You do me, owe me one favor and a pint of blood every month for no particular reason. Boy, you don't even know. This is not a joke. This is 100% legitimate. I sold my blood, my plasma, in college for a solid, 6 months. That was, I did that. I DD'd. I, designated drove for people to get money. I'll sell a pint of my blood without even getting a 1d10 cantrip. Oh my god. That's all I have to do to join the cult? Easy peasy.
At which point a loud roar breaks through the darkness.
Yeah, SSH, we're on the same page.
Shaking the interior of the chamber where dust and sand begins to settle from the ceiling, which have been waiting there for quite some time.
Was this in the fine print? I wonder if it's... I'm sorry.
I'm thinking this might be like a cult.
That was a really
high squeak. I'm a little nervous.
At this point, suddenly there's a shift of movement from the shadows behind the ziggurat, and leaping up onto the platform before you guys, you see movement and fur and rippling muscle. What you see before you looks to be a giant lion-like body steps onto the top of the ziggurat. These giant griffin-like wings flare out, and as the light kind of cascades up, you can see now atop of this lion body is a female-like human face, wreathed with like a mane of ashy blonde hair, jewelry wrapped around the neck and the shoulders. You see as it looks down, the eyes kind of peering across all of you. No pupils, just a glowing, straight sky blue color.
Are you the one that's going to be doing the branding?
There's a little kind of growl, chuckle to it. Feminine smile comes to its lips as it kind of bends down and looks over the rest of you.
I have watched from afar, hunters. I sensed your arrival, and the spark of darkness you carried. I saw your fate bend towards ours and cross. At this intersection, I greet you and welcome you, proven ones, to our family.
And she kind of bows and closes her eyes ever so slightly.
We return the bow. I return the bow.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love it, like, ooh, I feel like that's a
Fucking
safe
lion
thing.
with wings.
I'll do the draconic trick. So
You saw Harry Potter, the hippogriff will jack you up. Bow back.
I nod.
She kind of acknowledges everyone's existence, and you see now the Master Vanessa is also in a very, very deep bow and stands sort of full, kind of giving all this look of don't do anything stupid.
I have been keeper of this temple for hundreds of years.
Building over 20.
Smooth.
There's a brief moment where she kind of just gives you this keen look, her head to the side, like a curious creature.
Interesting. Humor does not find its way to my chambers often enough these days.
That's unfortunate.
I appreciate your candor, Dragonborn.
Oh, nice.
She likes jokes.
Now we've built this into a tradition that you have all now come into. And at this moment, you will come to bear the mark and be known as our allies.
Her eyes suddenly flare up with an intense blue flame for a second. All of you simultaneously, at that moment, feel this sharp, sudden burning sensation in your right shoulder. You instinctively reach over and grab towards it.
Like that.
You reach over and pull it, and there's no heat on the arm, but there is that burning pain. You go and you look under, kind of pulling your armor to the side best you can. Look.
Wasn't ready.
And there, over your right shoulder, you can see this same brand that you saw during the shoulder of Vanessa when she exposed it earlier, as well as the two guards.
Bro, I don't know about this. This is, yeah, Travis is a dirty metagamer. No. Okay. I'm not a huge chosen one quest line, but you know, they're the proven ones, right? Sure. And I'm not a massive fan of forcing my PCs into things. And even like Matt narrating, when I say like forcing them in, you can force people like explicitly or implicitly. And Vanessa looking over at them and being like, you know, giving them the don't do anything stupid look, like Matt narrating that is Matt telling them, hey, don't move. Which is like implicitly forcing them because like in this case, Vanessa is the surrogate for the DM. I don't know. It's big hand of the author shit. Like if you guys have seen the previous episodes, you know I'm not into being able to see the hand of the author in the inner workings. I'm not into it. And this is like I'm into going fast. I'm into, you know, keeping the pace quick, but there's just not enough player agency in this scene and in this point. I'm sure that it is just like, hey, let's transition into the next quest line, which has to do with the guild and with this god and with the gods in the city in general. But really, like, instantly forcing them onto a side is just, I don't know. We'll see. I might have a different opinion going forward, like once I see the rest of the quest line, but not loving it so far.
Can you hold it up again?
Yes,
But it's raw, it's so bad.
It is now raised upon your skin, seemingly already healed, like a long healed burn or brand mark. And the pain slowly subsides, it's like a dull sensation, but it is not a fresh burn. There is not any peeled skin. It looks like it maybe it happened a few months ago, and yet there it is.
Not gonna lie, it looks pretty cool.
The design was nice.
Like some morning. Join a few more clubs, are gonna be all sleeved up.
And this is what I was talking about with Matt's tone. Like, when you are going to sometimes corral and direct your players like this, you need to have players that will go along with it. And I will point out, if people do want to do this in their at-home games, they will probably find their players less naturally compliant. Because there are distinct pressures when it comes to a live game as opposed to an at-home game to kind of just go with what the DM says. Like, obviously, they're not... I don't think... I've said this before. I have no doubt in my mind that CR is not scripted. But there are just natural pressures to not bog things down in arguments or in... like action contrary to what the DM clearly wants. Like Matt clearly wants them to do this. They are not supposed to say no. And so they're all just like, ooh, looks cool. Even though that does not feel like what Vax should be saying at all right now. No. Have a fun night, Opie Dopey.
Now, I have been here building this place and this guild for some time, with the intent of helping rid the landscape of dangerous prey and helping those who are also aligned with the good of the realm to bring their more powerful enchantments and uses to light.
Can we insight check and see if she's telling? 24.
24. It would have been good if I remembered to bring my dice out earlier.
Oh!
It's been rushed. She appears to be forthright and honest. There is a force of personality to her that speaks beyond any sort of moral you've encountered, and even the kind of extraplanar entities that you've discussed with. There seems to be a forthrightness in her speech. You don't feel there's any layer of deceit involved. She glances down at the glass sphere that's embedded in the altar. Now she looks down. What was once clear glass slowly begins to glow with the same light blue light as her eyes. It is here through this heart glass that Ayun herself extends my vision to watch the world from here. I can see where our quarry lies and lays rest, and contracts are brought to our attention. I can see if they can or cannot be hunted. I can see where the worlds flow between. I can watch over my mate, wherever far he may be. This gift came at a price to me, but the good I can do, that we can do, is far more important than
How far does your vision fall?
The limits fall to where will would be bent against what wishes to be seen. In person, I can peer through many veils, but the further I tread with my sight, the more barriers of those who wish not to be followed can keep me at bay. I've only tried to pierce to the abyss once. That was a dire mistake. However, you have come to understand one of our great secrets. Keep this with you. Carry those brands on your shoulders with pride, for you are now considered chosen of Ayun and myself. Welcome to the Slayer's Take.
I take this with great honor. Thank you.
She gives a nod to all of you. She now stands back.
Osiisa? Dude. So does everyone in the Slayer's Take meet the demon in the basement? That seems really hard to keep secret. I got the impression that the Slayer's Take was a fairly large guild. And I mean, I know that, like, I don't know. And maybe it's just not that hard to keep secret, but I don't know, man. This is interesting.
Back up.
This would imply that Will Wheaton's character knew about the basement demon.
The orb goes back to a dull, clear glass. Turns around. Tail whoosh, swishing over your heads for a moment. The wings expand, and with a great leap.
Yeah, Rista, you're right. Yeah, that's fair. It is like an obviously magical brand. It probably has some sort of don't tell anyone enchantment on it. That's fair. Also could be an open secret. All right. It's not just a sphinx. Is this just an actual sphinx? Was I misinterpreting? I was assuming that this was like a fiend of some sort. But maybe it is literally just a sphinx. I thought it was... interesting. Okay. This defamatory description. What? That the Slayer's Take is a clear and obvious cult?
The creature disappears into the darkness. If you want to make an Arcana check.
I love it when my DM forces me to join a cult. Because, like, I think maybe that's, like, another driving factor here is at no point did they really want to do anything here. It was like they got told to go and hunt a thing, and then they were told, hey, fuck, we're going to die, and you're probably going to go to jail and or die if you don't come with us and agree to whatever the guild says. And then the guild was like, sign this piece of paper and go hunt these super dangerous things. And then after they get back, they're like, come with us and meet the demon in the basement. I don't know. It's all... I don't like to accuse things like derogatorily of railroading a lot. Like, I feel like it's very overused. But if there was a time to, like, describe it in that negative connotation, this might be it. It's just a giant cigarette scheme. Yeah, it's like a champion, it's a champion, an avatar of the god. it's a powerful warlock, sure. They broke the local law, so had to join or go to prison. Yeah, but even like them breaking the local law, they were actively encouraged by one of the bastions to go and do it, and were not warned about the potential for them to break this clearly very well-known law. So it's this whole thing. When you prioritize your day job over TNT, a polymorph sheep. Yeah,
It's a glass.
I'll take that.
24. 24. You've heard of entities like this. This is a Sphinx entity.
This is a
specifically
Sphinx.
referred to as a Gynosphinx.
What?
Gynosphinx?
Gynosphinx.
Gynosphinx.
Highly erotic.
You hear a snarl from the distant shadow.
Yeah.
No.
I'm still trying to figure out a sexual. I have no idea.
You didn't check for the bits?
I don't know how.
A Gynosphinx is a feminine Sphinx entity that specializes in being able to peer past lies, to peer past magical veils, and you can see how this altar, this sphere, is an extension of that power, though even that has its limits.
We didn't try to lie.
At which point Vanessa turns around to the rest of you. Okay. I think that went rather well, yes?
Yes, yeah, sure.
A little warning next time, Vanessa. Maybe.
I like the element of surprise.
So, question: the little blue flashy things that happens with the eyes. Is that gonna happen with us now too? Is that
Can
like
she
a-
see through our eyes now?
She kind of gives you a curious look. I do not know.
She's not going to be happy with what she sees through Scanlan's.
The Scanlan's behind you going,
Oh, I think she is.
We're gonna be very happy.
Oh, very happy.
Scanlan is the Cinemax.
Scanlan says, well, if she's been here for 200 years and able to leave, she's going to be really happy.
Peer into the scatological.
It's a whole array of experiences that I provide. As he puts on his mustache. Vanessa then turns around and begins to step down the cigarette. Well then, shall I lead you back to the Guildhall proper? You are welcome to do as you wish. You have been released, and I believe we have some funds to give to you, as you are now officially part of the Hydro contract you originally...
Yay!
So,
I like the way you talk, Vanessa.
I have some questions, though. What is this relationship, you and us now? Are we obligated?
I think it's platonic.
As you guys are walking back towards, out of the chamber towards the stairway, she goes, there is no requirement for you. You are but a member of the Slayer's Stake. If you wish to come by, we have contracts available, and you can look about those who you wish to take up. If you feel you are capable of doing it, let us know. You will then be bound to that contract to complete it. But there is no requirement. There have only been a few occasions that we've called our members to arms outside of contract, and that is usually when there has been some sort of an outside, for lack of a better term, a force that wishes ill to our business. In which case, we protect our own. But
And this is the issue here, man, of like, I am fine if my players want to sign a contract. If they want to sign up with an organization that might compel them in the future, I want that to be their choice. I have offered that before. I've offered my thieving crews like regular patrons. I've offered them to like sign up with governments and organizations and guilds and whatever. And I think I would really, really caution people away from what Matt is doing right now of being like, like, join up. I know that we forced you to join up, but don't worry. As a player, don't be mad that I forced you to do this because there's actually no strings attached. It's like, why? I don't know. It's a weird, it's a very counterintuitive relationship that doesn't, I don't know, at least in my opinion, doesn't really make sense when you squint at it hard enough. Or not even hard enough, just hard in general. Of like, why would this organization show you their deep, dark secret and then be like, yeah, you can fuck off if you want. We don't give a shit. We know that you know that there's a Gynosphinx in the basement. But like, go do whatever you want, man. Have fun. I don't know. I know, and I think it kind of comes back to this really deeply embedded, not philosophy, but this really deeply embedded trope of like the mercenary trope, like the freelancer in like medieval fantasy mythology. And we want to extend that trope to basically every area. But if the guild just offers everyone this option of just fucking off if they want, like, they can't load balance that way. If they have consistent work, which they need to like keep the lights on. They have consistent costs. They need consistent work. And you would have to have a ludicrously large, like, contingent of freelancers in order to load balance and make sure that you have enough people to perform your given amount of work. I don't know. I don't know. It's just it's really risky. It feels really tricky and really hard to make it feel right. There's no negatives to the deal, only positives. Exactly. Ignore the ziggurat in the basement. Don't think about our business model. There's no transaction. We're just giving you everything. Like, I don't know. And then it's an excuse later. Like, now at any point, Matt can press the Slayer's Take compel you button because they have a magical brand on them now that can do anything. Like, with the powerful entity leading the Slayer's Take that Matt has set up, he can make the brand do anything he wants at any point. Which is I don't know. I don't like this setup. I don't like the implications of it. I don't know. I'm going to stop harping about it unless it gets actively worse. But yeah. No, thumbs down from me. Me agreeing to the draft to get student loans. There's no Sphinx in Boss 6.
It only happened twice since the inception of this guild in itself, so I would not worry. But we have work for you should you need it. We have a place to stay, and beyond that, you're welcome to travel as you see fit.
What are your allegiances? To yourselves, to the guild, or to Vasselheim itself?
We have many allegiances.
Yeah, because we didn't talk at all before you threw a brand on me. Like, even if you want to do this, if you are DM, you want to get your players in this sort of guild, in this sort of relationship, which I don't think the guild is designed well, but if you do want to get them into it, you at least have to talk through this stuff first. And you have to give your players an opportunity to say yes or no to it. It really reminds me of the Fighters Guild from Skyrim with the werewolves. Yeah, but you actively seek out the Fighters Guild. And they give you several chances to leave before they reveal the whole werewolf thing. I don't know. It would kind of... It honestly is a bit more like the Dark Brotherhood. Except even in the Dark Brotherhood, they kidnap you and they have you do the thing. But then they're like, okay, like, I'm not going to tell you anything else. Here's the key code. Show up if you want to. Don't show up if you don't. And there's still that level of agency there. They don't just, like, have you kill the 3 people in the cabin and then just teleport you back and are like, whoop, here's the Dark Brotherhood band. You're one of us now. Hooray! Like, yeah, I don't know. And I mean, I think that Skyrim even, like... I don't think that Skyrim is a paragon of quest design. I like Skyrim a lot. Don't get me wrong. But there are some improvements I would make. They got the choice to say yes to joining or no and go to prison. This is the follow through of that choice. Yeah. I mean, you're right. I think the thing that bothers me about the setup is that it's not like the choice to go... They were not aware, and I know that this is like the ignorance is not an excuse or whatever, but they got actively encouraged to unknowingly break the law. And then even after, like, the setup to the guest episodes was, hey, in order to not go to prison, you have to do these things, and like then you won't like go to jail. And so you're right. They made the choice to do the things for the Slayer's Take to not go to jail, but now they've like permanently obligated themselves to this guild. And Liam asks, like, hey, are we permanently obligated? And they're like, nah, totally, except for this one niche circumstance that definitely won't happen. But otherwise, no. So, yeah. You've got a good point, something I've never thought about. Yeah, I don't know. We already know this storyline was a result of IRL reasons, but if they get exploited, you're justified in vilifying Matt and his... No, and it's... And I don't want it to... All DMs, I don't think it's possible to, like, make a campaign without a few contrivances here or there. It's just... This was, like, a big series of them. Like, you can offer incentives... And maybe this is sort of a function of Matt not being comfortable with, like, the online nature. I don't think he's aware of the fact that if he just offers incentives, the players will say yes. Like, he doesn't have to force them into it. I think we have a new stream title. Oh, it might be something around this. I don't know. We'll see what the rest of the episode holds. But, yeah. I don't know.
Whatever makes for the best business, to be honest. It's to tell you this, we like to make money.
I respect that.
We like to make sure that the city is protected from entities, creatures, beings that would threaten the...
And he's sort of, unfortunately, Matt has painted himself into a box. He cannot describe the Slayer's take in really any negative fashion because he has forced the players to join it. Like, maybe it wasn't that he explicitly forced them, but there were several implicit forcings of, like, yeah, like, you can all go to jail. Like, let's actually think about what that means for a D&D campaign or and especially for a live actual play. Like, even for a D&D campaign, hey, let's all go to jail, unless you, like, really want to surprise your DM and force them to build out the jail, because I guarantee that they haven't built it out yet. That is probably going to be a pretty boring session, or he's just going to have to end the session and, like, be like, yeah, I'll build you all like a jailbreak plot. But, like, I think there's very little chance that was a legitimate choice. And then on top of that, if we're actually talking about a live actual play where you know that guests are coming on, you know that, like, this is the contrivance for the IRL shit that's going to happen, you obviously can't say no. And so now for him to take their kind of trust in him as a DM, like, I don't want to be too dramatic about this, but I mean, they trusted of, like, okay, there are IRL reasons that all of this needs to happen, and then we're going to be done and we're going to move on. But now he's locking them into lore shit because they said yes to it. I mean, if this is a home game, I feel like the players would be way more suspicious. Totally. Which is, and again, that's part of, like, the tone of Matt, the tone of it being an online game, is that the players are much more accepting of anything that Matt puts in front of him. But this is one of the dangerous things about modeling your behavior at a home game off of a stream game, is that things like this were, like, they are just kind of going along with it because, you know, whatever, we're making a show. Matt's got a plot. We're going to go along with it. We're not going to waste a bunch of... Because, like, say they all said no and Matt was just like, fuck, I've got nothing else. Like, that would suck. That would suck for a stream. But that's okay at a home game. Like, if you're a DM at a home game and you have nothing else prepared and you don't feel comfortable improvising it, you can just end early. And there's no disappointment. There's no social media repercussions. So, yeah, I don't know. You are right, SSH. It did work well for the Seinfeld finale. But it was a finale. It was a finale.
Otherwise defenseless members of this fine city.
Very noble.
Oh, but what I was getting into, he can now not categorize the Slayer's take as anything but positive. It can't be a bad thing that they have a ziggurat with a gynosphinx in their basement. He cannot lay any suspicions on what their motivations might truly be. He cannot force any obligations onto them, like regular obligations. Because he has drafted them into this, there cannot be anything negative about it. I mean, you know, we joke, but it has to only be positives because he forced them into it. If he forces them into it and there are negatives, that feels fucking terrible. But now we get into this thing where it's like he basically has to categorize it as like, oh, we make money and like, but we make money only doing good. We protect the city, we hunt evil entities, and both of the entities, remember, both of the entities you hunted, those were pure fucking evil. The Rakshasa was torturing people in the basement. The dragon wasn't even a nice dragon. It was bestial. It was evil. It was barely even intelligent. Like, he has to categorize all of the Slayer's Take's enemies as, like, pretty fucking evil, and the Slayer's Take as, like, you know, we protect the city, and sure, we make a little bit of money on top of it, and maybe we'll have to call on you later, but, you know, we mostly are the good guys here. Ignore not immortal, but the deity, or not deity, but the fucking, what do you want to call it? The planar entity in the basement. The fact that we basically press ganged you into all of the work that you've done so far. I don't know. Sphinx, thank you, Sphinx. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop harping on this. This might be the thing I've disliked the most. Crazy when there's so many new people here. I'm not normally this critical of Matt. I really like the way that he handles things most of the time. But this might be my least favorite thing he's ever done, is like this plot kind of arc and contrivance. I really don't like it. I think it sets up a lot of really negative in-world situations and devices.
And we'd like to make money.
Oh, about that money, you said you owed us some.
Yes, yes. And as you guys are ascending the stairs now, Merton is a little bit ahead, and he kind of knocks on the outside of the iron door. Ting, ting, ting. You hear it lift again. The rest of you kind of make your way ducking underneath the iron doors. It's lifted up, and you make your way back into the guild hallway. And she leads you back to the foyer area. And she says, "Yes. So, really, it's money, to be honest. But the money we make generally for noble causes. They do not harm people, and nothing terrible has come of it yet."
I will also note, so this isn't really a positive or negative thing. This is just something I want to point out. When you display a really, really powerful person, there's kind of a anime protagonist trope of it's kind of similar to the Worf effect, but kind of opposite. Like, the Worf effect is look at this brand new person defeat the previously like most like really strong person or enemy like relatively easily. That the Worf effect is to really quickly characterize someone as very powerful. This is sort of the opposite, or it's linked, but it's not that, where you show someone be incredibly powerful and intimidating in order to get players to do the thing you want them to do for the plot. Like, it's i.e. the shonen effect, yeah. And it is, and so like I had this in one of my very first D&D games I ever played in. So after I'd been a DM for a while, we were all meeting up at an academy, and someone waltzes into the academy, and like within a turn of like the first combat, one hits all of us, and non-lethally knocks us out. And then the scene transitions into him talking to us in the hospital. Like, it was supposed to basically be like, hey, don't, like, you have to do whatever this person says. We didn't actually have to do whatever they said. We obviously could have said no, but the descriptive language that you use when introducing an entity can really implicitly force your players' hands. So, like, they could have just told the Gynosphinx to fuck off. Like, just like, to use a Baldur's Gate 3 reference, even though I know not everyone in here is playing it, when you meet Vlaakith and you're talking to Vlaakith, you can tell Vlaakith to fuck off, but she's a 9-foot tall lich god. Like, of course you're not going to tell her to fuck off. The assumption is that she'll just kill you if you do. So I think sometimes DMs feel like they are presenting players with options. If you feel like that as a DM, think to yourself about if you're actually presenting them with an option or not. And my general advice is to, if you are forcing your players to do something, that's actually okay. Depending on the plot and like what's going on and what's happening within the fictional situation, it's okay to force your players to do things, but you need to be very clear about it in your DM mind. Like, I am forcing them to do this, and I'm going to describe the fictional situation as such. Like, I'm going to keep that in mind in my descriptions, that, like, this is a forced thing. I'm not going to present this as if it was nice and optional. Like, I want to very accurately convey the scenario, even in my descriptive language. So, that is something I would keep in mind. My first game, I told the Archfey to fuck off because I didn't know they were powerful. I mean, that's fine. I mean, if you meet someone and you accidentally don't know they're powerful, that's okay. There's just a really common trope of show mega powerful person immediately asks you to do something that their show of force is meant to force you into saying yes. And I think that a lot of DMs don't like to admit that they do that, but you have to be honest with yourself. When you are showing someone really powerful, is it with the intention of the player saying yes to the person? Like, you got to be honest with yourself about that as a DM and really think about what that means for their agency and the plot going forward.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because you might have a Rebecca Johnson situation where you think, oh, I've shown this person to be totally powerful. They'll have to say yes. And then they say fuck off. They say no. And now how do you handle that as a DM? Like, what if they do say no? Are you going to TPK your party? If they tell the Gynosphinx to fuck off and like what they did with this whole situation is kind of fucked up, is the Gynosphinx just going to kill them? Probably not, right? But like now we get into territory where the cracks start to show on this of like what does happen if they say no? What happens if they choose to go to jail? Like, how do you make that interesting? How do you continue the plot from there?
Left to herself as she walks on and begins pulling from underneath the main clerk desk again, pulling up a few pouches, and kind of tosses them amongst you, just 3 of them. Just spread as you see fit, based on the Hydra contract. She kind of tosses them amongst a random couple of you guys.
Mage hand.
I thought I caught all 3.
You caught 2, and Tiberius drifted one down.
How much is in that one?
I don't know.
As you take a moment to count them all, each pouch breaks down to roughly 630 gold each. It's divided amongst the 7.
All right, we'll divide it evenly.
Fast counter.
630 each. Someone note 630 for Scanlan, by the way.
All right.
Oh, right.
630 each, 630 for
I
Scanlan.
should have counted it.
Because he is not here to do that. So.
Well, yes, Scanlan, I will take your share, thank you.
One lots of water.
I noticed Vanessa has some cookies on her desk. Would somebody hand me one of Vanessa's cookies?
They're delicious.
Thank you.
These cookies were sent to me as a fine gift from a friend of the guild, Sir Darren Dupal of Vasselheim's finest performance troupe.
What?
You set my nerves at rest.
Thank you, Paul.
So, we have a home here. I mean, we have rooms here. We don't have to pay for
Correct.
lodging.
Just stay wherever you like. Mind you, there are probably more comfortable lodging, but you do not have to pay to stay here.
We're staying here. All right.
All right. Free to go.
Of course, I have no business at the moment.
I mean, yeah, Inspire, but then we get into a really forced situation of, okay, I'm trying to guide them into saying yes. When they don't say yes, I try to guide them even more. What happens if they see the infinite knowledge of the universe and still tell the entity to fuck off? Like, you have to take it down this logical path of, like, if you really want the players to do something, you can't motivate them out of fear. Or I think the overall message here is, however you are motivating the party, whether it's fear, greed, whatever the party's motivations are, you have to consider what happens if they say no. And are you just going to force them as the DM, are you like down with that? Are you down with just continuing to show them increasing levels of power until you eventually just force them into it? Because that'll get progressively more shitty to experience as a player. So I don't know. For my campaign, the players being motivated to at least pursue the general quest was part of a buy-in, so I haven't encountered this problem yet. And I mean, that's part of the thing, right? Especially for this group, you don't need to be this forceful. You can just offer them a giant pile of gold and they'll say yes. I mean, it seems like that's how they were sent after Kavarn, is they were just offered a giant pile of gold. So you don't need to do all this weird forcing shit. Which is one of the reasons I think it's so odd that Matt is. Like, he's pairing it with lots of gold, but like, you just need the gold part. You don't need all the forcing behavior. Also expanding on the Will Wheaton comment, I just remembered how he also had an AP show on GNS and didn't do as good. Plus, there was a court battle with him, I think, when Felicia sold the company. Ooh, interesting. Huh. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about all that tea. I don't know about all that. But yeah, I mean, I think what I would encourage DMs to do is identify what the players want and also what they are afraid of. Like, also what are they afraid of losing, and use both of those things, but not blow past it in the narration. Like, I think this is all fine if I felt like it was an actual choice. Like, if they were warned about that thing potentially being illegal to hunt, and then they hunted it anyways, I'm totally down with them, like, potentially being forced into the contract. That was something that they chose. They actively chose to follow their greed, and they're dealing with the consequences. If they had been told about all of the things beforehand, like, oh yeah, like, we're fine, you might get called up occasionally to do this, and then they go down to the basement and get the branding, maybe we're okay. But this was a lot of ask for forgiveness rather than permission on the part of DM. They also haven't even gotten paid for clearing out the Underdark. That's what I'm saying. They don't really need that much to be convinced to do shit. Like, they got to Craghammer, and Kima was literally just, they were like, hey, we need to, like, take you back up. And she was like, no, I'm not going until we get Kavarn. Like, that is a much more reasonable example of forcing the party's hand, where, like, you are offering them a real choice. They can choose to just give up and just, like, not take Kima back and not get paid, and, like, that's a legitimate choice that they can make. And it, like, actually feels okay to make, but they chose not to. Whereas this feels like they were tricked into it. Not by anyone in fiction. This feels like they were tricked into it by Matt, which I don't like. I think part of the forcedness was that they were planning on visiting Keyless people before this happened, which would have taken away from this, even if they had been offered fat stacks. Totally. Yeah, I mean, there's just, I don't know. There's a lot here, and I think that, like, if you really want to, like, dig down into the feelings, you can compare what I said during the Kima situations, where, like, I legitimately didn't feel like they were given enough reason to follow Kima and not just knock her out and take her back to the surface. But they were given much more reason to do all of that than they ever were here. Like, the only reasons that they were given were reasons that they were, like, forced into. So I don't know.
Guys, we killed a dragon.
What? Yes,
they
we
told
very
them. Okay,
worried.
so, oh my god, we have so much to tell you guys.
We killed a Rakshasa.
What's that? That's what I said.
Wait, what's it called?
It's a Rakshasa.
It's not as difficult to kill
No,
as
the
dragons.
dances. I'm confused.
It has backward hands, so I do that all the time because it's weird.
Well, it's very,
Yes.
saying his name is very, you know.
Oh, so you killed something that was human-sized then?
Because
Because we killed a dragon.
Yes, but he had
a big
a
white
dragon size
dragon.
head.
He had a
Alright.
tiger head.
Yes, and he was an infernal demon.
Yes.
And was going to threaten all of our lives.
It wasn't a guy with a cat hat.
Yes, he was
It
like
was a demon.
Oh, okay. We thought
Dragon
like
is
and
terrible as
also
well.
giant
No, that's impressive
giants.
too.
Giant, big giants.
Giants and dragons.
Yes, we fought them both.
There's some messed up shit out here.
We went to a really
At a mountain?
high-end club, and Vax and I pretended to be married.
Oh, you did?
Oh shit.
Yes.
You did?
Pretended.
Girls like me? That's not hard to believe.
No.
I can sell that, right?
We went undercover.
First of all, back me up, please.
You strike me as married, yes?
I turned into a half-elf as well. I was very attractive.
Oh, really?
You did what? Really?
I've always liked your human form, Tiberius. I thought it was very attractive.
It's very opposite of how I look.
I noticed, first of all,
Yes.
your coat is all frayed and fucked up. What happened to your coat?
Well, I may have.
Almost died. Percy, be honest.
I tried to high five a
Did the
dragon.
dragon breathed its fire on you?
Well, not
Ice,
fire
ice,
actually,
ice,
but
ice.
ice.
Dude, that Percy throws some shade. I think that counts for the bingo. Percy throws some shade. That was damn. That was brutal from Percy.
Again?
Ice dragon.
Yeah.
Another ice dragon.
Yeah, Scanlan took a little beating as well, didn't you, Scanlan?
Did you guys have a healer with you?
Which he nods to you and goes, and on that note, you're welcome to stay here. I'm going to go ahead and use my earnings to soothe this pained, bruised pelvic region.
Tell them I'll be along shortly for therapy.
Of course.
As well.
You're more married than him.
Scanlan, lift from the legs.
And he scurries out to the front door of the guild hall.
Did any of you take a beating, or was it just us?
Oh, I was fine.
We actually had a cleric with us.
Oh, you did?
That's useful.
Yes.
You did?
We
Right.
did not.
A rather
What was he
noble,
like?
rather noble cleric.
He? I'm assuming it was a he.
Yes, he goes by the name of Kashar.
Kashar.
He was rather interesting
Actually-
fellow. Yes. And a surly dwarf, of course. Because of the old
I've never met a dwarf that wasn't surly.
I like dwarfs. Did he have an axe?
He did. He was a noble fellow.
Couldn't use it.
Kind of having a bad day.
Having a bad day.
Yeah. The cleric was nice. He planted one on Keeler.
Planted one what? Like a tree?
No.
You want to explain it, Druid?
Are you blushing?
She's blushing.
Keelan. What? Lady Keelan.
You just got
Oh,
mad
your
at me
Majesty.
for pretend marrying your brother.
Well, now that I know you're interested in some cleric, I don't care.
I'm not interested.
Do you have a crush on Cashew?
No.
How it worked is that he thought that she was really annoying, but really he was like kind of attracted to her, but insane.
Well, who wouldn't
Very-
be, Keelan, if you are
Whoa.
gorgeous?
That's
He was
complicated.
very nice.
Well,
Well, I'm glad we're all
I'm kind
in
of
one
bummed we had
piece.
two ladies with us.
Oh, really?
Did you guys get anything I should put in the bag of holding? Like any cool trinkets and
Oh,
bits?
yeah, in fact, we should probably take the carpet back now that Grog has
Yeah, it was a shame we didn't have it. It would have come in such
Yeah,
a
we
such
need
a
to
handy
draw
for
it
us.
Vax, you should tell your sister.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, she
We
got
did have
me-
one. It's a funny story. It's really funny.
Yeah, looking back,
we-
it is.
Yeah.
It is.
I'm
You know
looking
what?
forward to
Actually,
funny
hang on,
stories.
hang on.
Not
First,
funny
wait,
stories.
stop. Do we have any ale on us? We should have a drink real fast.
But we always have a
Oh,
pull out the
tell me.
cash.
Oh, I
and I'll
worry.
pass
So
around little.
excited.
It's gonna make it
Top it off,
so
top it
much
off.
funnier. Yes.
All right, go.
What is it?
well-
Once, everybody.
There's this acid pit, right?
Yeah.
And we all got on top of the carpet
Yeah.
like we do.
Right. Because we were like,
find
fire
it,
over
right?
the acid pit. Super useful. We were like,
And
bam,
there were
done.
these giant magical sigils
Yeah.
that kind of balked the carpet, which was fine. Which is fine because the thing started to go down.
Right,
but
and then you pulled
And then
up,
you disabled the
jumped, and
sigils
you
and kept going.
I grabbed the carpet and
Yeah.
I jumped and put my own body up to my fucking head into the acid. It
don't look-
burned. Yeah, you
don't
see
look-
this? You see this little bit of frayed?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
With armor
Oh, yeah,
on.
So
that
I
is
held the carpet up.
Yeah.
And I
And then it's
flew
funny.
over.
We both sank together, and then the carpet went in the acid.
Yeah.
But it was still okay. It wasn't all completely destroyed.
No, I'm sorry,
Okay.
you said it went in the acid.
But then
Well,
you
just
saved
a li-
it,
you know
and
how-
that is fine.
Just a
You know,
little
you have
bit,
a
but only
towel
completely.
that
And
dips
then-
in the toilet a little bit.
You know, this
kind of like
story
that.
will be great if we could see the carpet. I think.
pull it out.
Just pull it out.
Here it is. I'll pull out my bag of holding. See, so of course I mended it.
Well, you cleaned it,
That's
and that's fine.
beautiful.
You cleaned it,
Yeah,
it looks
that's
good.
fine.
It looks a little less.
It's not
Flowy, though.
It
There's a
doesn't.
bit.
It doesn't fly anymore.
I'm sorry, it doesn't fry
It doesn't
anymore.
fry things.
It doesn't. It's very comfortable to step upon, but it doesn't fly.
It's gonna make a gorgeous tapestry.
We need to re-enchant it. Is what's going on.
You lost the carpet.
You know, the carpet we stole.
I
To
drank a
be
little
fair.
more.
That carpet.
It's okay. I'm again. It's not a big deal. We just have to re-enchant it or find somebody who's powerful enough to.
But it's
do
okay.
so. Like
It's okay, we'll just pool our funds together. You guys didn't spend any money during your mission, right? We can pool our funds together and maybe find somebody. You didn't spend any money.
No, we.
Right?
I mean, no.
We're still alive.
We're good.
No, we spent.
I have a plan though, Vex.
What you
that
what?
Might help.
We slept in a tent.
Look,
We
were freezing.
We slept in a tent in the woods
We fell into acid.
with the loudest librarian on God's green earth.
you had a dwarf.
Should have kissed her, Percy. Everything.
She talked in her sleep.
Yeah, you got a kiss! I didn't get a kiss!
Hey, I've never been kissed before, okay?
In our defense,
What the fuck just happened?
What just happened?
Yeah.
This is what happens when you de-enchant the carpet.
At which point, there's a knock at the front of the guild hall.
I'm glad I already know that they're married. But I got. That's fun. This is This is one of the reasons that I try to shut the fuck up sometimes as a DM, because it's fun to watch, but those sorts of things are always even way more fun as a player. Just like, and okay, this is why. And I'm not gonna get on a whole whispers tirade, but this sort of discussion is why I am more than okay. In fact, sometimes even encourage players to all share meta information where the characters don't know the information. Because then you could have fun scenes like that where like where the players play their characters into not knowing the info. Those sorts of situations are I think probably more common at my table than at Matt's. Now, all depends on what you're prioritizing, what sort of, drama and intrigue you want at your tables and on your show. But I do think that whispers, to a large degree, prevent situations like that from just happening. So I'll just point that out. That was fun, though. It is a great sequence. They're back, baby. I wish Scanlan had been in that sequence. I wish Sam had been there. He would have been great. I just got kissed by my wife face.
This is what happens in our defense.
What the fuck?
What the fuck, babe? That was PDA.
Just happened.
What just happened? There.
This is what happens when you de-enchant the carpet.
At which point, there's a knock at the front of the guild hall.
Oh God, time
Is there a tavern anywhere?
Mert walks over, can opens up and goes, all right, what's the problem? Opens the door. Peeking from around the doorway, you see meekly a familiar female form. Short, white hair.
Ew, my wife.
Gently silver and blue armor, small in stature. There stands a meek and smiling Pike.
Pike!
Hello. Ashley isn't on the sheet.
You do that. Your ways are mysterious.
How have you been? How's everything? Oh my God, I think we've only been away for like a week, but it feels like a year.
Here we are. Oh boy,
It feels like
so
forever.
good to see you guys. I've just been working on the temple, and some people.
It's literally been like 5 days since Spike was gone. In fiction, it's been like a week tops. But that week has been like I don't even know how long, like months. IRL time. Cue the Smash Bros. Ultimate. They're all here.
People are great there, and some aren't. But it's just been been great. So I'm just so glad to be back. I got a couple days off, so I just figured I needed to,
See a group.
come hang out with the group.
How did you find us here?
Here's the circumstance with you, Pike. So they reached a certain point in getting a lot of the temple kind of most of it uncovered. Still, not quite the level you want it to be. It'll take a few months to get it to its full restoration. However, there is definitely a curse placed on the tower that was once built over the temple, which is why most people kind of avoided it for so long and didn't realize there was something beneath it. And as the more you guys worked, the more ways the curse was essentially undoing and corroding a lot of the work you guys are doing to restore it. So the group had to pool their funds to hire a high priest of the Raven Queen to come in for the next week and cleanse the landscape of the curse. That's basically preventing you guys from progressing and restoring the temple. So you have about a week to yourself.
Mystical asbestos.
For about a week. That's awesome.
Let's go to Craghammer.
We just needed to
Do
get
we have
ready.
time?
Yeah, we have to get the money from Craghammer, right?
Okay, I mean-
Mike, by the way, when you was did you notice any blue shit around your?
Did you find any random piles of shit in your?
I was
Like holy shit, like
Holy shit. Did you walk around going, oh, holy shit?
I'm blue.
I was.
I was talking last ep about normalize missing your friends, normalize kissing your homies. I loved how affectionate Taliesin was when he came back. It is really nice to see them all so excited to see Pike. Fuck Orion for revealing that, especially without Sam at the table. Wait, what?
Craghammer, right?
Okay, I mean-
Mike, by the way, when you was did you notice any blue shit around your?
Random piles.
Yeah. Well, does Ashley even know? We assume that Ashley's been watching the streams. And it's like, I guess Scanlan's not there to to actively contest Tiberius, but I don't know.
Shit in your.
It is low on his list of infractions.
Like holy
you know,
shit, like
Like, holy shit. Did you walk around going, oh, holy shit?
You know,
I'm blue.
I was. We were doing a lot of dusting. You know, you have your little brush. And,
Yeah.
and I came across some blue shit. And I was wondering what it was, so I just kept it there.
You just kept the
I
shit?
didn't clean it. 'Cause I just didn't
to
know.
pick up blue shit.
I just left it. I just thought it was so fascinating. I just had to.
Did
leave
you look
there.
at it? I mean, did you get close
Apparently,
to it?
it said that blue shit is charmed in these lands.
It's apparently
That's what I've heard,
very,
so
it's
I
a
left
good
it.
blessing wherever it lands.
Well, I picked it up. I picked it up. And I put it aside
With
in
your
the corner
hands?
just in case.
I'm sure she had gloves on. You had gloves on.
I had some gloves.
Okay,
just in
yeah,
case.
When you do the brushing, you wear the gloves.
Yeah,
a blessing from Sarenrae.
That's what I thought.
Well, what should we do?
Well, once again, I don't want to leave because I'm assuming we'll lose access. We don't have access to the airship for forever.
It's true. We should probably go see your family.
Yeah, I need to go to the.
Before we go back to Craghammer.
Yes, I do.
Wait a minute. Draghammer is just getting our money and leaving, right?
Yeah.
Your family is. Is that closer?
It's like
Yeah, it's much
around the corner.
Okay.
Should we
Yeah,
visit
we
a
should probably
shopping
do
We
center?
flew like 3 days to a new
Oh my
continent.
gosh, we need potions.
Yes. We need
Oh
to.
my
I
gosh,
think-
we
Just
need
like, just go and buy some
shopping.
potions.
No.
All right.
Wait, does the Slayer's Take have a nice stock of potions?
Oh, hello.
Or an employee discount.
You inquire with Merton, and Merton kind of gives a moment of thought and goes, "But to be honest, I'm pretty sure that we gave our current stock to a couple of teams throughout, including the one that went and fought the dragon.
Oh, yes. Funny thing, we used them because it was a dragon.
Good.
Do you have
I'm
any
glad to
more?
hear this. At the moment, no. We have a few that are on order. It should be here in the next 2-3 days.
All right.
So there's that. But,
A bazaar with many shops we can do.
I mean, there is the bazaar. No,
I love the squid too. Oh, okay. Okay, interesting story. You've none. That's interesting. Not even one that you could give us?
north of the guild. You're looking to check in that area. But, I mean, most of our enchanted potions are exported. It's one of the many things that the city makes its money on. And to be perfectly honest, most of what you've seen throughout the world probably in some way, shape, or form came from us. We take out the pride in that. But you're welcome to ask around. Very good to hear this.
As we're dating items, I would like to stop at a blacksmith's shop.
Okay. Before we leave,
to a tavern too. What time is it?
By the time the team has arrived, I'd say it's close to 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay, shop then tavern.
is Zara still in the Slayer's Take or she left?
No, Zara has left already.
You guys really needed to meet her. Tiberius, you would have liked her a lot.
She had a tail.
She was red.
I love tails. Ooh, and that's my favorite color. That's fun. What magic did she use?
Very powerful magic.
Moonbeam staff.
Ah, a warlock. Interesting.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, well, you knew.
Quite charming.
She had horns.
Yeah.
2 of them.
And teeth.
More than 2.
And eyes.
It's good.
Maybe we should go buy some potions.
Let's do.
Where did you guys get these cookies?
They're very
Oh,
good.
they were
Ask Merkin.
Merc.
He can tell you.
Merkin.
this guy.
Oh, hi.
The halfling is now standing there, the one who kind of let you in, that you didn't pay much attention to because you're more focused on seeing your friends.
Sorry, I'm so rude. I'm Pike.
Pike! It's a pleasure to meet you. The name is Merton.
Merton.
T.
Merkin.
say.
Merkin.
Martin.
Merkin.
Merton.
I can take these cookies back.
No, please.
A lot of people were assholes.
But yes, the cookies were provided by a friend of the guild.
Okay.
Feel free to. If you're a friend of them, you're a friend of the guild.
Look at these badass.
What? Yeah, I
Yeah,
Whoa!
look at that.
Oh, actually, that's not bad.
What is
That
it?
is it's a brand that we got from a giant sphincter.
No, Sphinx. Sphinx.
Wait. Oh,
Sphinx?
A sphincter is your butthole.
like a,
Like not how we fight, but like where you go.
So what should we do? You go find a blacksmith. We get some potions.
Welcome to the Critical Role Comedy Outfit.
So, hi.
Make sure you hit the 2-drink minimum before you leave.
Do you think maybe that you could maybe start out on a journey with us and then just kind of head back if you need to get back to
yeah.
the
I
temple?
have some time. I have some time, and I think we should just hang out like old times just for a little
I love
bit.
it.
Yes, you little
let's do
fly
it.
your back lickety split, just
Yeah,
like
and
that.
you
Yeah.
know what?
should take the carpet.
Should we take the carpet? Oh.
Yes.
Right. About that.
We should go to a tavern
Vex
and
kind
get
of
Pike a
broke
few
the carpet.
drinks.
She had it.
Did not. How
She
dare
would
you?
never do such a
I
thing.
wouldn't.
She wouldn't do
She
it lying.
wouldn't. I tried to save
Is
it.
it now just a rug?
Talks directly into the camera. Motherfucker's not even British. I've told you when I was going over all of my positives and comments, Liam is great about staying in accent, which I think it helps. And we've talked, voice actors, they're used to staying in their voices, but Liam especially is great at it.
It's a very pretty rug.
It's fine. We just have to re-enchant.
Do you want to
Nobody
keep it
understands
this way?
magic here. It's okay though.
No,
we're gonna get it re-enchanted.
You get it re-enchanted?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure
There are
it's
several
very
ways to do it.
expensive to do enchantments.
Oh, with
What if I could re-enchant it with the poo?
I don't know.
Rub poo all over
I was
you.
actually
Poo on the carpet.
I don't know what it is.
actually, Pike. Now that you mention it, perhaps before we leave, You could ask some maybe divine blessing from Sarah.
Ooh, yeah, maybe Sarah could bless it.
Holy carpet instead, as opposed to.
You have been working at it.
Oh, right, don't you have an
That's true.
ability?
You have some sort of thing where
You can do it like once a day.
You can ask her to help us.
Do you have like a
Too.
10% chance of success?
Oh, yeah, that ridiculous one.
You should do it.
You.
Yes, why not?
Yeah, roll that
You know?
stick.
Here, let's. We take the carpet out and.
Let's just
Come on, Sharon Ray.
Okay. I
used to be
I
so
don't have any dice.
vibrant.
Oh, look at all these.
So if you're wishing to use your divine intervention, you roll 2d10s. You get like percentile dice. Usually you have one that has 2 digits and one that has 1 digit. Roll those together, and you're trying to roll under your level. So you try and roll an 11 or lower.
Combined of the two.
Meaning, well,
First one is the first number.
You're-
the second-
Oh, the
Yeah,
first one.
the first one is
6.
so be 60. Yeah. So as you roll out the carpet, you take a moment to hold on to your holy symbol. You sense that Saren Ray's there, but divine magic versus the initial arcane-based enchantment here is a little out of her realm, and her focus is kind of scattered at the moment. And
I'm sorry. I'm just a little.
There's like a really like weird line here of like why that annoyed me just now. Cause like if Pike wants to blow her divine intervention on making a carpet fly, more power to her. And if Orion wants to remind Pike about one of her features because she's a new player, she's not around all that often, I'm also down with that. I don't know, something about Tiberius asking for it just struck me the wrong way. And I think I'm a little bit more critical because patterns of behavior and all that. But it gave me the same vibe as when he tried to trade with Sam when he wasn't there. It was like using someone else to get the thing that you want. I don't know. It's only a 1. It's like a little slight thing, but it just, I don't know. If only there was some way for us to get some divine intervention. Kinda, yeah. Tiberius as a magic user wouldn't ask for divine intervention. Yeah, I don't know. And again, if Orion wanted to remind her of that, but like, it's, yeah, just a touch like using a BG3 party member not talking with a real player. Yeah, I think there's an amount of bias here of like, if another character had done that, I wouldn't be so critical of it. But it just, something about it rubs me the wrong way. I don't know.
So too excited.
There was
to
a
do
lot
this
to
right
ask
now.
of you, by the way, Mike.
Next time, yeah, I'm just coming from work, tired.
Happens to all
Time
of us.
I'm
change.
sure you're dealing a lot with Saren Ray.
Okay, we'll try and hit later, maybe. Okay.
Should we go get some potions so we can heal
you
up?
can attempt it once a day.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it
You
also
can
is
try it every
that.
day. Well, you're with us for a week. That's 7 times. Oh, that's great.
And you don't quite know how the divine intervention is going to work, but you know that she may come and help you in some way.
So what are we doing? We're going to go shopping for potions, and
Let's just go buy up some potions.
then we're going to go see Kiki's family, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kiki.
All right,
I love you
well,
called her your wife.
All right. So,
What time is it, did we say?
2 o'clock in the afternoon now.
No beer check.
No, try it.
Okay, it's not a new day.
Well, you guys, it took you a few days of travel.
It's a new
Go
day!
ahead and do-
Is there a little scruff there?
I have the tiniest little...
You can't see it, but if you rub your hand on his chin, you can feel it a little bit.
96.
What do you
There's no additional growth. One actually goes, "Ping," and it kind of shoots off.
I was gonna get like one little
Mike,
catfish
on
one.
it. You should keep that in the locket.
No, don't blow it away.
Oh,
Make a wish.
No, keep it, Pike.
Make a
It'll
wish.
be with you always.
Wish on the carpet. Oh.
it's going in on Saren Ray, you watch it, man.
As you guys step out into the thoroughfare of quad roads, it is beginning to rain a little bit, and you can already hear people moving through the city. You make your way towards the central portion of the quad roads where the large bazaar is set up. There are a number of tents and small shacks set up permanently, some are temporary, moving in and out, but everyone seems to have their various tarps up and things to help protect kind of overhangs from any prospective customers from getting rained on too heavily. However, the floor of the city, which is already pretty dusty and dirty in its own right, has now become sludge like mud, and there's this kind of like
The
constant
floor of the city.
as you're walking through the city. It's easy enough for you, Tiberius, to go ahead and find a blacksmith. Generally, there aren't too many in this area. A lot of those tend to be pushed up more towards the breeding grounds, but so it's easier to find the 1 or 2 plumes of black smoke.
This is a really small thing that I have never been good about doing. But Blades in the Dark has a table for it that they recommend you roll for like passive like weather stuff. I'm a terrible example of like, you know, it's like 70 and sunny every day. Like I never would reference it being like any weather other than like normal weather unless it was plot relevant. And I think it is really cool to just have like little minor things like, okay, it's raining, it's doing this, it's doing that, and you can use it to like drive other themes, drive other tones throughout the session. But I think it is really cool just to have it be passive, just to help it set the mood. It's nice. Meg is a no, he is not. I play a Drow, so I'm constantly asking my DM if it's sunny. He flips a coin. That's like a fucking druid having druid craft and constantly being like, what's the weather gonna be like tomorrow? Forcing the DM to actually figure it out. I've taken to describing the weather to match the season, so things are pretty autumnal in my campaign right now. Fuck yeah, that's dope. That's very cool. I mean, that's a really easy way to do it, of just match it to the actual, like, weather outside. Like, yeah, that's a really easy way to go about it, and to tie it into feelings that the players have been feeling earlier in the day. And I don't even know if that's what you mean. I don't know if you're like matching it like day by day or just like the general vibes of the season. I think either's fine. But just more weather descriptions, I do think are really good. And I like that Matt's doing it. And honestly, I should do it more.
I would also
than I
send you
do.
to the blacksmith I went to. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. So
Along the way, I would also like to be looking out for any animal shopkeepers.
Animal?
Like a pet store.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Make a social check.
I thought he meant animals running shops.
I'm sorry.
Are you shopping for a little buddy?
I am. No. That was 9.
So as you're walking along, nothing's really catching your eye. You do manage to go to the blacksmith that first area sent you to. What are you seeking in particular?
A pet, dragonite, raven. Any kind of
Blacksmith?
No. Oh, the blacksmith. Oh, I think I can only do like short swords and and a crossbow.
You know how to use a blade, Tiberius?
I do. Oh, a quarterstaff. I think that's what I'm proficient. So I'm a crossbow, quarterstaff, and some darts.
Okay. We'll say the nearest blacksmithy is more for construction. The blacksmith there says, well, I mean, I can certainly make some for you, but there's already plenty of ready-made ones over at the general store across the way, and he points to a small building that has this for you.
I would like a quarterstaff, though, with...
That's a fair enough. Oh man. Oh no. We're getting towards some things, because so far I'm like, that's like a reasonable misunderstanding for a player to have of like, in smaller towns the blacksmith might be where you buy that sort of shit. Oh boy. Oh, I'm getting nervous.
Bladed ends is what I can do, sir.
All right. And they
You were just looking at your proficiencies. Do you think that a quarterstaff with bladed ends is the same weapon proficiency as a quarterstaff? Because it ain't. I'll guarantee that.
Scruffy human kind of rubs his half beard and kind of thinks, I can probably fashion something. I can't tell you how wieldy it'll be, but we can certainly try. Give me about 4 hours probably with a ready-made quarterstaff.
Wonderful.
All right. For the custom, the blades there, put you back about say 80 gold for the custom job. Wonderful. You wanted a crossbow, you said. Do you want a heavy crossbow or
what do you prefer?
No, I think he's describing what there's an elf like feat that has to do with this. It's like an elven oh boy, what am I thinking of? There's a specific weapon that he's referencing, which I mean, I know the feat didn't come out at least until Xanathar's, because it's a racial feat. I'm gonna see if I can find it. But a quarterstaff's just a staff. Just think of a staff. It's the quarter, I believe, refers to a specific type, but there are really no other types of staves in D&D, so it might as well just be a normal staff. He is playing an entirely different game. I mean, he is like straight up asking Matt to homebrew something for him in the moment, which is like, it's fine. I try to and this is this actually, okay, this is really Revenant Blade. You're totally right, this dude. It is Revenant Blade. What do they call it in there? A double-bladed scimitar. So that's not exactly what he's asking for, I guess. But either way, this is actually a great example of what I've been talking about with, like, there's a lot that Orion does that is bad, and that is, like, bad player behavior, and that he shouldn't do or get away with. But there is also a certain amount of culpability on Matt's part of, like, letting him get away with it. Because, like, if this is me and a player asks me for what is essentially a homebrew item in the middle of the session, whoever he's asking it for from this blacksmith's like, yeah, 4 hours from now. Fuck, you set the timeline, Matt. This is a busy craftsperson. They can have whatever sort of schedule you want. I mean, set it for a week, set it for 2 weeks. Who cares? And give yourself, as a DM, the time to talk to the player about it out of session. I mean, if it's a home game, you can directly ask them about, like, the mechanics and what they want. But I still even wouldn't take up too much time during even a home game with that. I would just say, like, oh yeah, I'll have it for you in 2 weeks. And then out of game, go and talk to that player about, like, okay, like, what are you even, like, wanting out of this? Like, is there a stat block that you want to mimic? You know, what have you, so that you can take your time to make this item. Yeah, can't harp on him for that. Percy is basically Willy Wonka. And I've been saying, I didn't even mention that during when I was talking about Taliesin, but I mean, talk about Matt being too giving. When they were in the Underdark arc, I was like, Matt, stop letting him fucking just craft anything anywhere. And I think we talked about it later. He starts requiring Percy to have a workshop, which I think is a really good change. And look, I don't want to be too critical. I love letting my players craft things. I love giving them what they want, and, like, if it's specific. But give yourself, as a DM, time to think about it and to talk to them out of game. Don't tell them 4 hours. Tell them 4 weeks. It's whatever. You make the timelines. I'm probably stopping the exchange and asking Orion for exactly what he's asking for or trying to do. Sure. If you want to address that in session, you feel like it'll be choppy enough, it'll be quick enough, totally. But I think you're also equally within your right to give a longer timeline that you know will stretch out of session to give you guys time to talk about it out of session as well. But also know the player may change the mood of the session if they get butthurt. Yeah, which is another, that's sort of a factor towards maybe talking to them about out of session. So it does depend on the player, how you think they'll respond if you just flat out say no. Or if you try to nerf it from what they're wanting. I think it's probably a good general idea to have it out of session. But if you know the player, you trust the player, you don't think that they'll have a negative reaction, you could talk to them about it in session. The fact that it's in the moment and Matt has to come up with something on the spot. Yeah, and this is what I talk about is, like, Matt has some culpability in this, is that he doesn't have to come up with something on the spot. He can just say, hey, it'll be 2 weeks, and then if him and Orion talk about it out of session, they either never have to bring it up again, or if they do want to tie up the loose end, the blacksmith can give some bullshit about crafting permits and regulations, weapon regulations. He can give some reasoning as to why, like, the blade basically doesn't work as a weapon. Like, he even kind of, like, Matt kind of lampshaded it in being like, oh, it'll be kind of unwieldy. Like, that is a perfect out as a DM if you talk about it out of session and say, like, and you, like, don't agree and, like, you don't want to, and, like, you come to the decision that, like, you can't really give them what they're asking for. You can eventually just give him, you know, a quarterstaff that just has quarterstaff damage but has this special add-on that does nothing. So, yeah, I don't know. There's a certain amount of culpability for Matt allowing it, but there's also culpability for asking for it in the first place. You should ask for that sort of thing out of session. The way that Taliesin does his crafting stuff is very different. It is this is what I was talking about when I was talking about, you know, Taliesin's positives for me and my compliments is he interacts with Matt so much more respectfully and graciously and fluidly, I guess. I don't know. There's a really different tone. Yeah. So I think we definitely agree. It's like, if you want to do this sort of thing, be like Taliesin. If one of your players as a DM does what Orion is doing, kick the can. Kick the can, say, have the in-world person give some reason to stretch it out of session. And then if the player is upset, just be like, hey man, I just want to talk about it after session, out of session. Like we'll talk about it later. It's all good.
I'm a sorcerer, so I gotta keep it light.
And we're probably gonna go with the regular hand crossbow. Go talk to that general store over there. He sends you across the way. You head over to the general store. You purchase for base price for a regular hand crossbow, 75 gold pieces. Mark that off.
I'm walking over.
Holy shit, Matt abstracting and brushing through shopping? I never thought I'd see the day. Holy fuck.
All right.
Let's go.
Short sword pieces you purchase, that is 10 gold pieces.
Cool. 10 gold pieces.
You got a taste for knocking about, fighting that thing, didn't you?
I don't like being unarmed anymore. And darts.
Well, we also have to manage to get your ammunition as well. For the hand.
I need bolts.
Yes, you do.
See, bolts.
If you buy a lot.
Is he making Vex keep track of her arrows? I sort of doubt it. Is that an expensive ass crossbow? Might be. I don't know. Economies number one, economies in fantasy worlds are often very fucked. And if you are not the DM or you're not playing consistently at the table, like, it might be an expensive crossbow. It also could be totally reasonable for the price of the region. Who fucking knows? Prices are never something I'm gonna quibble about when we're watching this, because that is something that is fully within DM purview. $75 crossbow, sure. Matt also gives them a ludicrous amount of gold. So yeah, have shit be expensive. Who cares?
Speaking of, how's my supply in there? Is it pretty good stuff?
Supply of what?
Of my arrows in the bag of holding.
Oh, yeah, they're all over that fucking place.
You can't put your hand in there.
How much for like
It's splinters.
40 bolts, I'd say I put those. I'd say for 40, I put it 2 gold.
2 gold?
Sure. Bolts aren't too expensive.
Okay,
It's
cool.
bulk and
Then
I slapped down the gold for it.
there are only currently 80 available.
I'll buy the whole lot.
I bought them for you.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
While they're shopping, I just want to drill Keyleth a little bit more about her smooch that she got.
That's more interesting than this.
I mean, thank you. I'm done.
So wait, so he kissed you or you kissed him?
No, he kissed me.
He kissed you.
You were kissed?
I did.
I'm also a big who cares about ammunition guy. If you're, it's like rations. Who cares? Especially in a game, in a setting like this, at a table like this, where, like, are we being real right now that they're actually tracking Vax's, like, arrows? Maybe they are, and I'm being too cynical, but I kind of doubt it. Ammo's cringe. So I will say, I have come around to, there's actually a very fun, I brought it up a few times, the Wild Wastes, I think, Wild Wastelands by WebDM, I believe, has a system called Resource Dies, where basically when you buy a case, a case of, like, crossbow bolts, that's represented by, say, a D8, and then every time you use them in, like, a combat, at the end of the combat that you use them in, you roll a 1 to 2, you roll the D8, and on a 1 or a 2, the die size goes down. So it would go down from a D8 to a D6. And then once you get to, like, a D4, if you roll a 1 or a 2, your arrows are gone, or your bolts are gone. I really like that system because, number one, it abstracts it from being, like, just stupid note-taking to being a little mini-game. It's like, woo, what am I going to roll? Am I going to lose it? It makes it very tactile, very, like, I don't know, very easy to grasp onto, to grok with your mind. Rather than, like, the numbers can seem sort of meaningless. You can do the same thing with rations, with anything consumable. I really, really like that system. But if I'm not using that system, I'm just not using ammo. honestly. She went like 200 arrows, I think early on, but later she buys a stupid amount and they just stop worrying about it. Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of the fucking shit of like, unless you're playing in a super like resource scarce area, like why even bother tracking it? Especially as you get to higher levels and you have ludicrous amounts of gold to where you can buy ludicrous amounts of arrows. There's just no point in tracking it, which is also why I'm kind of like looking at Matt like, why limit it to 80? Like what's the point? Why are we limiting it to 80? Just so that we have to waste time shopping later? Like, they have enough gold to probably buy every fucking crossbow bolt in this city. Just, like, let him buy a ludicrous amount and never have to worry about it again. I don't know.
Okay, do you know who his deity was? Maybe Pike knows him.
Oh, his name was Kasha. Brother Kasha. He was a cleric. Wow. But he wasn't a cleric to Saren Ray. He was actually a cleric to this kind of, like, demon goddess named Vesh.
Vesh.
Oh,
You've never heard of Vesh?
I don't know who that is. I thought I did for just 2 seconds, and then I was like, oh wait, no, I don't.
It was interesting.
Does Vesh have a lot of followers?
It's an old god. You've probably never heard of it.
That's what I was thinking.
Yes. No. Yeah. Apparently, he's the only one, and he's also married to her.
Married?
And he kissed you?
Well, it's a complicated relationship.
Wait. A guy that's married to a god kissed you.
She's more of like a...
What
I see how this could work out poorly.
What if she gets mad?
I've thought about that a little bit, and then tried not to think about that a lot of it. So, yes.
You know what? Tell her to get in line.
I don't like that face.
Going some water.
Oh, man.
Oh, dear.
I shouldn't have even said anything.
No.
It was kind of awesome, though. Then he just kind of walked off into the sunset. It was like, yeah.
Was it good?
I mean, yeah, I
Was it a
guess.
good kiss?
I've never been kissed before, so I don't know. That was really good.
Oh,
So I got a tingly inside.
oh, that's a great feeling.
Yeah.
Speaking of players being forced into plots without realizing it or their consent, that's crazy. I did not think about that consequence of it at all. That I really hope that Matt does not bring that to bear, because that would be kind of shitty for Keyleth to like, or for Marisha to like have a guest player do that, and then for that to actually like affect her plot going forward, regardless of like the optics and like the very real conversation that I know will be had later about it. Just from like a fictional plot standpoint, that really sucks, and I would not pursue that as a DM.
Very nice.
So while this is happening,
Oh god.
He's not listening. We're girl powwowing.
I know, so that's what they're doing.
Girl time. Girl time.
We're shopping.
We're shopping
tips.
for
I'm getting him
potions.
armed to the teeth. What else do you need?
Investigation check.
It's all on me.
There's,
If you hadn't stopped that
Potion shop,
that
like
shithead
magnets, magic
from
itself.
leaving, I wouldn't have put a dagger through the back of his head,
13.
and we would have been looking over our shoulders for who knows how long. So everything's on me. Whatever you want, it's on me. I can't afford that. But
Real potion shops. The construction of potions is not like a ready thing. People don't just manufacture it like left and right. It's a time-consuming process, and a lot of them are exported. So finding them here is a little difficult. And usually part of other stores that sell it as part of their stock. You guys, before you journeyed out last time, cleaned out the hag.
Oh,
remember the
that's right.
I don't know.
Can I look around the street and see if there are any like shady types lurking
Make an
about?
investigation check. Yeah, you asking around, looking around. No one seems to be particularly
Excuse
helpful.
me, I'm looking for like potions of. Can I get some service?
Some individuals kind of push you aside.
Basically, Robin, yeah.
Pull Percy aside and be like, no. Remember this town? They don't like magic and stuff, and they get weird about potions.
Oh.
And all the potions, all the like, what are they called?
Bastions.
The bastions all control the trade of potions, so people get weird. He's like, it's kind of weird and illegal.
Grog, you come up to a gentleman who he's dressed in like a fine velvet, kind of bright red maroon tunic, and he's carrying a small satchel on his side, and he's sitting outside of a small tent, and he's like, "Anyone, come forth! I carry oddities of all kinds. Wish to see what I have for sale? I'll be happy to sell them." Turns and sees you. "Oh, you sir, you look like you're in an inquiring mood."
What'd you call me?
Sir, it's a respectful term.
It's like.
What were you saying? Inquire.
I should probably go.
No, wait. You said you have oddities.
Yeah, yes, strange things from around the land.
Like
I have
what?
sent in from all over the continent.
Go on then. Like what?
Like
Like
and he reaches into his
Pirelli's
pouch and pulls out
miracle
this small
elixir?
jar that contains a liquid, and you can see something kind of floating in this liquid. It's a little cloudy. This is the eye of
Is this gonna help him grow his beard? It is Pirelli's miracle elixir.
the basilisk. I found procured from the distant north of Taldore.
Procured from the mystical land of Taldore.
I think we've already got one.
I think we have two.
Good on those.
I like that voice. I'm gonna keep that
What
one.
are you looking for?
Only thing I like to work out a lot, and I like to go lift boulders in the forest sometimes. So, would you have anything that might give me a temporary increase to my already magnificent strength?
Let me see. And he kind of rummages through the small tent on the side. You see it's more of a storage tent / bedroom / whatever it takes to set up shop really quickly. This guy's definitely like a traveling solo merchant.
In the beginning of Aladdin.
Kind of a little bit. Just if you throw it.
Come close.
I was thinking
that was a little more of a
Zelda.
fake
Legend
upper
of
crust,
Zelda.
Renaissance man visualization. He reaches back and comes through, and you hear him rummaging some glassware, and he comes out and says, "I actually have a few potions at my disposal here. If he's please," and he kind of dips under one of the nearby tents that has an overhang to get out of the rain.
Can we hear this at all, or is this just...
You guys are having girl talk right now. This is going the other way.
Welcome to Agrabah.
I happen to have one such potion that I have on good authority restore some of your own damaged internals should you find yourself in a dangerous situation.
No, you know, I like the scars that my damaged situations leave behind. I'm not quite as interested in that. What else you got?
All right. You guys are off shopping elsewhere.
Oh, he's doing his thing? Oh.
You guys are probably together, though.
Oh, how much was that?
This one would run you a 500 gold.
I know, whispering over.
Is it a superior healing
No,
potion?
this one is a greater.
I'm not spending 500 gold on a greater healing potion.
Come on, pull it back. Get that number down.
Very well. For you, sir, I perhaps have this. And he pulls out a vial that has a kind of gray, sparkling, almost like it has like an iron filing sediment inside this thick, syrupy-like liquid. It looks like it would taste awful.
Iron slugger.
Kind of. Yes. Yes, it is.
Why did they not make that? I'm really...
Because it had iron in it.
Some people need iron. Well, that's true. More than gold.
This, I've been told, has been crafted from and distilled from the blood of many a tyrant like stone giants in the far-off mountains of the Continents. This,
Okay,
swallowed,
sure.
should imbibe you with the strength of 1,000 men.
1,000? That's just above,
Let me know when we're past the thing you want to see.
like, 4.
Because it is 8, and we still have a ways to go.
Sort of.
How much?
For this one. This, I say, will run you a simple, 6,000 gold pieces.
Not that I'm not a man of incredible wealth. Would you be interested in anything besides coin?
Speaking of which, do you offer?
Well, I have this fancy bag myself. I happen to have parts of a number hulk, pieces of dragon, if you might be interested in that. I also have jewels and...
Robin, is there a specific thing about this scene that like you think that we'll find interesting, or is it just that it's with Travis? Because shopping, I often don't have a lot to say. You'll know? Okay. If there's something that I'll know about. Yeah. Grog's photographic memory running in perfect opposition. I do love that Grog is their accountant, but also feels incredibly stupid still.
fancy robes, if, you know, you need to change.
My robes are quite fancy enough, but thank you.
Right. I have an orc head, and I reach to the bag of holding. I pull
No,
out
no, you can
orc
put
head,
that
and
don't
the
be
tongue's
necessary.
like,
Put that away, please. No, that's getting spraying on the front of my breast.
My breast.
Go ahead and make a perception roll.
6,000 gold. We don't even have that.
No.
Persuasion.
Oh, persuasion. Did I reroll?
Sorry.
No,
Perception.
I'll stop it.
That's
Oh,
the
that's
P's.
actually +1 with persuasion, so 13.
13. All right. Pieces of dragon, you say?
Yeah, we do. We have 14 dragon teeth. We have.
Don't tell him all the numbers.
You're not there. 4 cups of blood. It's probably more like a gel right now. Several pounds of scales and maybe a few claws. I'd have to look. There's so many.
How about this? For direct trade, no coin exchange necessary. All 14 of your dragon's teeth. And perhaps 2 of those blood vials.
Dude, the Vex staring daggers.
How about
Thank you.
all of the dragon's teeth and 3 of the vials of blood?
What?
Done.
He accepts all the dragon's teeth, 3 of the 4 vials of blood. You can mark those off the bag of holding.
We're getting you a leash!
Vex will be so proud of me. Goodbye.
You currently now have in your possession 1 potion of Stone Giant Strength.
Stone Giant Strength.
Hell yeah. All right. That for bingo, that is both Grog has a comedic misunderstanding and a player makes the whole group crack up. That's all. Thank you, Lo. That's fair. That's fair, Robin. I should have never doubted you. That's that's very funny.
Don't drive a hard bargain.
Can I find that in here?
Oh,
When imbibed, you essentially your strength becomes the equivalent to 23.
One time. One big time.
One use of, or is it
One
multiple?
1 hour, so my strength becomes 20.
What happens if
like
you
Everyone
get
imbibes it,
multiple
strength.
drinks out of it, or is it,
One use.
what happens if I were to just pinky in and, you know,
Get a little number.
give it a little...
You're going to get a little tingly for a while. Might be a little hyper.
You'd be able to
Would it
chew
be any-
3 times the normal
any
strength
result?
of a
Yeah.
human being.
Right now, do you want to try?
I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait and try it.
Does that change my modifier at all when it goes up that much?
Oh, yeah. Your modifier would become
I had a 19
plus
and it's 4.
6 is what it would be. Plus 6 modifier.
So, cool. Money well spent.
As you take it, you kind of shake it around. You can see on the inside of like that kind of like sparkling, metallic. There's a small object floating around. Looking inside, it looks like it's a clipping of a fingernail or a toenail of whatever giant the potion was brewed from. Like a tequila bottle.
That's the part everybody wants.
So I've just been sitting here watching this shocked.
Yes.
Look what I got.
That had better be one.
Let's go join the others.
All right.
Allison forgets that he was there until just now. And he's like, wait a second. I was there? I forgot.
For your patronage. Enjoy the rest of your stay here in Master. I hope to do business again with you in the near future. He turns around and closes the thing. He takes his satchel and starts closing down his tent and like putting things away.
Now like a bandit.
Track him
Got
down.
no idea. You've got no
Closes
idea.
everything down.
Do we see him?
Close
Are
the
we walking up?
tent.
Can I walk up? Can we walk up? As it's happening? Let's go, let's go, let's go.
As she walks up, I'll grab
Vex is going to be more angry at Percy than she's going to be like, Percival, you let him.
Vex and I go, you would be so proud.
What'd you
I'll just
do?
haggle down this guy so
What
well.
guy?
As you point back and look, you can see now a cart is being wheeled away.
I hunter's mark him.
Okay.
Why? You don't know why would you 100 mark him?
Yeah, why would you hunters mark him, Laura? Yeah, come on.
Level.
What level what?
What level hunter's mark? Just basic level?
We are in the middle of the city where people might not take unwarranted aggression well.
Level 3 hunter's mark.
Yeah, hunter's mark. He kind of stops in his tracks and kind of feels the rain that's falling in his palm now. It's like soaking a little bit. He has a bit of a cloth over his head. He kind of puts his hand out and feels the rain for a strange temperature change and continues pushing the cart and.
Look, I am all about my players telling each other shit outside of game, but she does not know that there is any reason for alarm with this dude.
Pushes it through the mud, rolling up the rest of the thoroughfare, and disappears into the city. But you have a pretty good idea of where he's going.
So anyway, I was.
And we have to, and it does require an amount of trust with me and my players that I know they won't pull this sort of shit. Like I know that they're not gonna do this. She just spider sensed out of girl talk to Hunter's Mark this nerd. She really did.
Working with him, and you always try and get more for our money, and I definitely got more for gave more money.
What did you do? See.
What?
I'm glad I hunter's marked him. What'd you trade? What'd you get?
Oh,
What'd you
I
buy?
gave him a
What did he buy?
tiny bits of dragon for this amazing
It happened
class
so
of
fast.
stone
I
giant.
couldn't-
What is wrong with all of you?
You know, and maybe I can give her the she saw the guilt in Percy's face. I can bend to that sort of arrangement.
I was upset about the carpet, and I wasn't. What? He's huge. What was I going to say?
Yeah, Percy got a vial of greater healing.
Oh, I didn't. He was expensive, and oh god.
I need a drink. I did it. I need a drink.
To the tavern?
To the tavern.
You guys eventually catch up. You acquire your staff over the next few hours or so as people are kind of resting and having drinks and such. It acts as a regular quarterstaff, except you can choose whether you want to do bludgeoning or slashing damage.
I fall in step next to Vex and look at her for a second.
I'm drunk.
What's burning your ass?
Everybody's breaking things. Everybody's spending all our money.
Not a bad. That's a fine homebrew. If you, I think that's maybe a good. Oh wait, what? There we go. I think if you are a DM and you do feel pressured to make a quick homebrew like that, playing around with damage type is a good solution. Damage type, while having an effect, like, you know, resistances and vulnerabilities are not to be ignored by any means. they are not so impactful to like the entire game that giving someone something like that where it can choose between bludgeoning and slashing, the damage types aren't so impactful that will wildly unbalance an item, especially because like you have access to weapons that can do either of those damage types individually. So if you do need to like homebrew off the top of your head, that's a pretty good way to do it. Pretty good way to go about it. Thought that that was very reasonable for the blade staff. Yeah. That was good. That was good. I still stand by. I think you probably should have just not given it to him in session. Just talk to him about it afterwards. But if you feel pressured to like make it happen right then, that's a good way to go about it.
Everybody's.
And also with that, it's 8:30. I meant to take a break at 7 and then 9. But we'll just, you know what? We'll call it right between them. We're actually not too far out right between them. Only 5 minutes late. So we're going to take a quick bathroom bio break, especially because I'm out of water. Go get your own waters. Hydrate or dihydrate. And I will be right back. Oh, my main mic is still on. Hello, everybody. What up? Only start. I thought the same thing. Episode 88, huh? What up, everybody? Welcome back. Welcome back. Everyone got their water? Also, I'm looking at this. We're 3 hours in, about 3 hours left, and we are how close to even the break? Break starts at 1:24. Oh, we're actually quite close to the break. That's interesting. We'll have to see. Maybe this will be a two-parter. It'll probably depend on how fast the rest of this goes. We'll see, though. There's actually a decent possibility we get this done tonight.
Breaking things. Everybody's spending all our money.
We have 30,000 gold.
Although I guess the second half is more than double the length of the first half. So maybe not.
Waiting for us.
We don't have it now.
She's rugged.
Let's go spend a little more at the tavern. Come on.
From when we were in Craghammer, but we never collected before we left.
Yes. So it's credit. There's credit.
Yeah, it's just waiting for us. I mean, we're basically the richest people ever.
Well,
We still have a keep.
We do. We have a keep.
Very
We have a
fancy.
beautiful keep with furniture and servants.
Yes.
will
As soon as you say servants, the barmaid is coming over and filling up your drink. Goes, we prefer barmaid, but thank you.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, could you? We have a goblet of your strongest stank for this one.
Kind of looks over her.
She started before we got here. Just keep it going. Thank you.
All right, all right.
How much are they?
Oh, for your strongest, for a glass, I'll put that.
Don't
across.
tell him
How
the
about-
price of anything.
Very well.
I lift up the cup and just keep putting it in and say a round of the strongest on me. I've got that as well.
Yeah, I'll have.
I will take a water.
Round of the water. You all managed to get your drinks very, very thick, almost like a syrupy mead type alcohol. All together for those drinks, Vax, it comes comes down to 15 gold for alcohol, which is expensive for a round. This is very fine.
Should have let me haggle that down. I would have got it to 19 gold.
You're thinking about it the wrong way, Grog. It's the other way. You want it down. not
I
up.
love you guys.
I
love you too.
Oh, I love you too.
I missed you all so much.
Pike, so if we were to just be rounding about
Bye,
and
Vex.
mill about today, is that what you wish, Pike? And after our tavern, what would you care to do?
Staycation.
Well, wait. Where's Scanlon?
He went to the park.
You know, he needed a little. It was a really rough going, from what I hear anyway, and he needed a little
Time on the playground.
therapy.
Oh,
Really?
he needed a massage.
I thought he was going to the house where they.
Lady things.
Oh,
I get it.
Well, if you, we could do whatever you wish. If you care to wish the keep, let's go back to the keep.
gosh.
We could easily get there and take an airship back here if we choose to.
That would be complicated.
We were also talking about visiting Keith's family. Can you get away long enough to?
Maybe start the trip with us?
I think I can, and then if I have to leave, at least I can maybe meet your family for a little bit.
yeah, never been kissed. How's that sound?
I mean, are they your family technically, or are they like?
They're like our sister tribe.
Yeah.
So, because we all separated.
Tell us again. Sorry, explain it again.
So, essentially about 900 years ago or so, roughly 1,000 years ago, we were kind of a nomadic people, and then there was some sort of great sundering. We're actually still not 100% sure. A lot of information was lost, and the elemental planes kind of started bleeding with this plane, and Vex is falling out.
Hey, Stubby, wake up.
Anyway, long story short, we separated into 4 separate tribes to protect the places where the elemental planes bleed into this realm. So once every generation, someone is nominated to go out and make contact with the sister tribes in order to establish further communication, check in, learn about each other's cultures. So, yeah,
Interesting.
kind of each, we're from the same people, but we each have our own individual cultures because we've been separated for so long at this point.
So these ones are fire.
These ones are fire. They protect the, so they're
She's
located in, it's kind of a volcanic region, and you can start to feel like this energy from where the planes start to shift, and it gets a little unbalanced.
exciting.
So that's where we each live, and I'm from the ones we protect the air portals.
Lady Keyleth, you just say where the planes shift.
Because we're all the planes sort of almost like a Venn diagram, if you want to think about it.
When
Like a
who is this? Who is Van Diagram?
Well, he was a great philosopher, one of our peoples. But he kind of described it as being these overlapping
The
circles.
Ashari.
What's that?
He was one of the Ashari.
He was.
Van Diagram was the
Van
Ashari,
diagram.
yes.
Yes.
Oscar Van Diagram.
There's,
Very great man.
Sounds like an elven name.
Sounds like a great name.
a quick question.
I'm waiting for It's Canon for the bingo cards. I'm waiting for it.
About the planes. When we travel there, is there any way to perhaps get to the Feywood through these planes?
We don't necessarily overlap with the Fae. We protect where it overlaps. You could get to the fire elemental plane easier from this
I
place.
see.
In my town, you can get to the air, the plane of air easier. Let's go to one, Grog.
Nope, not me.
That was Vex.
Not me.
That was a good one.
It's Nappy's time.
She's communing with the air elements right there.
Come here,
Are you
Nappy's.
feeling okay,
Just
Vex?
give her an hour. She'll be
She
fine.
just needs some time. It's
Side
fine.
note: I'm 2 inches taller, and I've always called you Stubby.
Oh.
Give me Stubby.
But anyway, the last person to go on the Aramente was my mother, and she never returned. So we haven't really had contact with the fire.
I remember you saying
for a
that.
while.
So you're pretty anxious to go then, yeah?
I have no idea what they're going to be like.
But you know about where they are, right?
I've gotten rough directions. We'll have to probably figure it out along the way.
Are we huffing it? Are we flying?
Pike, we
Can't
can do
really
whatever you
fly.
wish, Grog. Do you have a particular ability called?
I do. I love. That's one of the things I forgot to talk about in my recap of what I think about everyone. I really like their backstory connection. I know that several other people have backstory connections between each other, but theirs is the one that actually gets used the most, and I think that it's probably because it's between the two of the higher tier role players at the table. but I think that they really utilize the backstories that they set up and that backstory connection to inform their current character dynamics, which is really, really cool. And I like that a lot. What made me want to start watching Critical Role? I've always been somewhat interested, but I've never made it through an actual play. So I actually watched the first episode of Critical Role. I watched about half of it, and then stopped. And I've watched about 3 episodes of Fantasy High and about 4 of Adventure Zone. And I just couldn't commit to an actual play. I didn't know what it was. And I was talking to a friend after I'd already started making content, and I was looking for something to stream consistently. Because if you go back to before I started streaming Critical Role, kind of bounced all over the place a lot on content. But I knew I liked streaming, and I knew I wanted to stream something along those lines. And I also had seen, I was like, man, a lot of people just make videos and put Critical Role in the title, or put Brennan Lee Mulligan in the title, and that seems to do pretty fucking well. And I was talking to a friend who we literally went just very naturally in the conversation from how I didn't know why I couldn't watch actual plays, to also I want to make content about like Critical Role or fantasy or like Dimension 20 or something. And I just hadn't put it together in my brain. And he was like, well, if you want to make content around Critical Role and you're looking for something to stream, you could just like watch it. And I was like, oh, I could do that. And I didn't for a while. They told me that, and then I was like, I don't know. And I thought about it for a while. And then I eventually decided that I did. Because I was afraid I wouldn't like it. And I was afraid I would have to fake it. And so I actually gave myself kind of a little internal test. I was like, I'll do the first 3 episodes. And if I'm not having fun by like the 3rd one, I'll just, I'll call it. And here we are. I really liked it. I have a lot of fun. I'm glad that everyone else has a lot of fun with it. And now we're here. Yeah. Been a fan of them since they were around 50 or so. Nice. A short video excerpt of Grog doing something funny. Hell yeah. No, that's dope. And yeah, feel free to chat more about that in the chat. Anyone who wants to share. That's dope. And I'm glad that we're all here.
Magic weapon?
Well, I have spiritual weapon, so I guess yes.
The different things.
What do you want? What are you looking for?
I wanted you to bless my quarterstaff. And
What do you need?
make it
What do
magical.
you need? You want?
I need my staff enchanted. I'd like you to enchant my staff, Pike.
Whoa.
Whoa. And I will also add to the whole I just kind of picked it for content. I have found I just generally love streaming. It's a lot of fun for me. I'm very passionate about it. And I have found that there are certain things that I like doing so much more on stream that I would honestly probably just not do off stream. Like even Baldur's Gate 3. I really like Baldur's Gate 3, like as a game, but I don't really play it off of stream because it is so much more fun off stream or on stream, to play. And that's sort of how I feel about Critical Role. Like I'm honestly not certain if I would watch it, if I would have watched it off stream, ever. But doing it on stream is like, it's just another level. Like, I don't know how to explain the difference to people who aren't here, like, who aren't in the chat, because I think that a lot of you feel it as well, of, like, it's so much more fun to watch through something like this with other people. Like, it reminds me of, like, watching, like, a bad movie on the couch with friends. Not to say this is a bad movie. It's just, like, watching someone, just, like, watching something with friends. I don't know. You can like pause it and talk about it, and yeah, I don't know. It's a lot of fun. Great. I don't refer to myself as a critter because I see it as a bit of cringe. No disrespect. I mean, I think that there are plenty of things that I am into that people very actively identify with that I don't. Like, I listen to a lot of metal music, but I would never like call myself a metalhead or anything, because like, I don't know, that carries around connotation that I'm not really into. Same thing, like I don't call myself like a coder, even though I program for a living, because coder sounds weird to me, even though it's accurate. But you are a megaphoner in that space. Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, sir, Restay. Orion doesn't understand that magic items are rare in world. Wish he'd ask Matt more about how to go about getting what he wants. Yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice. If I mean, it just seems like in general, Orion doesn't really have a good concept of the world compared to a lot of the other players. I feel like Matt should kind of maybe even give him a primer. I don't know. Or he should just get a clue. Kind of either one. Yeah.
I know what that means.
Been around scamming long enough.
Yeah, I know.
No, not like that at all.
Probably someone goes,
No. I read it in the strictly platonic arcanic sense.
What little knowledge you have of enchanting items from your experience, and you have this a little bit as well from your own enchanting, the process of enchanting a weapon to be considered a magical weapon is a weeks-long process.
Okay, cool.
It's doable.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like saying I use Dream a lot. I don't know why. I think it's the only other like internet fandom I know that I think goes like as hard as the critters. But I think like the vast majority of Dream SMP fans are very chill, but there are a lot of like really loud and active ones on like Twitter and such. So I think it's very understandable to not associate like with the name of the thing because of other people who also associate with that name.
Definitely, but it's one of those things where you would have to have somebody sit down with it over a period of time and daily instill it with that magical energy until it finds its permanence within the object.
Is there anybody in town I could leave that with and pay to do that?
Probably.
Like a mage?
Maybe not so much. There are other clerics and other,
Be expensive though. It's somebody's time for a week.
It also seems like this is one of those towns where things are expensive.
Yeah,
Things are
that's
expensive.
a good point.
not if you know how to handle it.
We have a yes, that's the reason I'm not making
I'll wait off.
Yes, sick
But
problem.
it is totally doable.
Here's what I think.
Is it something I can like start to do like per hour, like for a long time? Like
If you want it to yourself, yeah.
okay, I'm gonna start that process right now.
Here's what I think. Lady Keyleth has been talking about this for a long time.
I think we should do it.
It's calling to her, and we're a family now, and it's her moment. We're here. They're right nearby. There's no use putting it off. Let's go.
Let's go right now.
Let's fire it up,
so
Your Highness.
scared.
Love it, Leo.
Let's go. Should we go in the morning? Or should we go now? Let's go now.
We'll go in the morning.
No, let's sleep it off.
Let's go now. Let's do it.
Take
What's your
a small
best?
nap.
All right, small nap, and then first thing in the
I
morning.
walk up to her next, and I tap on her opposite shoulder and then pull my hand away.
Who's that?
Come on, one more.
Hi,
One more.
I'm so glad you're here.
Could she have one more? You need one more, Stubby.
one
Then
more.
Go to bed.
Nightcap.
One more. Go to bed.
At which point, the bartender at the tavern goes,
Are you sure about that?
Man, one more!
One more!
All right.
Hey,
I miss you guys so much.
I miss
You're
you
cleaning my
guys.
floor.
and he goes, fills everyone's drink.
I tip him 5 gold and I give him away.
He happily takes it, and the wink is a strong wink. He smiles back, but also gives you the look of like, time for bed. You all eventually finish your drinks, find your way back to your respective rooms for the evening, and have a good night's rest. And on that note, we're going to take a 5-minute restroom break on our end. We'll be back in about 5 minutes or so don't go too far, and we'll pick back in the following morning for what appears to be a journey towards the pirate tribe of the Ashari.
You're gonna do great. I'm so nervous.
So you guys in a minute.
All right, 136. Oh, wait, stream announcement. Stream announcement.
Hi guys, I'm Hector Navarro.
And I'm Erica Ishii.
And we're the host of the brand new
Wait.
show here on Geek and Sundry's Twitch channel. It's called Group Hug, where we recreate famous comic book battles using hero clips.
Okay. 136. I thought this was going to be a Critical Role announcement. It is not.
You've had a break. So as the
All right, is there any chance? I recognize Erica Ishii. Why do I recognize her? Is she a Dimension 20 person? I recognize her, I feel like, from like Game Changer clips or something on on YouTube Shorts. I don't know why I recognize her. She's in D20. That's both in game and a meta line. Yeah, totally, Ed. I 100% agree. Like, That's why I was like snapping for Liam right then, because I was like, that's a good leader moment. Like a lot of times I've called like Vax the leader, and that's a good leader moment of not necessarily like taking what, like not necessarily like taking all of the stuff for themselves, like directing it towards the other people, of being like, hey, like this is Keyleth's time. We're gonna all gather around and do that shit. Yeah, no, I totally agree, Ed. Escape from Bloodkeep. Oh, gotcha. Playing support for other characters is underrated. I think that every personality can be a support. Should be a support at given times. It's just in how your personality manifests that support. So like even like Grog, I've called him the button pusher a lot. Button pushing for someone, like for what someone else is advocating for, can be playing support. Being the lancer to the leader and like siding with like a minority person that doesn't get like their way a lot can be support. I mean, there's a lot of ways to do that. So yeah, no, I totally agree. Totally underrated. And Magic and Misfits. Interesting. Okay. I knew I recognized it.
As the party comes to consciousness the following morning.
I'm also going to see, I kind of doubt it, but maybe we can go up to 1.75.
A very heavy hangover coming from Vex for the evening of lamenting the loss of a number of financial things.
I kind of whip her up a little herbal tonic.
Oh, yeah.
Here.
17 perception.
I'm taking Trinket for a walk. For Dookies.
All right.
Not too fast.
Go ahead and make your beard roll.
We might just have to cut it into two. We'll see.
Come on, you
How you feeling, Vex?
I feel.
Yes! 22!
22. As you come to consciousness, Grog kind of wakes up and shakes his head for a minute, and you look, and there's a good solid, like, 2-inch beard, where was once the somewhat clear, stringy, kind of, fishing line type scruff. You're starting to see a little bit of color coming through. This, like, thick black root is now starting to appear at the base of the beard.
Oh, I feel so happy. So happy.
It is like horsehair bristles, like it's very thick, and you can probably clean dishes against it.
Is it like the Abe Lincoln beard, or do I also have a mustache?
Actually, for you, it's only coming in as like a chin strap beard at the moment.
Oh, wow.
Chin strap. Don't judge.
I see Vex's condition, and I'm gonna run out to get her a coffee.
All right.
In the bar.
Coffee?
And then do my check on the thing.
Yeah, correct.
As you're glancing around and getting coffee for her, you manage to see a cart that's just setting up this early in the morning in the bazaar. You hear some like squeaking and growling and.
Okay. Now, we just talked about playing support, and I'm like, yay, great, playing support. Marisha was already making drinks for Vex, right? Like, she was like, I'm going to whip her up a little herbal tonic, whatever, and he's like, now I'm going to go and get her a drink, too. And it's like, I don't... Unless you lampshade it right at the beginning and almost make it an interaction between you and Keyleth rather than you and Vex, you're just stomping on Keyleth's existing interaction. Like, if you say, like, I see Keyleth making the herbal thing, and I'll say, like, oh, Vex, I'll get you something stronger. And then I run out and get her coffee, like, giving Keyleth kind of a sly, I don't know, something on the way out. Like, make it almost competitive. Make the thing more about you and Keyleth. Like, that can be a legitimate interaction. Like, you can both be now, like, almost competing, like, vying for this, like, aspect of taking care of Vex. That's interesting. But just, like, I think literally he must have just ignored. Like, he must just not have known that Marisha was doing that, dude. Yeah, I don't know.
Couple of like bird chirps and look over to the side, and there is one small setup that has a number of creatures and small animals and stuff set up in cages, and one person's currently running the...
As I'm running by, because the coffee's hot. Excuse me, will you happen to have any particular dragon lights for sale? Male, preferably, but I will take a female if you have one.
The woman looks over her...
That's funny. Okay, I took a second. Oh. Yeah.
A little baby dragon.
Little tiny dragon, like a pseudo dragon.
You gonna have a little pet too?
Yep. She kind of glances at the coffee in your hand and kind of awkwardly goes,
Well, I mean, we've got two. They're a bit sickly, but they're for purchase if you like.
I would love one. Give me your... whichever is the least sickly of the two.
They're both green. It's hard to tell.
I'll take the darker green one.
Okay. That one's probably more sick, but I'll take it.
Takes the cage down, and you can see there is this kind of lethargic-looking tiny dragonite that's kind of curled up on the small perch, and as she lifts it off, it goes and kind of like scoffs at the cage, and she.
That'll be 200 gold pieces.
Oh, very good. Very good.
Don't pay full price for a sick dragon.
There you are, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. Any particular tips for food-wise?
Don't let it die.
Okay.
Feed it.
Okay.
Give it water.
Oh, very good.
Good day, sir.
Okay, so I run back. Helen's like, here you go.
Thank you. What? Who's that? What is that?
I think I'm going to name him Lockheed.
Trinket looks very interested in Lockheed.
You see,
He looks a little. Oh.
Trinket's nose goes up the cage.
Trinket is very interested.
Is he sick?
Yes, I don't think you're supposed to make that noise.
By the way,
Well,
Trinket.
I'll do just a small healing.
Matt has good noises. He is good onomatopoeias.
Medicine check. Go for it.
You bear shatter
Oh,
the
medicine
fountain.
check.
Wasn't solid. I don't know what
Yeah.
you're feeding him. Is this all running? Sorry. Roughage. You need roughage.
Trinket, get some vegetables in your diet. He likes meat. Wait, what was I rolling for?
You're checking about the health.
Missed Pike.
Checking about the health.
I rolled a 7.
He doesn't look the healthiest. You haven't seen many
He
tiny
looks
dragons.
really sick. Can you heal it?
Can I check him out? Is he considered an animal?
Oh,
Can I check him out?
Oh, but he's a little cutie, isn't he?
He's a little cutie. What is his name? Logstack?
I like it. I put my finger in the cage.
Lockheed.
Put your
I
finger
put my
in the
finger in the cage. Go, hello, Lockheed.
As soon as your finger gets to the edge,
L-O-C-K.
it bites in the finger.
I can't speak.
He's a real peach.
I just met.
Son of a...
There's I believe it might be RuneSmith, I believe, that did a like third-party supplement all about taking care of like pets in D&D. Seemed very fun. I've never been interested in my party members haven't, or my players haven't really been interested in pets. Certainly something I wouldn't homebrew off the top of my head. Again, Matt, you do not have to give in. And you can just say, we'll talk about it out of session. I don't know what you want yet. You can kick the can, but you know what? If he keeps pushing, I guess give him the sick one.
Maybe you should name him Lucky Peach.
Lucky Peach. I think Lockheed is good enough.
Okay.
Can I do a check on him and see if I make him feel better?
Make a medicine check.
Medicine check? Oh, that's not bad. 19 total.
You gather this may be some sort of a general illness that lingers for.
Is Lockheed a X-Men reference? Cause I only know it like Lockheed Martin, like the defense contractor that makes like planes and or I guess they're not defense. I think they have defense contracts. Yeah, he's Kitty's pet dragon. Ah, I see. Okay, I was thinking like Lockheed Martin as in like Boeing and like Lockheed Martin. I was okay. That's a little different.
A couple weeks, properly.
I was like, I do not get it.
To get it through its system.
I reach in my pouch and I pull out a few good berries.
Feed it through the cage.
I'm sure you eat the bad berries.
Reluctant to eat the first piece, eventually takes a bite and then begins to eat the rest through the cage as you continue through.
Can you speak with animals, Keyleth?
I can, but he's not an animal.
Oh.
He's a dragon guy. He's not.
Is he starting to look any better? Can I try healing?
You try and heal. It's more of a disease-based.
Oh.
He'll be fine.
Just feed him lots of water.
He's a flu.
I have some dry food rations if you want to give him a nibble.
Give him some good berries. I'll make up some more good berries.
Like we with food and stuff. We can move on with the journey.
So, it's groggy, but we decided to go see your family, right?
Yeah, probably
right
not,
now.
Ed.
I don't want to inconvenience
We're
him.
going.
No, we're
No,
going.
we're doing
We're
it.
going.
There's fire.
I've
There
always
goes-
wanted to see a volcano anyway.
Yeah, I think it sounds lovely.
I'm sure they're all as charming as you are.
You'll be
You'll
fine.
win him over.
You'll be fine.
Thank you.
What's the worst that could happen?
Well,
Oh, never mind. That was rhetorical. Don't
we
actually.
don't need to know.
I have to kind of do like a trial and meet their headmaster and
Royal stuff.
yeah. Yeah.
Keyleth, I saw you pile drive a beholder. Pretty sure you're gonna be alright.
That's true.
Yeah, you're gonna do.
Well, it's not even that. It's sometimes
just
learning about your
accidentally
past
muted.
can be equally as terrifying. I don't know what I'm gonna find.
Well, let's go discover it. Trial then.
All right.
Well, from what I heard, we head south towards Thunder Peak, towards the southwest. It's volcanic territory.
Shall we mount up?
Should we ask how far it is?
Maybe. I only got vague directions.
Can we see Thunder Peak from here?
The landscape is very heavily wooded, and the canopy of the forest tends to rise and lower about the height of the wall itself. You can't really see anything beyond the wall of the city of Vasselheim anyway.
So remember, that way is we found a Hydra, so we just might come across some terrible things.
When you wordsmiths go talk to somebody and ask directions.
I flagged down the air.
Go make an investigation.
There's nothing you can do.
So close. Investigation?
Oh, racing. Okay.
Embrace the inevitable.
15.
Asking around and gathering a few folks and asking questions, eventually you flag down one guy on the far end of the tavern who, he's a kind of an amateur cartographer. He's in the middle of kind of sketching out area. He talks to you for a bit. You mentioned the Cinder Peak Mountains. And he goes, oh, yes, no, Cinder Peak. It's not too far from Vasselheim. It's about 2 days' travel on horseback southwest. The Cinder Peak Mountains themselves, be careful. They're pretty steep. I haven't actually gone within the mountain range myself, but I've been within a few miles of it just to make sure that I can mark it on my map. But yeah, it should be fine.
So,
stay on the road.
Okay, stay on the road.
Do you actually have a map?
I would, okay. I generally want to give my players an amount of benefit of the doubt and skip the boring shit. So if they're like, do we know where Sunder Peak is? I'm like, you can ask around. You get the general direction. But you get the general direction, general location, but nothing more detailed than that. You can either just head out or you can ask around for more detail. Because sometimes they just won't want more detail. Like sometimes they're like, general direction sounds good, and they just head out. We skip all the boring shit. And then if they want more detail, you can build in a lot more, I'd say, interesting characters from the get-go. And the characters are not, I would say, cut by the lore dumping, right? So you give the players kind of a lore dumpy baseline, and then the more detailed stuff you can work into a more interesting conversation that doesn't just sound like them attacking you with lore, right? They can get much more specific. They can tell stories. Like, I don't know. You can sort of mix and match a little bit. It doesn't all have to come from NPCs. I like the general setup of like flagging down somebody, like asking them about it, but I would give them a little bit more of a base as Matt, as the DM.
That we can use?
This is not done, and I need to finish it.
Okay.
Before I can give it to a printer to make more.
Sure, right.
What's your girlfriend's name?
I should go. And he folds up his map.
We'll be on the lookout for key things in the landscape to maybe give you information for your maps.
Well, that would be very helpful.
What's your name?
Tyriok. Tyriok. I'm not.
Matthew, we've been doing this for 3 years and you still fucking blow me away. After game.
But yeah,
I'm sorry, Tyriok, I meant to say.
Anything you come across, please do take note of it. If you require a small.
Look, either have, it's not that hard. I'm very glad that like Liam is so impressed and that it seems so interesting. Have a list of names. Like if you're a DM, have a list of names, or if you are doing it online or you have a computer, have a name generator pulled up. It's kind of that easy, and it will blow your players away. Especially like as a new DM, I did not do that, and I would scramble for names and I wouldn't know what to do. Just have a list. Just have a list, and then you can whip it out right then, and they'll be so impressed. And yeah, that's maybe one of the least effort things that will make the most impact to your players. Hello, Tyrion.
Parchment, I could perhaps provide that as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Wait, what happens if you don't stay on the road?
Well, the forests tend to,
I mean, I have an idea, but...
There are things that live there that are generally pretty dangerous. We've had people who've traveled on these routes, and at some point they've been attacked, or worse, never came back.
Wow. Do you know what they've been attacked by?
Hydra.
You don't know. Hydra.
Hydra.
Hydra?
Hydra pike.
Not as in the...
Nope.
I understand.
Yes.
Like 5 heads.
It's just back over it, like Grog's kind of ominous stare towards him again. I should be leaving.
Yeah, I'm sure that's exactly what Matt's doing. I'm sure he literally just has a list. In my current game, I took a bunch of random tables, and in Roll20, you can make macros that will roll on like several tables all at once and like collate the result together. So like I have a macro to like make a random building. I have a macro to like make a random person. So it is like first name, alias, drives, ambitions, connections, profession. Like, and then I just hit one button and it generates all that. Like, it's not that hard to do that on Roll20, but you don't even have to put in that much effort. You don't have to like make a table that you roll on and that takes all this time. Just have a list of names. Have a list of names, have a list of attributes, and just pick the top one every time they ask. It is that straightforward. Badass. You're Merkin. I did meet Merkin. That's true. But yeah, I don't know. That's one of those things that I think is really impressive to players or to maybe first-time DMs that really isn't that hard or complicated. And I also think that like if you want to go a more maybe professional produced route, you can also like go with what Reese is doing of like putting more effort into the names and like always like just jotting them down when you think of it. I use Obsidian for note taking now, and it has a daily note. So like, yeah, if I ever think of something for D&D, I just jot it down really quickly in the daily note and then actually figure it out later. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yes. Hands you this kind of rolled up piece. Relatively well made.
We will use this to make notes.
Thank you.
I appreciate that
You
greatly.
wouldn't happen to have a compass, would you?
No.
It's okay,
Not
I've
that I
got
can
an
find
excellent
out.
sense of direction. Don't
Okay,
don't
good.
make a
Good.
compass.
It's not hard to make.
Anyway, I'm usually here in the morning, just doing my business. So whatever you need.
Tyriok.
Tyriok.
That's very stiff.
All right. He goes and heads off. You guys are welcome to prepare as you wish.
But we need horses, right? We don't want to walk.
Don't we have horses from our previous?
Your team has horses. This team does not. However,
But we have enough horses for us, for all of us, from our previous.
we had 2 extra horses. You did.
Yeah, let's just take those horses. We don't even have to pay for them.
Awesome.
I need a new horse because the horse.
Back buckle.
Yeah.
Let's just steal them really quick. They rented them, right? My druid doesn't know which way north is. I'm worried. Yeah, Drew.
For the back buckle.
You can ride the bear.
If I remember.
No, he can't.
You can fly on the car.
It was pretty rough getting you there. Even as a warhorse, you weigh a lot.
So probably a new horse.
Well, there's 2, so that we're
Wait, we
adding
drove the
fuel
horse
there
into
is
the
time.
ground?
Okay, so we need a few.
Also, we have about 2.5 hours left, which would put us ending at like 11:30 if I never paused. So, we're definitely going to keep watching beyond here, probably at least for another hour, maybe hour and a half, but this is going to be a 2-fucking-parter. I don't love it, but it is just the way it's going to be. Probably for a little bit. I mean, let me see. This is 4.5. The last one was 440. That one was 430. That one was 4. Are there any shorter ones? Okay, this one's going down from 440 to 4, a little bit less, a little bit more, a little bit less. We'll see. Slow down if we're committing to the 2-part. Potentially. The thing is, we're not even halfway through yet. So I don't know. I'll slow down for now because we're probably, I can kind of feel a combat like right in here. My senses are tingling that we're gonna run into a combat here that I'll be able to speed up during. Really milking the content, dude. You do not even know how much I wish I could not do a 2-parter. It rustles my instincts. I hate it. But it is just, it's too much. It's too long. I need to start. I will say I have considered maybe moving earlier. Maybe moving to like a 4. I normally start at 5:30 my time. I've been considering moving to like a 4:30 start. It would just mean I need to get up an hour earlier. Which I haven't wanted to commit to, but I don't know. We'll see. Because I honestly don't know, with the new people joining, with us getting into some really interesting episodes and arcs, I don't know that I foresee me talking less. And so I might just need to start earlier so that we can just have longer streams. We'll see.
2 extra horses.
Do I ride? Oh, we're getting more.
We're supposed to get more. It's up to you guys.
I'll go down a little
I'll
bit.
bust up the last one.
He's all like this.
Okay. Let's go find a couple
You have to
horses.
sway that now, yeah.
I'm gonna ride Trinket, so we only need 1 extra horse.
But they
A
have
war
problems
horse for
with
Grog.
200.
Yes?
Correct.
Yes. I go get a horse for Grog.
Okay. The cost of the warhorse initially, when you get there, the stable hand you talked to originally says, "Oh well, you've gone already through it. I can offer you another warhorse. We're starting to run a little low if you keep tearing through them at this rate."
Oh, well, we'll cover that.
Oh, there's 400 gold to purchase yourself a warhorse.
Darling, remember who we are.
Yeah.
We gave you excellent business before. I have no idea what I'm saying.
This is your thing. Come on.
I think, as a return customer, you...
Also, anyone who's playing bingo, Vex, loots, or haggles. We're in. Yeah, it might. I might start looking at it a little bit ahead of time. Yeah. I mean, Viewmaster does 3-parters with 1 behind paywall. He does? That's ludicrous, dude. Okay. I don't want to start any beef or anything, but yeah, I don't know. I watched some of Viewmaster and he reminds me a lot of what I would consider the more controversial React content and the stuff that I do not want to emulate or be associated with. So yeah, that's wild. I cannot believe that 1 goes behind a paywall. Yeah, no shot. I can't imagine. If I ever were to be able to go full time with this, I would just start earlier. We wouldn't have to do parters, and we would just have long ass streams. That would be the way I would prefer to do it. If I could, I would just start at noon and just go until the episode was finished. But I'm not monetized, so no cash coming in. Which is fine. I'm good with that. And I think I mentioned this before, but they lowered the requirements for live monetization, and I'm actually very close. We're about, I think, 110 subs off. So you need 500 subs and a certain watch hour requirement, which I've long passed. So once that's a thing, we could start having super chats, badges, like, I mean, it sounds weird, but like ways for you guys to like actively pay money. I don't want that to be like a big thing, especially if like you're not in a place to do it. But I do want to start like putting together content that, or like things that maybe like reward you for that sort of stuff. Maybe some pay Eden Fridays, because Eden does a lot of work. Totally for free. So I want to pay him before I even get paid. But all that is to say, man, I don't know. I'm not gonna talk too bad on it, but if I was fully monetized and could do it full time, I certainly would not be splitting it into 3-parters. That's for sure. Differentiate yourself from other streamers by showing how long your jump is live on stream. Never restay. We've been over this. It's like Saitama. You wouldn't even be, if I were to jump on stream, it would crash the site. You wouldn't even know. Oh my god, he's selling out. Dude, I wish I could sell out. I mean, I guess I probably could. Make some content that would do better than the content I currently make, and but I would hate. So I guess I could sell out. But dude, I'm telling you, when I get sponsorship offers, whoo boy. I don't know, we'll see. I say that, but then in my head I'm like, I probably wouldn't take like a mobile game ad. I don't know. We'll see. I make no commitments as to whether or not I'll sell out.
Can offer us a little more of a deal than that.
But I know I won't sell out in that way. I know that. Lol, capitalism. I mean, hey man, we live in a society and all that. I haven't even seen that movie. I just know the reference. Yeah, man. I just want to make cool shit, especially while I'm not beholden to while I'm not beholden to the money, like while I do have a day job, I just want to make cool shit. And that's it. Cuz I just fucking love doing this. Any society livers.
Make persuasion check.
I legitimately would do Raid Shadow Legends. That's no lie. There's a lot of shit I wouldn't do. I would not do a VPN ad. I'll tell you that right now, because the only VPN I would ever advertise is OpenVPN, and they don't do sponsorships because they're free as fuck and open source. I would never do an ExpressVPN, NordVPN, none of that shit. Cause I don't fucking support it. I would never do that. Mobile game ads? I don't play mobile games. I don't care. I don't play mobile games. I don't give a shit if you play mobile games. I'll rep a mobile game all day long. I don't care. But like VPNs, I would never do a VPN ad. I would not. I do use a paid password manager. I use Keeper, free promo. But I would never do another password manager ad because I don't use them. If Keeper came to me, I'd fucking. I mean, is it shilling it if you use it? I don't think so. I can't wait for the first Megaphone Man Raid Shadow Legend ad, dude. Yeah, I'll do Raid Shadow Legends all day long. All day long. I mean, if we're talking about like what ads I would actually like to do, I would love to like have like a World Anvil sponsorship because I fucking love World Anvil. I would love to tell you guys about World Anvil. But no free promo. Sponsor me, please.
Come on, baby.
Natural 20!
Oh, the nat 20.
Give us the horse.
It's verified.
Yeah,
That's
it's
a 20.
free.
That's a 20.
Nat 20.
Gift horse.
Here, how about this? I will, based on your previous patronage, and if you can ensure that she would continue to send business my way, I'll be happy to give it to you at half price.
Half price.
Wanna go?
Very
That was good.
fair
I'll take
deal.
two.
Grog, pay the man.
No, well, I mean.
Fine. Right. Would you be interested in negotiating?
No.
He already
200 gold. 200 gold.
400
Rock on to the
gold.
gold.
500.
For two.
You'll take the hang off.
Horses?
No more, no less.
Oh, there's a horse for him, and then you guys, there's two amongst you. I don't know if you wanted to become a horse and run, or you guys could.
I was gonna write trinket so that they could have. There were 3 for them.
You can take the busted up horse. You just can't carry me anymore.
Dude, it's so funny. I know that this has nothing to do with anything. But the concurrent viewer graph, sometimes it'll just randomly drop and then like a minute later it'll correct itself. I don't know why it does it. But I'm pretty sure people aren't randomly leaving and then coming right back. But it had a giant drop from like 16 viewers down to like 5 while I was talking about the Raid Shadow Legends ad. And it's now fixed itself. It doesn't say that anymore, but that was so funny. That was so funny to glance over and see that. People just click right off when they hear it.
Yeah, we'll write trinket.
Okay, well then you're fine.
We're good.
Can we get the? Is there another warhorse for sale for that price? Can we get the 2 for 400?
If you ask about this, he's like, that wasn't part of the deal. If you want another warhorse, that's a different transaction entirely.
I'll take one. Full price. I won't buy
How much money does
Well, that's a horse of a different.
Well, dude, apparently they were offering crazy bags. And I mean, look, it's a mobile game. I'm sure it has absolutely horrifically like hostile design and like is absolutely trying to extract money from people. But I don't care. There are certain things that people advertise that I think are really harmful. And that I wouldn't do, and I won't even say them live. That a lot of people in the space that do, that I just wouldn't. But like mobile gaming, like if fucking Fortnite sponsored me, I'm down. If you're a parent, if you're an adult with your money, like spending the money in the mobile game ads or on the mobile games, like whatever, you deserve the grift. And if you are a parent whose kid spends all of your money on a stolen credit card, whatever. That's your parent more closely. I don't have a lot of sympathy. You say that now. I say that now about what? About not taking certain ads? There are certain ads and like certain sponsorships that I would never take. And again, I'm not even going to say them because I don't even want to give them free promo. But or more of like, I don't know like the type of platform and like the type of impact I can have. That's maybe true. I might update my feelings on it if I ever did get into that situation, but I don't know. Hey, Fortnite rules. Fortnite does rule, man. And they have incredibly hostile design that extracts money from children. But I don't know. Parents should lock up their shit better. Yeah, don't be hating on them mobile games. There are tons of great mobile games out there that are absolutely not hostile and not terrible. Raid Shadow Legends is not one of them. I hate what Fortnite did to gaming. I don't know about that. I think that Fortnite is a very distilled version of a thing that was already happening, especially in companies like EA. And that a lot of traditional gamers just weren't exposed to. Like, I think that FIFA and NBA 2K were doing, I would say, much more egregious shit, and still are, than Fortnite. But I think that Fortnite broke the scene in such a way to where, like, normal gamers and this, like, other, like, more normal class of gamer bros were also playing it. Like, everyone was playing it. So I think it's just much more visible. And I think that it just has, like, really hostile monetization, but I don't really see that changing. Like, I don't even know what you would do necessarily to fix it. Like, I don't know that I want, like, the government coming in and, like, regulating how to build UIs and UX in games. I know that there was, like a lot of talk about regulation with loot boxes and stuff. And, like, I think that is something that's totally okay to look at. But I think the core of, like, my problem with Fortnite is the, like, super, super hostile design that almost tricks you into spending money. And I don't have a huge problem with it. Like, overall. I don't know. I'm also not a huge gaming philosophic. I don't have super deep opinions about the design of video games. I have a lot more opinions about the the internal philosophies of, like, what story-driven games display to their users. So, like, what is the underlying philosophic point? Like, I think that COD has really glorified war in a really bad way. And not even in, like, oh man, it's desensitizing the kids. But more in, like, it's glorifying, like, the military and soldiers, and also, like, promoting a really, like, us versus them mentality of, like, when we go over and destabilize countries, it's cool, but when people come and do it to us, it's bad. I don't like that about Call of Duty, but I don't really give a shit about their monetization. FOMO night. It's the Battle Royale craze that I have a problem with. I remember when Fortnite was about fighting zombies. Whatever. I mean, I don't think that I don't mean to whatever your opinion. I think that's a perfectly fine and valid opinion. And I think that people tend to dismiss opinions like that, like I just almost did on Gut Instinct. Because if it's almost like when people say, like, oh, like, you don't like this thing about D&D, like, just go play Pathfinder. It's like, there's a lot of reasons you wouldn't want to play Pathfinder. And I think it's totally fair to be upset with a game for popularizing a format and, like, kind of getting people obsessed over a format that you don't personally enjoy or partake in, because that reduces the amount of people that will play the thing that you do like. So that's super fair. Like, if Wizards of the Coast makes bad decisions with one D&D, which is probably what a lot of people will switch to, that is reducing your enjoyment at the majority of tables that will be available. So I think it's very fair to be like concerned and upset about what they do with 1D&D. And I think that's also a fair opinion to have about Fortnite. I don't personally care too much because like I'm pretty neutral on battle royales as a general concept. I'll play them, I won't play them, whatever. But if you don't like battle royales and all of your friends go over to play Fortnite, they get more invested, more companies start putting resources towards battle royales and not towards the things that you do like, that's a fair thing to dislike. That's very much different strokes for different folks. I'm pretty whatever when it comes to the type of format of game that I play, so it doesn't super affect me, but I will just outright stop playing games for other reasons. So, yeah. No, it's cool. I get it. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's all chill here. It's all in good faith, but yeah. That was way off topic. Oh man. Let's what are we talking about? Critical Role?
Where do you put Lockheed Peach?
Well, that's going for the...
All right, well, I'm afraid we're fresh out of war horses going forward. We'll have to make sure the our tamer goes out, and might be a few months before we get another load, so take care of what you have.
How much extra for some side saddles for that?
Side saddles, what? I throw those in for free for a full price purchase, certainly. Some side saddle bags for your wars.
Tiberius, I want it to be known that if you keep asking me for party funds, I will not be so...
This is my personal. Of course. I would not want to upset you again, Lady Vex.
Bro, we really are, man. I've also considered potentially switching one of the days to a weekend day, but I worry that will conflict with too many schedules, including my own. I like the general idea of them being on Mondays and Wednesdays. I just wish I could feasibly start earlier, but a lot of times work will go until 5, so I don't know. I don't want to hear shit about the episode being too long. Fuck. Digging my own grave.
Pajama.
He called you a lady.
He did. Let's go see your family. Okay.
All right.
And if we get just outside of the... Oh, wait.
Yeah. You guys gather your horses, fresh war horse and saddlebags upon yours as well, Tiberius. Fine, sturdy...
I mean, that's fair. I'll be honest. There is something planned for a specific episode number. And so every time we delay, that plan gets pushed out. And I feel bad. Like full cards on the table. I am not going to get into it at all. Once that thing happens, I will probably feel a lot less bad about doing 2-parters, but until it happens, I am probably still going to try to push forward. But for every good Battle Royale live service, there's like 10 bad ones. I mean, I think that's a lot of genres, but that's fair. I don't like Fortnite's gunplay, honestly. But I also don't like PUBG's gunplay. I don't like a lot of games' gunplay, honestly. I'm pretty picky when it comes to first-person shooters. But anyways.
Steeds. This one looks to be a little more physically built than the previous one you purchased. Hopefully she'll last you a little longer. Hopefully. You make your way towards the southern gate of Vasselheim. The bastions open it for you and lead you out to the front road that exits the south side of the city. Slowly, it begins to divide into a southeast and southwest direction. You guys, using the directions that you acquired previously, begin pushing yourself in the southwestern direction of the path, leading you deep into the Vesper Timberlands. You notice the canopy of the forest itself is so thick and high that it is not so much an open pathway more than it is an open archway, a tunnel that has been carved through the forest for this path. So it is a very dense, very dark, even in the midday sun, pathway. And it progresses this way for miles and miles. You can hear birds and wildlife just living loudly and out in the open amongst this forest.
Not raining anymore.
There are certain portions of the trail that you do see are being encroached upon by the forest and trees themselves. There are roots and vines that begin to stretch and try and reclaim the road. And you get the sensation that people that traverse here a lot have to perpetually keep it cleared.
there's something about this forest that in itself is its own breathing entity beyond what a normal forest would be. It seems to grow at a much faster pace, and even your previous experience in the deep portions of this forest, it almost has its own omnipresent kind of malicious presence.
Malicious presence? I was just about to say, I think there's a lot of times a temptation as a DM to describe meta aspects to give our players a good sense of the vibes. Saying that a forest grows faster is like, I think, a little too meta. Like, unless you have been, like, hanging out in this town for a long time or traversing this path more than once, that's a little bit of a weird description. But I think that talking about, especially if you want to talk about an inherent, like, malicious presence, going back to my sensory guide, touch and smell are the ones that I would recommend for either talking about something inherent to this location or something that happened in the past. Like, if this Timberland used to be really chill and tight and cool, then maybe talk about some smells to describe something that happened in the past. If this Timberland has always been fucked up and no one knows why, no historical event or whatever, talk about a clammy, cold sensation. Most of the forests that you traverse to have a nice scent on the air, the trees cleansing the air and giving a fresh feel as you walk through, but this one feels more like a morgue. It is damp while also being just absolutely clammy. It feels more like walking through a cave than a area of living, breathing foliage. I don't know. I would plan it out a little bit more for my game, but off the top of the dome, I think talking about that can kind of lead towards this more evil feel. Now, that's a passive insight use. This place is fucked. This place is fucked, dude. Yeah, that's how I describe my shit.
Continuing down for the rest of the day, eventually the sun comes to set, and what little bit of moonlight that would find its way through the canopy is entirely cut off by the thickness of the leaves and boughs of the trees.
Now, I'll say, if you want to give something a vibe like it's alive, like it's like actively malicious and evil, because that's what he said. He was like, something feels like actively malicious about this place. There's really like small things you can do to give that living impression. Rather than like, again, like the growing faster thing is weird, but I know what he's going for. You can talk about it almost feeling more alive than normal. So like talking about like what little rays of moonlight would make it through seem to be actively covered up. It's like the density of the trees. You guys have been in forests like this before. It's not that thick, but somehow the canopy seems to be strategically blocked and mismatched and crisscrossed, actively blocking any light from reaching you. It can give it a more intelligent, or not intelligent, but like purposeful and sort of active feel. If you describe exactly how odd it is, something that you can actively perceive. The reason I keep coming back to the growing faster thing is because I think that's really on the right track. Like, that's really close to something that I think is really good, but just something that they can more like directly perceive, not something that they'd have to like witness over days.
You can continue to go through the night if you wish to, or would you wish to set camp? Okay. Big beacon of light blasts out, kind of continuing pushing forward on this pathway. It's about 9:30 p.m. and you have pretty good visual in front of you based on the light source that is Tiberius. Do you guys only wish to push on forward?
The path's pretty overgrown, you said?
I'm a little concerned, Tiberius, just...
still
I'm
might
afraid that some creatures might be attracted to that light source. It might actually be best to...
Darkness once again takes the pathway.
Is there any moonlight?
No.
You
That's
gather,
why I cast it.
glancing up, there are fractions and little pieces that give you the sense that some of the clouds have parted, and moonlight would be visible if you weren't underneath such a thick canopy of brush.
Barely anything.
Yeah, it's if not for your dark vision and a little bit of light in there, you'd have no visual.
Oh, I mean, I could try. Can I?
Is it into your stack?
Take off my.
I'm gonna cast light under one of the flaps of my robe.
Tibbs.
I
I pull off and hand him my cloak of elven kind, which is one of the reasons I'm so hard to see. Maybe we could just use that as a shroud for it, just for tonight.
So I'll cast it. I'll cast it under that.
Okay. As you do so, it becomes instead of like a giant.
And you could be the source of light.
Instead of a beaming beacon of bright light, it has now become essentially a hood lantern that you're now directionally focusing.
Now you look really cool.
That's fucking.
Do we want to push on or do we want to rest?
That's cool.
We should push on.
That's a good use of
I
light.
mean, we're all right, right?
We're all rested.
All right.
We're on a path.
At 9 o'clock at night, you said?
It's 9 o'clock at night.
I think it's time to bed down. I mean, what?
It's an interesting interpretation because I believe that it just makes the object shed light, but as a DM, I'm not going to be too stingy on that, especially for a cool use of it. I mean, you could just say, like, it's, I'm fine with it being, like, the inside of the cloak, like, considering that the part that sheds the light. But even if you wanted to be like, oh, I'm going to cast it on my shirt, and then I'll just cover my shirt with the cloak, like, there's obviously ways to accomplish this where you don't need to be nitpicky about it as a DM. Yeah, the whole object should be bright, and you can cover that object up. Yeah. But, yeah, it's fine. Like if I start getting nitpicky about that with the players, then those be like, okay, well, I'll do like this scrap of cloth, tuck that in there, and then cover it up. There are obviously ways to make this work.
We're not in Los Angeles,
so I'm cool.
How far?
There's all kinds of creepy crawlies.
How far did we make it?
I'd say from when you left, it's probably been about 6 hours of travel, approximately, to where you are now. On a fair trot.
Time to rest now.
It's not like we don't have to sleep eventually.
Do we want to take watches like we
I'll
normally
take the
do?
first watch.
I'll do my anti-life shell for the first hour. That way we all get an hour of good sleep.
Okay, cool.
Can I trace back 100 yards and dust of tracelessness from where we came?
The hunter's mark that I
Anti-life
cast on
shell?
that merchant, did he stay in town or is he out and about? Can I sense that?
At this distance,
6 measly little
Maybe?
hours.
I actually don't know.
No, I can track him.
Are you haggling with the fabric of time and space?
No, I'm just seeing if I can track the dude that I put a hunter's mark on, is all.
God, it's gone.
See?
Right about that.
Trying to go here.
I would say
Meanwhile,
at this distance that you traveled, you've lost contact with him.
Okay.
However, on the way out, you got the sensation that he was still in the city.
Okay. All right.
Just not in the thoroughfare that he was originally spotted in.
All right.
Morning getting
still really
negotiated, so
All right, so
I'm gonna roll real quick. So I don't have a. I was doing animal handling because I have to roll animal handling every day so I can like train it to do stuff.
Yeah.
So I did gain a point today. And I take out the decanter of Venice water. Water anybody? And I.
What the fuck are we talking about? I'm sorry, when? What? Huh?
I was doing animal handling because I have to roll animal handling every day so I can like train it to do stuff.
Yeah.
So I did gain a point today.
Is this a Pathfinder thing? Like he's talking about it so confidently and he just said like a point? Cuz like this is normally something where I'd be like, OAC like rolls before Matt asks, but this is like so confident that I feel like this must be a Pathfinder thing. Does anyone know? Does anyone play Pathfinder and they know if like this sort of like animal training is a thing in there? Otherwise, this is crazy. This is like ludicrous. Maybe they talked about it before, especially because Matt didn't even seem surprised.
Animal handling because I have to roll animal handling every day so I can like train it to do stuff.
Yeah.
So I did.
He's good. Yeah. Like he doesn't even like put his eyebrows up or anything. I'm not gonna tick it. Like, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt just because it seems so straightforward and Matt doesn't seem weirded out by it. No idea, but he and Matt are definitely not on the same page on how Orion will treat this pet. This is weird. I don't know. This specific, like, the whole pet thing before of, like, him acquiring it, they definitely didn't see him on the same page. Like, I totally agree about that. But I don't know, this specific one, like, his level of confidence is, like, weird. Where it makes me feel like I'm the one that's missing something.
Gain a point today. And I take out the decanter of Venice water. Water, anybody? And I'm feeding Lockheed some.
Okay. I'm gonna try and cast some more ammunition since I'm out in the.
Okay.
I pulled out my little book of druid spells and history, and I start freshening up on some fire spells.
Alrighty.
I try to get Trinket some meat to eat some vegetables.
All right.
I
Trinket.
passed the fuck out.
Yeah, you conk out. Trinket takes to a couple, but seems to be.
Right, I think that's what's weird to me. I think the specific thing that's like tripping off my like maybe this is something I don't know about is him being like I didn't gain a point. I'm like, what? Gain a point? The fuck are we talking about? Because that makes me think that there's a system I'm just unaware of. But I don't know.
Reluctant, as it's not what it's used to. It's a good start, but Trinket still likes the comfort of
Trinket,
fresh meat.
your uncle said your poo is runny. You need to eat some veggies.
Trinket nuzzles a nose and pushes it out of your hand onto the ground.
If I have the first watch, I have dark vision, and I take out my firebrand warhammer as I begin my watch.
Okay. It burns like a torch in your hand.
No fire.
No fire. Okay. Because this only supplies you have to craft this ammunition without having an actual smithy at your disposal, it is possible. It's just difficult. So go ahead and take your Tinker's Tool check with disadvantage.
God damn it.
Oh,
14.
14.
Second roll.
This is very. So I just looked up Pathfinder like animal training, and there's a train animal feat. You spend time teaching an animal to do a certain action. You either select a basic action the animal already knows how to do, typically those listed under the command animal action, or attempt to teach it a new basic action. The GM determines the DC of any check required and the amount of time the training takes, usually at least a week. It is usually impossible to teach an animal a trick that uses critical thinking. If you're an expert, master, or legendary in nature, you might be able to train more than usual. I mean, this doesn't reference the point thing, but I could also see this, like, you know, with the amount of time the training takes, I could very easily see that being interpreted to be like referencing points or whatever. I don't know. This certainly, I get the vibe that this is maybe a Pathfinder thing that they established back in the Pathfinder campaign. That sounds kind of like what Orion... It does. It sounds just enough like it that I can totally believe that him and Matt already have an established system that we've just never seen because no one's had a pet. I don't know. I do not know.
You use the remainder of your supplies that are currently on you. You manage to construct 12 rounds of ammunition for your pepper box, but you are...
You would think that, Robin, huh? Yeah, I don't know. You would really think that, though.
Currently out after that, and you were down to about 3 pieces left.
I was getting a little iffy.
Do you need more metal?
So I put you at a total of 15 bullets for your pepper box.
Can you use bullet armor to make more bullets?
I can use metal. I can use any they're basically made of iron.
We have 2 more pieces. We have 2 more pieces of broken up armor and a lantern. And manacles.
And you're on watch, right?
Yeah.
Before I passed out, I handed him my cloak all wadded up in a ball around it and handed it to him.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's hard for you to repurpose anything metal without an actual smelt. Any sort of so
I knew I would just get a little bit on the road right now.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Reste. He does not need any training to be a liability. And there's also the factor of, like, maybe... Because it was basically saying that, like, you can use that system to teach them simple tricks that I think are kind of covered by everything with, like, the Ranger suite of skills and abilities. So it's possible that, like, Trinket can already do more than this system could ever give him? I don't know.
So, we can check the bad news ammunition. You should be about 5 shots left.
5 shots, that sounds about right.
So to take a long rest, I can take 1 hour or 2 hours to still have a long rest and do stuff.
Long rest is 8 hours.
Okay. Cool. So an hour before that, while we're doing, I'm starting to enchant the staff.
Now, enchanting for a staff is like a day focus.
Oh, okay.
So like you can do it slowly over time to help offset that, but it'll take you a lot longer to do it on the road. It's more.
Okay, so Matt is hedging. When he was in with Kavarn, he was really trying to do a lot more of this, of like, oh, like maybe you can like do long things on the road. Percy, maybe you can craft things, yada yada. I really need... I can feel him hedging this way. He's already started to do it with Percy a little bit. Make these downtime actions. These are downtime actions. Don't fuck around with like trying to put them in the normal pace of a game with like sleeping and watches and all that. Just make them downtime actions. And I know at this point, Xanathars didn't exist, so like Downtime Revisited wasn't out. But at this point, the DM's guide still had downtime actions pretty well laid out. And all of these are explicitly downtime actions, like crafting. Even if you want to consider enchanting some sort of crafting, like you need a day of focus. You need to be sure that you're safe. You need all of these things. I always tell my players you can prepare for sleeping. So like you can do things like prepare the campsite in case you were to get ambushed. You can RP. You can RP to your heart's content. You can do flavor stuff. But you can't work on long-term projects on the road unless you have something incredibly specific. Like maybe the genie, like the warlock genie patron's lantern. Maybe I would allow you to kind of work on long-term stuff in there. But even then, I'm saying to work on a downtime project like that, you need like days of uninterrupted like focus and access to materials that you just don't have on the road. And like Matt is hedging towards like, well, like maybe it's longer because he doesn't want to tell his players no. But just tell your players no. Just like if you want to hang out in Amon, you want to hang out at your castle keep, fucking do whatever your heart desires. Prepare for the next adventure. And then when we're out on the adventure, we are not taking up time with this, frankly, BS. Like we're going forward, we're doing the plot, the adventure, and then we have this separate time to prepare for the next adventure and to make these long-term improvements and projects. I'm not saying Orion got jealous of lore. Yeah. Critical Role and downtime, is that a whole thing? We'll see. They're all very crafty this campaign, not at all in others, so it must be more of a Pathfinder mechanic, potentially. But even if it is a Pathfinder mechanic, I'll just go with it for like... And maybe this is just a gripe I would have with Pathfinder, but I would say just from a pacing perspective, lock like downtime activities, these long-term project type of things to like long-term stay locations. If they're going to be camping in the woods for like 2 months and they're going to be doing a lot of expeditions, scouting, mapping, if they're going to be like in this external place for a long time, have them set up like a long-term stay camp. Have them set up like a forward camp, a forward base. And tell them, like, yeah, if you spend a week at base, like, you can do these downtime activities. All good. But they can't be, like, doing little bits and bobs as they go. Even if it maybe is feasible, like, for Percy, like, crafting an arrow. Maybe he could do that on the road. Like, maybe he could cast new ammunition. But I still think, even if it's feasible, just don't let him do it. I think it slows down the pace too much. And I think that you will find that it is a better paced and more enjoyable game if you just make that hard line and that hard separation. That might just be my opinion. I don't know. Or it's the show aspect of it. I would say that the show aspect is even more of a reason not to interrupt the pace and like interrupt the tone of what they're doing with these random asides. But it could be
like
rough.
when you get back and you want to focus on enchanting and get it done.
Be bored.
Cool. You go over your spells. You have that.
Especially because each of these discussions is like a whole mechanical thing of like, how long is this going to take? I don't know. It's, yeah.
Crafted. Okay, torch. Anything else before you guys go to bed?
Do I get an up to my hit points at my level 11? Do I get to roll more hit points at level 11?
Oh, he certainly has to make everything himself. But if you're the only gun maker in the world, you got to prepare, boy. You got to prepare for yourself. Otherwise, you're back to being a Joe Schmo. But this also gets into ammo's lame, so.
Yes, have you not done that yet?
I haven't done anything other than just take my new abilities.
Okay, let's go ahead and do that right now.
Roll a d10.
D10 plus your Constitution modifier. Percy is now level 11.
Yeah, that happened.
Welcome.
That's 10. I'm up 10 points. Points? No, hit points.
Oh, what'd you roll?
I rolled an 8, and my Constitution modifier is 2. So
Right, 10 more hit points. Pop it on.
Nice.
Oh, and actually, you know what? Before we go to sleep, or actually first thing in the morning before I like learn my new
You're also
spells,
3 attacks per round now. Which is
Yes, I am.
Oh.
I'm also gonna go ahead and be like,
3 attacks per round will be huge. Yeah, I mean, especially for this sort of show, I would be. I mean, and this gets into not D&D advice. This gets into like actual play production advice, and I don't think I am equipped to give that. I do imagine it might be a better show if they handled a lot of that more downtime stuff off screen. But even for at-home games, try to hone in on what your players really like. Do all of them really like discussing mechanics and possibilities at the table with each other? Or are only a few characters into it? Like in this game, it's Percy and Tiberius that are into the crafting, right? The rest of them, not so much. So I would try, if I was Matt, I would try to handle that stuff with them off screen, of talking about like, okay, when we're on the road, you can make this sort of progress. When you're back in town, you'll make this sort of progress. These are the mechanics. These are the things. Like, don't try not to surprise me with like new recipes, new builds mid-session, because no one else is interested. And, you know, we want to keep the stuff moving for everyone, because there are 5 other players at the table. But if you're at a table and every single person is crafty and they're all super into it, like super into the mechanics of the crafting systems, feel free to talk that out at the table. It's all about focusing on what all the players like. If only a certain subset of players like shopping or like crafting or like training, feel free to do those things with them out of session. Just try to focus on the things that everyone likes in session. You won't always be able to do that, but you want to try to maximize it where you can.
hey guys, I made breakfast and make a hero's feast.
Another hero's
Again?
feast?
At night or in the
Or
morning?
actually at night, because I had it learned. So before we go to bed, I make a hero's feast.
Everyone's going to eat a hero's feast before bed? Okay.
Yeah.
Vegan again?
Nightcap!
Wait, how long does it last us?
Like 24 hours?
Yeah, it's 24 hours.
Okay, so until we go to bed tomorrow?
Yeah.
And also,
Because I'm learning new spells in the morning.
What do we get? As you pull out a
Okay.
second gem-encrusted bowl that you've prepared, you purchased in the bazaar earlier, you mark off another 1,000 gold pieces from your personal fund.
bro, I was gonna say, what the fuck is Vax gonna think about that? That's a hero's feast. I get it, but that is a ludicrous amount of money to spend until you are like way further on. Vex, right? Fuck, Vex. Keyleth manifesting gem bowls like crackers. I mean, yeah, that's something that I would probably be more picky on as a DM. But that's also probably personal preference. I know a lot of DMs that just care about the gold value and other that care more about like where you get the individual components. I fall more in the latter. I like to make the component acquisition kind of interesting and kind of mini quests in and of themselves. But if you don't like that, that's fine. It fell off a truck, right?
And as you guys watch, Keyleth all of a sudden puts her hands out in front of her, and from the very earth itself around your campsite springs forth this long table of just cornucopias and fruits and fine meats. The smell permeates the air like the best like eating hall you've ever been to.
Oh, I get a second
Bananas!
Oh, no.
I thought of you. I thought of you.
This is amazing, kid.
Raised quail.
Oh, man.
You guys
I'll pick up Keyleth and give her a big squeeze. Oh, sorry.
It is quite particular. Like, okay, I'm not going to have my players search for a fucking branch, that's been struck by lightning for Witch Bolt. Like, I'm not going to go that hard. I'm not going to have them, like, there are some like that where it's like, okay, probably doesn't matter. Even sometimes, like, specific precious gems, like, like they don't have to find it. But yeah, the gem encrusted bowl is really particular. It's not just like a find it in every area type of deal. And it does, you're totally right, this dude. It does really heavily depend on the setting in the world. But, yeah. In the other campaigns, Matt does limit when it would be feasible to obtain that kind of component for such a big spell. I mean, to some degree, I'm kind of fine with it for this one because it is such a ludicrous amount of gold for their level for, like, let's be real, not a great benefit. Like, it's good, don't get me wrong. But I don't know that it's 1,000 gold good. Based on the other, like, the economy that he's set up so far. I don't know. Does make it feel more special when you have to get it. That's very accurate. That's one of the reasons that I like it, is because it kind of amps up the feeling of it and the sort of payoff once they finally do get to cast it.
I'm gonna try the carpet again.
Okay, so as you're eating and chopping, you step away from the table, you set the carpet down, and you grab your holy symbol, and you close your eyes, praying up to Saren Ray to hopefully...
Part of me wonders if Marisha isn't marking the gold? Like, Matt's been pretty clear about it, and like, it made sense in the one-shot why she would want to do it before the Rakshasa, but they're, like, gonna be on the road for a while, right? I don't... This is one of those times, I've mentioned this before, where, like, when a player does something odd, and I'm like, that feels like something that the character wouldn't have done, and I'm not sure why the player's telling me that they want to do it. I feel like there might be a misunderstanding here. Like, to me... If I'm the DM, Keyleth just like popping 1,000 gold for a random day on the road? Like, Hero's Feast only lasts for 24 hours, right? So that just feels odd, and I would kind of question it in the moment as a DM. I'm down for players to fuck around and find out. If they want to do something and I explain to them why it's kind of dumb, and they want to do it anyways, more power to them. But if I feel like they don't understand what's going on, I'm going to stop them and, like, be like, hey, what's up? There's only one player I suspect of not marking resources. Well, that's more of, like, I feel like maybe Keyleth doesn't know. I feel like she doesn't understand that the bowl gets used up. I feel like she thinks that, like, she has the bowl, and she does it, and it doesn't get consumed by the spell. That's my theory. Otherwise, I have no idea why she's popping 1,000 gold for this. Late, but hope everyone is feeling good and big vibing. No, you did not miss shopping. Well, I guess you did miss a little shopping, but it was really fast this time, which was dope. So it didn't even really feel like shopping, which was really nice. Specific materials for making a magic item makes that item feel more important when it's made from buying it from a store. Sorry, Gilmore. Dude, I never allow them to craft a magic item without getting a specific material. A lot of times I only make them get one. But if they want to craft a specific thing, there is a required material that they have to do a quest around. If it's for a spell, it depends on the spell, and it depends on the specificity of the item. But even if they just want to craft healing potions, there's a specific item that they need to get. And depending on their locale, they may not just have access to it. So yeah, no, I agree. If you go back to the Gilmore's Glorious Goods episodes, I have a whole opinion about Gilmore's and the general setup of Iman.
In some way, shape, or form, be of an aid in restoring this once enchanted ally.
Acid alchemist. I mean, fair. Very, very fair. I will say I like Gilmore as a character, just not the thing. Cries and chemist. Yes, good.
One.
Cry.
Two.
That's not good to roll a 2?
Just
Close.
11 or 16.
You sense that once again the attention of Saren Ray is scattered, And at this moment in time, you feel like
What up, Wired Jeweler? Welcome, welcome. Glad to see so many new faces. Welcome. I'm glad that you could be here.
there is little attention towards this small arcane artifact that was lost, not of your own hand.
And I will say, new folks, so we have the 1 to 5 highlights if you don't want to watch each individual stream. And Eden is currently working on the 6 to 10 highlights. And we're going to try to have the highlight videos coming out more often. I won't guarantee, like, how many weeks in between, but we're going to try to generally catch up to where we are. Because for a while, there was a big delay around making them. So it should be, in future, easier to catch up to where we are now. If you're not doing Divine Intervention every day, you're doing Cleric. Very fair. Oh, yeah.
I know, I'm sorry.
Restay the casual jabs for me to make more! Exclamation point.
You're a helpful.
I'm just
very mindful.
So at the top of the morning, as part of the Heroes Feast, everyone gets 2d12 additional.
2d10.
2d10.
2d10 additional hit points to your
Everybody's hit
max.
points is
Yay!
temporarily.
And you feel that as well.
For a day?
For a day.
We roll that right now.
And you also
Right now.
fill up that as well.
Yay! That's amazing.
That's tight right there.
Tap.
Yes, thank you for introducing that to Liam's vocabulary.
Also, everyone now has advantage on their wisdom saving throws
Okay.
Just for the day, right?
for 24 hours. So for
You're immune to poison, immune to diseases, immune to being frightened, and all wisdom saving throws have advantage.
Immune to being frightened?
Yes.
All of us?
All you
How is
guys,
this?
after eating this meal, it instills you with an extremely powerful nature-based enchantment. You feel your physical form given unnatural hardiness, and the confidence kind of instills your entire body. And so you're immune to poison, immune to disease, immune to frightened, and you get advantage on your saving throws.
You ain't afraid of no
Your wisdom saving throws.
Right.
For
It's
24
the
hours.
tryptophan.
The opposite of tryptophan?
take a nap.
Very fine, a very expensive meal. All right, you guys eventually find
Thanks,
yourself
Keela.
I'm so
getting to
appreciative.
rest.
I do feel really good.
All right.
And those bananas came right up.
It's like a hug.
Oh,
There's that face.
That's what I said.
Through the evening's rest, Grog keeping watch.
Yes.
Eventually, the weight of the meal comes to your form, and you begin to fall asleep. You all wake up in the morning, untouched, unscathed, but all asleep.
You fell asleep!
No, it was just so calm that once the sun came up, I heard you. I fell asleep.
You've got a lot of drool in your beard.
All right.
In your beard.
I'll take the first watch next time. Everything's good. No use crying over spilt milk. Let's keep
Where's
going.
where's your
Good to have a good night's sleep though.
Okay.
On their,
Oh yeah.
Yoink.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I gotta tell the doggy later. I don't know if you guys can hear it when she presses her buttons, but she just asked to cuddle. But she doesn't like cuddling in the chair, so there's no way for me to cuddle her on stream. Sick. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Wired Jeweler. Did you just say what I think you said? I don't know if she just pressed another button. Shit. I was putting on my headphones when I don't think she did. I don't think she pressed it.
0.
oh,
0.
100. That's no progression on your beard.
Oh, I thought it was like the lowest roll you could ever do.
Very in character.
Zero
Grog.
means 10. That's 100.
Yeah.
That's
You can't
really
get
awesome.
lower than
That's like
10.
the best you can do.
The lowest you can get is 10.
Shit.
Or 11, right?
It's all right, but you still have your fancy little Lincoln going.
Interesting, Sam. That's cool to hear. I'm excited for us to get caught up to where it's all fresh for you. And I agree, man. I miss Travie Poo, especially because both of them were 2-parters. So it's been like 4 streams since we've talked to Travis. And even before that, I guess in his like Trial of the Take segment, he was gone for part of it, right? So yeah, it's been a while. I miss Travis too.
They call me Honest Grog.
No, I was there. I was with you.
Yeah, I'm usually
Biscuit.
a low roller. So, yeah.
0, 0. 100.
All right.
Yeah, back on the horse.
All right.
Let's go.
Right up again, you get yourself back on the path, and you progress up the pathway. You continue to ride for the next 6, 7 or so hours, stopping briefly to eat lunch and kind of just get.
I'll also say we are nowhere. Yeah, we are definitely going to have to make this a 2-parter. We're nearing kind of 10 p.m. range. So I'm probably going to start looking for a place to stop, like a place that like seems nice and cohesive. If any of you have a time code in mind that you think would be a good place to stop, or if something comes up and you're like, oh yeah, this is right before they kind of go into the next real segment, let me know. But if not, I'll try to feel it out. All good.
Your energy up.
Feed Lockheed.
Feed Lockheed.
Leftover from the big feast.
I'll go down to.
There's been no change in Lockheed's health visually yet, but you continue the process. You push forward for the remainder of the day, eventually getting to the end.
Dance, monkey, dance.
Of your second day of travel. As
Who
the
did
sun
say
is beginning to slowly
stop?
set, you watch the direction it's passing, and you can see now in the distance what appears to be a large mountain range beginning to appear above the breaks in the canopy, where you can see part of the trees begin to part. And there are aspects of the sky visible. You can see the clouds have regathered. There's a little bit of sunlight that breaks every now and then. You can see just the general glow of the sky as it pushes over. But you do see the edge of a mountain range in the distance, probably no more than a couple hours of travel to get to the actual base of.
Oh.
You're good, Pie. Keep
That wasn't a word.
I'm good.
Is that an
No,
Ashari song?
Wait, we're just, you know.
Cast
It's just a
Xanax.
lot of pressure.
Okay.
It's good.
So how should we approach?
We'll just approach like one would approach.
You hear a sudden clap of thunder. It's rumbling through the sky, and you can see above the mountain range, the clouds that are gathering are very dark, and a roiling thunderstorm is starting to break over the mountain range. You see flashes of light from within, and a few other claps of thunder
Does it
rolling
look
over the
natural?
mountain range. I mean, it looks like a
Sam, I also thought it was after an arms manufacturer. Apparently, it's an X-Men reference. I also thought of Lockheed Martin. I'm glad I'm not alone. Our time is so limited. I know, dude. I know. And I want to stream more, but I have other things I need to do. I have to work. Blech. And work is starting to take up more time. I'm hoping that it will take up less time, especially in the new year. But our time is limited. I agree.
thunderstorm. It's not like ominously dark more than what you're used to, but there's a thunderstorm blowing through.
Can I do a nature check, see how long it's gonna hang out?
Go make a nature check.
Ooh, 17 plus 27.
If you take a moment and watch it, it is stationary.
Looks inviting.
Taking a very close look, it doesn't appear to be pouring any rain.
Call lightning
It's just
spell.
a thick gathering of black thunderclouds that has
Classic.
yet to release its watery payload.
I don't know why I thought
I
that
was
was so
there with
funny.
you.
No, that was.
What do you think, Keyleth? Does it look safe to traverse?
209, Robin.
Why did it just formed, right? We like watched it happen?
As you approached and noticed, you could see like that storm is there.
Oh, okay.
Very
so it's
cool.
People have a taste for the theatrics.
Do you think that's where they are?
Assuming.
I drop to my knees, and I do commune with nature.
Okay.
What does that do?
As you spend a little time kind of focusing
Knows what that does?
on the landscape around you, and what's the range on that?
It's big. That little squirrel.
Big.
Come
Hang on, I can beat you.
Watery
Okay, got it.
payload gives me a.
All right. So 3 miles of you. It's a little bit beyond 3 miles. But you gather, at least within the distance that you're there, nothing immediately visible, but the temperature you can gather gets slightly warmer as you approach the mountain range. That's most you can gather from this distance.
Yeah, it looks like that's the way.
Is it safe to just approach? Is there
And
any
that's,
sort of...
that's what I did with the Earth Ashari. But I mean, they were welcoming and kind, and
Well, maybe they will be too. You know, maybe they just like being warm. I
They have a
understand that.
reputation of being.
we haven't made contact with them in almost 2 generations. I don't know.
Oh.
Last time we made contact with them, it was fine and everyone was good, but who knows? It's been a while. 'Cause my mother didn't come back.
And
so.
this is maybe awkward, but you and we share something in common. Our past is awkward. I get the sense that yours is not as much. Your people, are they a mix of many kind, or?
How we came to be, once again, roughly 1,000 years ago, certain people possessed natural abilities. We assumed we were blessed by the gods of nature, And when we realized we had these abilities and then the sundering happened, that's when we banded together. But it could have been anyone between humans, elves, there were a few dwarves, gnomes, mainly humans and elves, so we're primarily, I guess you could say mutts, primarily half-elven. But we separated off into our own separate tribes, so we each kind of developed our own individual cultures, even though we came from the same root.
But predominantly a melding of humans and elves.
And elves. But we're accepting of all races. At least the air and the Earthashari are.
And I assume that they are steeped in tradition as well, such as our own people.
Yes, absolutely. And each tribe has its own tradition that it's had a lot of time to develop.
Oh, I see. I'm gonna reach in my Dust of Illusion and...
Oh no!
Friendly fire!
Okay, then break.
That was the day that Orion set himself on fire.
That's fine.
Dust of Illusion. Right here on camera.
We just hit 7,000 subs with Orion set
This
himself on
pin,
fire.
it happens all the time when you bend it. Not loose like that. It's fine. We're all okay.
It touched my ass! It hit me in the ass!
That was...
There's like 5 jokes I'm not making.
And I just sprinkled some on myself, and I turned my scale silver.
Okay.
I hate whoever bought that for you.
All of your scales shifts into a glistening silver color, that of the same scales that the followers of Bahamut had adorned their armor with when you went to that section of
But this is the color my brother Faerun is.
It looks good on you.
Yes. So you're just a silver-colored dragon.
If they are steeped in tradition, the metallic dragon kin are more welcome in societies more than the colored.
Yes,
as we've seen.
Judging books by their cover, yes.
Especially shiny metallic color.
I ride my horse around in a circle just to face everybody and say, everyone, maybe go a bit back, go behind Keyleth. Maybe Vixalia and I will trail just behind.
I will
as
stay to
your
her right.
As your guard.
Yes.
Sure.
Is there anything we can do to help? Or just make you feel a little bit more at ease?
I don't know what to expect.
I have this long bottom herb that you can smoke before we go.
Oh, wait.
We need her clear.
Yeah, you're watching like the more modern version of the Ashari, but it's actually like their creation roots because Marisha defined most of it. I mean, with Matt's guidance, but it seems like she wrote a lot of it. Yeah, I can imagine that would be disorienting because at that point Brennan's had the benefit of they're interacting with the Fire Ashari. I have a distinct feeling that they will also interact with the Water Ashari through the course of this campaign. So we had the benefit of all of that before writing the backstory to them. Yeah, that'd be weird. Around 222, they get near destination, kind of anticlimactic, but anything longer would be interrupting. Okay. Yeah, we can get to 222 and reassess, at least.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just thinking.
See, what I'm most nervous about is when I went to the Earth Tribe, they said that my mother had passed through.
So.
And went through her training and her Ulore trip, and she was fine, and then continued on.
Maybe your mother's still here.
Another lightning clap.
Let's get a move on, I think.
Okay.
Keyleth, we're all here behind you. You've got this.
We'll pretend to be your small army.
Entourage.
You are our...
Okay.
Oh, I've heard so many people recommend Exu Calamity. I've heard about it. I heard about Calamity before I knew that it was a critical role, like prologue. I had no idea. So yeah, but I also know that it's big. I mean, it's like kind of definitionally spoilery. So it's something to look forward to off in the distant future.
Leader.
And please, don't mention anything about us being called the shits when we first got started.
Vox Machina.
Vox Machina. Okay.
Wait, is that Kashaw? Made you look. Break the tension, break the tension!
Good job, bro.
Never mind, you got it.
You continue riding towards the mountain range
Oh,
at the base of the Center Peak Mountains. Eventually, the forest begins to give way as the ground itself becomes less and less hospitable to vegetation. There's a certain smell to the air that seems to come through the wind that buffets the bottom of the mountain range itself.
It's not me.
It smells like a distant forest fire. Like you could hear, you could smell almost like burnt cedar, a little bit of ash to the air.
Trying to write notes, I'm shaking.
You make your way to the base. Have a one roll perception check.
You're right. 17.
Nervous?
17.
14.
17.
8.
13.
14.
Okay.
Not good on that.
Percy, everyone else, you kind of look about this mountain range, and it's just a sheer edge. Like there's no real sign outside from climbing it up. How you managed to find
Is
your
it
way.
favorite terrain?
Yes.
Is mountainous part of your favorite
Oh,
terrain?
is it still mountains?
Those are mountains. You glance up though. You notice that there is.
And that's the bingo for the bingo call for Vex tries to use her favorite terrain. Mark it if you have it.
Is apparently two paths that diverge at the very base. They're very steep.
Also, we got an insight check at the very beginning of this episode. I totally missed it, but Mark if you have insight check.
Kind of back and forth, switchback winding paths that lead up the front of the mountain. It's hard to see exactly where they lead because once they reach a certain point, the rest of the mountain cliff just seems to blend into itself. But you do notice there are two, maybe like 4 to 5 foot wide, very, very thin switchback paths that lead up the side of the mountain.
Oh, look, we have 2 options for our ways up.
2 paths, Percy.
2 paths? Is there a way? I want to examine the path to see if there's one that's been more trod.
We choose the one less traveled, don't we?
That won't make much of a difference.
We were cultured.
Investigation?
I went to Jesuit high school.
14.
14. Glancing at the two sides, the left path appears to be far more worn. The right path is largely untouched with a thin layer of ash coating it, so you get the feeling that one hasn't seen use in quite some time.
Are the prints going both directions, or is the majority going
on the left
together?
side? They seem to go both ways, but even those prints are fairly old. At least a week or two has seen any sort of traction on that.
Footprints, horse prints, both?
Footprints.
No horse prints.
Correct.
What do you see, Percival?
I see the path is probably too treacherous to bring the horses. We might want to leave them here. One path has barely been touched, and the other one has been pretty well ridden through. I say we take the more common path.
Yes.
All right.
So you leave your horses behind?
This is something, so I'm going to talk about it more tomorrow during the How to Make a Map. But this is something that I think every fork in the road needs. Every junction. Even if, as a DM, you don't necessarily want to give it away, you should have it right on deck. For, like, the first thing people ask about is some easy way to make some manner of decision between the two paths that is actually, like, it actually gives you some sort of information. I think this is a really good example. To bring it to a bad example, bring it back. During the Underdark arc, when they had just escaped the Dwagar war camp, and they had 2 options, one went up and one went down, and they had no idea if they needed to go up, if they needed to go down. Like, that was not enough information, and they stood there for, I think, like 20 or 30 minutes in game time. Or not in game, sorry, out of game time. Maybe only like 15 or 20. And debated and tried to figure out which way would be the way they wanted to go. And I really, really think that having something fast as the DM to give them that maybe doesn't tell them which way to go, but gives them some manner of information to make a decision on, just like this, of having one that is more well-traveled, having one that is not, bing, bang, boom. Like, that is not maybe all they need to make a decision, but they can make a fully informed decision mostly on that. So number one, props to Taliesin for asking something like that, but also props to Matt for making it a very clear thing, not just being like, like both of them are pretty well traveled. And maybe there's, a back-end, lore, world-building thing about that. But part of me kind of doubts that Matt had that in his brain. I think he made a decision to draw a distinction between the two and help them decide, which is, I think, that what you should do. Even if you don't have something in mind ahead of time, give them a very distinct clue about the properties of the two paths, and let them make their decisions from there. What do your tinker's eyes see?
Okay.
Look with your spatial eyes.
There are some trees towards the edge.
No, I don't, and I think that reality's fucking boring, Robin. If you want to go and explore without hints and without a plot and a story, go outside. I'm staying in to fight my dragons. If you are not going to give your players shit, why are we here? Why are we playing this game? What's the plot? Make it interesting. Yeah. Any guesses, such thoughts? Back on the undertone Matt is delivering. As a player at this point, you leave your horses. After his tone and descriptors over travel would be an alarm for me. I get the impression, I mean, the entire tone that he is striking, and especially the tone with the, I don't know if he's just feeding into Keyleth's tone that she's, like, putting out. Because as a DM, if a player is establishing, like, this very, like, nervous demeanor, sometimes, like, I will try to, like, lean into that. I'll try to, like, play into, like, oh, she's nervous. Like, maybe I'll give her things to make her even more nervous or to even justify that. And then maybe I can have a big subversion of, like, you know, she gets there, there's a big standoff, and then they welcome her in, big hug, you know, it's this big release of tension. I love that sort of thing. And maybe there's some banal explanation for the lightning cloud and whatever. On the other hand, if she does have good reason to be nervous, if there is something going on, I love foreshadowing that and really playing into that and making the other players feel the thing that Keyleth is feeling. You know, bring them all on the same side, get them all feeling the same things in character. So I think regardless of what is actually happening, I think that Matt is trying to strike that tone. Now, specifically, the you leave your horses question mark is, yeah, maybe a bit of a warning bell, but, you know, I don't know. We'll see. If that's the type of world you want to play in, I think regardless... Okay. I think regardless of the world, the way in which you DM and you run should make the world interesting. Like, if there is nothing interesting between here and there, and I'm not saying, like, you know, bombard them only with interesting things. Let them take a breather. Let them have, you know, these spots of rest where there's nothing going on. But if there isn't anything interesting, why are we talking about this part of the world? I think a good example of that is when they were in Craghammer and, you know, traversing into the Underdark, there was a segment where they went from the mine to, like, the Underdark proper, and Matt just said, okay, you travel for, like, 2 hours, and then you get to this. Right? He didn't make them go 20 minutes by 20 minutes, 30 minutes by 30 minutes, even hour by hour, and, like, go through these, like, boring sections where nothing interesting is happening, right? So if there was nothing interesting about this decision, if there's nothing interesting about this junction, why are we here? Like, just move on, go to the next thing where there's an actual decision to be made, and don't interrupt the pacing. Like, if you're narrating and giving them space to breathe, that's one thing, but we kind of just had that with the whole camp sequence and travel up to this point. We had this kind of non-interesting area, this room to breathe. We should probably be abstracting the journey until we get to an interesting point, would be my general claim. Because I know that Matt's talked about that before. He's a world builder first, DM second. I consider myself the same way. And it's okay for there to be boring spaces in your world. but you should be selective in how you choose them and in what parts of the world you choose to spend time in as a narrator. On that note, what's interesting, you got to know your PCs are Tolkien or Michael Bay. I mean, that's very true. Do they want to stroll past trees, or do they want to blow up trees? Yeah, when I say something interesting, I specifically mean interesting to your players. Make it to where they're having fun. Like the junction that I described earlier, where there was absolutely no decision point. That's not interesting to the players. That's not interesting to, us as an audience. There's no reason to have that decision point. There's no reason to have just random decision points with absolutely nothing to guide you. Or grimdark or heroic fantasy. I mean, even in grimdark, there's, I would almost say that in grimdark, a lot of times there's more interesting fodder for DMs to talk about and to describe. There's more like thematic stuff to talk about. You can describe and flavor and foreshadow a lot of what we're going to. And even something as simple as foreshadowing. So say that they're going up to this Ashari camp. The lightning cloud is great foreshadowing. That's not something inherently interesting to the point of the landscape in which they're at, right? They're actually in a boring little slice, but they see something interesting from it, which kind of makes that an inherently interesting node or area because they're viewing and witnessing something interesting. An area that is otherwise boring, but they encounter an earthquake that foreshadows a boulette, or foreshadows something happening further ahead, or backshadowing? I don't know, foreshadows something that happened where they came from, like where they just left. There's a lot of ways to make non-interesting areas interesting by foreshadowing things happening outside of that area. So, regardless of the world that you're running in, part of being a DM is making the world intriguing, I would say. I would claim. Promise, the thematic promise and promise of the premise is big on how to even shape something basic as travel time. Yeah, there's a lot of things you can do to make relatively boring areas. Like, I think, okay, a great example of this. Wow, actually rare that I have an actual play reference. The, 5 episodes or 4 episodes of Fantasy High that I watched, it's high school. It's not an inherently interesting world, but Brennan is just a master DM. It's honestly, by and large, it's a relatively boring world. Yeah, there is some interesting backplot that is happening, but he is a master of making interesting things at every junction and at every place. I mean, Brennan's a master DM in general, from what I've seen. But I think he's a really good case in how to make a boring area or a boring world feel interesting to play through.
Sure.
We have nothing to hide. Why are we taking the more travelled one? Do you think your family is more reclusive, or do you think?
How wide is the path?
Our tribe, we generally can still make contact and trade with nearby towns, so
single
there
file.
might be more traveled ones.
One of Keelet's people or her cousins, whatever they are, have been taken distant.
Yeah, but let's try the path more traveled first.
Okay.
Okay. So you guys leave your horses behind. You tie them up to one of the nearby trees. One that's kind of off to the side. Leave a little bit of feed
Hide
for
them. We tied them.
Okay.
With big bows.
You make your way up the switchback path, the side of the mountain, and it is relatively steep. It continues up at about a 40-degree incline, and there are certain moments where it tends to pinch to about a 3 to even 2 foot wide path, and you kind of have to comfortably put your back to the side of the mountain to get through those passes. You're about
40-degree incline. Holy shit. Am I crazy? That's a lot. That's a really steep. Holy shit. I mean, I guess they got warned
about an hour and a half, 2 hours later, the sun has officially set, and what little bit of moonlight would be brought forth is currently encased by the thunderstorm ahead, and you do still hear the occasional clap of thunder and see the occasional flash. The most seems to be happening above the range, out of visual sight.
I think we need lights so we don't go over the edge.
Sure. Tiberius creates a beacon of light at the edge of his staff, and being centrally located to the team is a fairly good source of visual light to the pathway you guys continue to go up the side. I'm going to go ahead and have everybody do a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah, it's one of the big benefits of in-person is... Because I totally agree. Crosstalk can be problematic. We used to have, I've talked about this before, that we used to have a code word at my table of like someone would say kind of a little joke, kind of pretty loud, and it was the signal for everyone to stop the crosstalk and to focus back up. So it was really, really easy for us to have crosstalk, and it really did help. It helped a lot of really casual RP. It allowed for some mechanical clarifications at the table, but yeah, it's kind of just not possible over Discord. It's one of the, I would say, one of the bigger advantages. Maybe not the biggest advantage of in person, but it is a significant advantage of doing it in person. Even though it's potentially problematic.
18.
13.
9.
17.
Nice,
Mike.
It's really cold.
Right. It's actually, this isn't a chill-based thing. This is the air itself. The wind that's blowing down is filled with this thick ash-type dust that's coming through, and you're finding yourself coughing, just getting into your lungs a little bit. And,
I've got a mask for this.
For anyone that watches tomorrow the How to Make a Map, I find it hard to come up with examples of this, but this is a prime example of something I would call a challenging path. I talked about it a little bit with the acid pit last episode, and I thought that the acid pit is kind of one of a bit of a weirder example of a challenging path. I still think it is one, but this is a much more classic example of a challenging path where, like, you can't really deal with the ash. Like, you can't deal with the source of the ash, right? You can't just stop the ash fall. But maybe you have some resources you can spend to mitigate the ash's effect on yourself. But you'll have to deal with that ash the entire path. So that is what I would call, it's not necessarily an obstacle, but it is a really distinct feature of map design that I don't think has a lot of thought around it, but that is incredibly important. And I'm glad that Matt's using it. And I generally call it a challenging path. It is something where the challenge, the obstacle, cannot be dealt with except in mitigating its effect on you. That is what a challenging path is. And maybe through great effort, you might be able to stop the source of the challenge, but it is very, very rare. Very rare. And it is certainly not the intended way that you're supposed to get through the path.
I'm going to put on a mask.
Okay.
And challenging paths are really important to D&D design because they typically work both ways. Typically, an obstacle, or what I would define as an obstacle, only goes one way. Once you deal with an obstacle, it's dealt with. Once you have a combat and you deal with the enemies, they're dealt with. A challenging path, most of the time at least, vast most of the time, is trouble both in and out, which can make it interesting for getting out of a dungeon, especially if you're in some sort of chase sequence, or there's some sort of timer on you getting out of the dungeon, because you still have to deal with those challenging paths on the way out.
Nice. Pull my hood up, yeah. Pull my scarlet around my...
No immediate effects, but you find yourself unable to...
But I definitely love seeing Matt use them. Sorry I'm going on so much about it, but this is something I really see people really criminally underuse. And I would say that Matt really underused them in kind of the Underdark arc of these challenging paths. So I'm really happy to see it with the acid pit, with this. Like, it's a really distinct part that I think makes for really good maps to have some of these, and I'm happy to see him using them. To good effect too. This is really building the thematics of the entire sequence.
You continue up the side of the mountain as you guys pull your cloth up over your faces. You make your way you're pushing almost midnight at this point in time, and you're getting tired. Your legs are growing sore from the constant, perpetual walk upwards at an angle. The path begins to become less of a switchback, and you can see it's beginning to pull inwards towards what looks like a ravine in the mountain range. There's an area where the actual mountain kind of carves inward and leads into the mountain range proper. During that time, Vex.
Ooh.
As you guys are making...
Okay, we got to 222. Maybe we'll leave it off on a cliffhanger. We'll do the introduction and we'll leave it on a cliffhanger.
Your way up to this slight inward pathway that starts pushing into the mountain range. It's less dangerous and a little less pressing against the mountain as you were previously. You notice up at the top there are a few shadowed figures just out of your visual range that you can just make out over the backlight of the clouds in the sky.
Do they look?
Let me make a perception check.
Ooh, ominous. I love that.
I chose poorly. That's terrible. Yeah.
What are you flipping pages for? It was a 2.
8.
Shut.
At this distance, it's hard to really make out any sort of visual on their form, their size, but you just see there's a handful of them. It looks like 3 figures that are moving in unison along the ridge a little ways up ahead of you guys. I'll go ahead and get a stealth check from the group with disadvantage on the ones that failed their constitution saves.
How do we know?
What is a fail?
The fail is the 9 or below, or yeah.
If we roll a 9,
No. I'll let you know if it's a fail or not, but you guys, everyone has to make a stealth check, and the ones who failed, their ones who are currently at the coughs, have disadvantage on the roll.
Who has the coughs? How do you know?
You can be able to do that.
Oh.
Did I fail with a 9?
With a 9, yes you did. You're also
Oh my god. I have to sacrifice it. Okay.
22.
Okay.
11.
14.
21.
Whoa. 19.
No.
I have been oiling my armor.
She didn't have disadvantage. She rolled a 17 on her constitution.
Right, so you were fine.
Yeah.
How did Trinket do?
15. A trinket. I did not roll for trinket
you
for
rolled
either
trinket.
of those things.
Trinket, we'll just go ahead and roll stealth on
He's a
Trinket.
bear.
Mighty 2.
Should be here anyway.
A mighty 2.
Yeah.
You're so annoying with the
Disadvantage
coughing.
on 2 and roll twice, roll 2.
You know you don't have to breathe all
On
of it
stealth?
in every
Oh.
time.
Okay.
Oh, right.
No, that's
They're
a bad okay.
15, sorry, 15. Okay. For stealth, right?
For stealth.
Yeah.
As you guys make your way into the path and she points this out, there's a couple people that kind of, there's a quiet silence, and then a couple of cops coming through, shush the best as you can, and you can see the figures kind of shift and then vanish from sight.
Should we hurry? What do you think?
have to cough.
Well.
We should move along.
Can I just kind of do a perception check and see if I can see any sign of like a village or a town or my people? 23.
Looking around, the pathway's still...
I thought that this would be like an introduction, but it seems like this might be shifting into more of like an investigation. We'll leave it there. We'll leave it there. I will trust whoever told me 222, Robin. And we'll leave it there because I do feel like we're kind of transitioning into a different segment. Oh man, Aramente to Pyrrha. Is Pyrrha the fire Ashanti or whatever? I claim no responsibility. Fair enough. Peace onward to 500 subs. Hell yeah, this dude. And I mean, no, I mean, it'd be dope. It's no rush. The thing that I am most excited for is that with those things, we can actually bring new functionality. So it's not just like, fucking me getting paid or whatever. I get access to additional, I believe, like the text-to-speech stuff, and with the super chats. So that'll be really sick. And I will think about some things. It seems like no one got bingo. And I'm kind of debating if bingo... I'm debating about bingo. I'm debating if I should make them even more common. Like, make some, like, more common ones that I almost know will get triggered. And if I should maybe have a list, like a display list on the side of all of them. I don't know. If any of you have some many ideas, because I feel like bingo wasn't really like a factor, and I wonder if, like, we want to make it more of a factor, less of a factor. I don't know. I'm debating it. Pyra, like pyrite. Oh, I see. Okay. Seagull. Good. I'm glad you're having fun. When do you usually stream? Mondays and Wednesdays, 5:30 p.m. Central Time, American Central Time. Is Critical Roles. There are the occasional other stream that happens at random other times, normally around the middle of the day if I can take a lunch. Sometimes I can, sometimes I can't. And then tomorrow will be a special stream that is a video concept I've been dreaming up for a while, related to the best way to make a D&D map, or just kind of a map that you plan to use for a TTRPG specifically. So yeah, that's the hard and fast streaming schedule is Mondays and Wednesdays. Those are the really hard ones. And then I want to make Sundays more of a regular thing. I wanted to do it start at this Sunday, but that didn't happen. So we'll see. Glad I could catch the end and look forward to the map video. Hell yeah. It's going to be good. I'm really excited about it. It's been a long time in the making. Thank you, Inspire Red. Good stream, good bone, and or Pyromaniac. Yeah, that works. Yeah. Yeah. And I will see you all later. Welcome to all the new faces. It's good to have you, and I look forward to seeing you all. Hopefully tomorrow, but if you're just here for the Critical Role, then at least on Wednesday. Goodbye.